Hello, friendly.
Come along and ride on a fantastic voyage. By the way, we're live now again. Welcome to the 24/7 Flatter Discord, everybody.
Yo, yo, yo. What's up?
Mickey in the house. Sasha in the house.
Taking special requests from our listening audience. You guys are welcome to ask any questions you want.
Yes, special request. Give us your best globe versus flat question.
Shout out to Hollywood, who's trying to make it over the North Pole, but he's a dreamer, guys. I don't think it's ever going to happen. But if he does, bon voyage, because you probably won't ever return.
So that's what I said. It's just like, hey, leave from the furthest point north on an airplane and try to find a port to land at. You know, it's like we'll never see you again.
You know, he's gonna enter some airspace. They're gonna be like, "Turn around." Then he's gonna be like, "No, I'm going straight. You can't stop me. Turn around." He's just gonna deny them, just like Thelma and Louise it. You know, just.
You ever just see that old was it the what's that Admiral Byrd stuff where they're like throwing shit out of the airplane? And have you seen those videos where they're going across Antarctica and they're like, we're trying to get further, and they're throwing shit out of the airplane? Have you ever seen that video?
So what about the expedition to the Antarctica?
Yeah, it was a southern expedition. It was Antarctica. And they were trying to get as far as they could south, and they're like, oh shit, we're running out of fuel. We have to dump shit. They started throwing shit out of the airplane. You haven't seen that video?
I think I know which one you're talking about. They use.
All right, I'm going to find it. I'll try to find it.
It's black and white, isn't it? The one you're talking about?
Yeah, it's in black and white.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool.
How's everybody feeling, man? What's up, y'all? Everybody up in the morning? What you guys up to? I mean, we got Bree in the house.
Good day. Hello, everybody.
It was a little spicy this morning, but sometimes it's like a kick in the pants, dude, because you kind of don't expect that, and then all of a sudden you hear coming in here like rah, 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 rah. You're like, damn, what's going on? Ain't nothing new. Same old. But
good morning, guys. Hope all is well with everybody here.
What up, Kiwi?
Chilling. Hope you enjoyed the show last night. Anybody that came through from the 24/7 server that I saw, I made sure to give them the gladiator role. Spartan? Gladiator? No, Spartan. That's the one. Sorry, I apologize. The Spartan role. Because, yeah, you guys fight the fight alongside us all. So greatly appreciated. Hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Pretty cool.
I didn't much pay attention to it. I think Chris V was giving us kind of like a bit of his take on it, and he's like, "Yeah, well, Craig doesn't really have much to offer. Wits, it's always about his game."
Yeah, I was just like, I was in and out, Craig, you know. But I was just like, yeah.
We all like most of us know Craig. Like he's just a useful tool, you know. Like sometimes we'll put him in the mix if we want.
He's a troll.
Talk to him. Yeah. If not, we'll just leave him. We'll leave him in the box. Like we don't mess with him.
No, it was cool to see Wit demonstrate his kung fu. It's always a good time. Yeah, whenever
he's basically just like a you know, like a crash test dummy, or you just, you know, like, hey, guys want to see how to
crash test
debate tactics, you know?
Yeah, man.
You train on that guy, like, because he doesn't have anything to bring to he's not smart at all. There's no intellectual conversation you're gonna have with that guy. So,
hey, how dare you talk about an ex-Navy Englishman that is crippled?
I don't know. Is he crippled?
Yeah, I think he is. He's like Well, he says he's disabled and he's ex-Navy.
Well, he's spitting all that venom, dude. It's like it doesn't matter who you are. You spit that venom, you're gonna get that venom back. It's like, yeah, don't matter who you are. And it's no disrespect to like. And some people use that, and I hate that. Like they're the characters that come in there and say, "Well, man, I'm disabled." Like that's a shield to be. It's like, dude, don't do that. Don't come in here acting like you're gonna be controlling things and saying what you want just because you're using a disability. It's like that. In that case, you know, you might as well just get muted because you're not going to be using that as a shield. You know.
He does. He doesn't. You know, as far as that goes. But I mean, I'm not saying he has done that, but I'm just saying, you know, as far as I'm not. Just what I know that he's on disability and he's ex English Navy, so that's all I heard about it. I don't know what the background on all that is. I'm just saying, but he's still an asshole. Who gives a shit?
The truth is truth, whether you're disabled or not. The truth is the truth.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. So it doesn't matter.
I'm disabled myself, but it doesn't make a difference at the end of it, right? We're all just trying to do our thing and hold the line, right? And that's what it boils down to. So we appreciate the fact that he stepped up as a punching bag, and he was able to get punched feet on.
He's like standing in the middle, and Wits is like, "Okay, guys, listen up. This is how you're gonna supposed to hit. You go two rights and a left."
Lead with your jab.
Well, I mean, Witsit was in here yesterday saying, "No, you know what? I gave in, and because Fight the Tight Shirt was asking him for months to join him on a debate, and he finally got it tonight. So there you go.
Oh, big shout out to him. I mean,
last night.
He did it as a favor to Shane because Shane's been asking him for a while. Really, at the end of the day, FTFE can kick rocks, but. Wit really stepped up to did it as a favor to Shane just for the server and whatnot. That's the main thing, just the growth of.
That's why Wit did it. I know why Wit did it. Freaking FTF did it because he needs some more. He needs some more money, man. He's got to get more viewers for his channel. So
put that shill in the bank, baby. Make that bank.
Yeah, Wit doesn't really care because he knows that guy's going to spin it around and make it seem like he won. You know, I don't know how, but he's gonna do something.
You know how? Wait, you do know how because everybody's a Globie, right? So the flat earther is automatically wrong, and so it doesn't matter what Witsit said or anybody said in the debate. Flat Earth is automatically wrong. So
the guy keeps jumping in and out.
Someone having a fight with their end call button.
Who was? I didn't hear it. Is there some issue?
Someone's having a fight with the end call.
No, man, I don't mean that literally. I mean, of course, there's flat earthers like us, you know, whatever. I'm just saying, like in people's minds, just like doesn't matter what Witsit says.
Flat on a
fix, you know. Flat on a fixed plane. Let's see. VC verified. Image of bid.
I'm just looking through the list trying to figure out. Yeah, Chief Conspiracy, he just joined too. I'm just looking at the list to see if we're having some issues with people joining or one person joining and leaving continuously.
To be honest, I mean, for a Saturday morning, it's pretty active right now. I mean,
bro, it's crazy.
I'm usually sleeping, but
I've been opened up the link. I was like, "Holy crap!"
We got the chat going. Hollywood was just parked in here. I was like, no. That's not how we're doing it this morning.
Mickey came in.
Is that why you came in, Mickey? Because if it wasn't, well, if you didn't do it,
I was chilling though. But I seen him parked in there. I'm like, what is he doing in here? Like, is it? Yeah, he's got some knives for me, man. So I'm like, yeah, let's party. Because
Yeah,
we're
he
gonna find
really.
out.
You could tell he really had it out for you, and it was just
Yeah,
like
he's got it. He's got it
he
up.
doesn't like me either, but he was playing. He was playing nice with me. It's like
Yeah, because
I really, I
people
was.
don't understand, bro. Like, here's the thing with him. They don't understand the way he is when people start asking him questions. And just for the audience sake, I want them to hear how he is when you just ask him simple things. And he's condescending and he's an asshole and like all these other things, right? Like, this is how this guy is. That's how he really is. Not this little nice and I didn't want to talk about it. Oh, yeah, why not? Why not? Because you're a jerk, aren't you?
I'm glad you came in and brought that out because I try to do it. Well, I let him do a little bit the other night, and I can't remember who he was talking to. I was like, just ask him about Antarctica. I was trying to coax him. Just like, ask him about Antarctica. See what happens.
Because he was at some point he was talking about Antarctica. That was his big beef, and then he switched it over now to like the North Pole. So
anyway, it's just,
I wonder how many people interchange Antarctica with the North Pole and don't even realize it.
I think most people understand the difference.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh man.
I like that gift, Chili. You see that one with the moon transiting the Earth from what's that satellite? They said it was from what's the name of that satellite? The not Omega, whatever. It's supposedly from 1 million miles away. You guys see that in the live stream voice takes? Stealing that motherfucker, Chili. Stealing it. Like it.
So what's up with everybody? What, everybody just parked in here right now? What's going on? Shout out to the crew.
Chilling. About to hop on the bike for a few minutes and make coffee and a bagel, maybe. Start the Saturday morning slow.
Timbo, you with us? Who's this friendly guy? Friendly, who are you, man? You keep popping in and out like crazy.
Shout out Kiwi.
Is he? He's not muted. Let me see. No. Friendly, are you there?
Yes.
Hello. Hey, what's up, man? You trying to get your mic to work? What's going on?
I was muted.
Oh, it's Hollywood. What's up, Hollywood? You got your stock account?
Can you unban my main account, please?
Hell no.
You're an asshole, and yet I banned you for a reason. I'm gonna ban you again right fucking now.
Bye, Friendly.
Why?
Dirty.
Bye, Friendly. See ya. I knew it was him, bro. I knew it was him.
That was awesome. Helio's the man. Right now.
He's like, unban my main account. Like,
nope. And we're about to
You unban me. I fucking server banned him, and he's gonna come back in here and fucking try to get unbanned. What a fucking prick! So retarded.
That was the
Who
best
does that?
mod Helio I've seen yet. That was
Hollywood
awesome.
does
Hey, you're
fucking,
about to
who
get
does that?
now.
Fucking.
I knew that was him.
Thanks for pointing that out. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at other shit. Thanks.
He kept popping in and out. Then I was like, oh, this is Hollywood. So I started to disconnect him and he kept coming back. I was like, yeah, this is definitely Hollywood.
So that's where the bing bongs. I was like, why is there so many bing bongs? I was looking at the class list. One was disappearing and reappearing. I was like, okay, cool. Nice. Miggy's the hound dog.
Yeah.
I get you.
Hollywood, if you're listening, just don't bother anymore. We don't want you here. If you haven't realized.
We don't want you. We don't want you.
You're not welcome here. Stay the fuck away.
Yeah, you're on Helio's bad list, dude. You're not gonna come back. Trust me.
Yeah, if I
He's
see,
here
if
all
I
the
see
time.
your ass again, I mean it's ban on site for me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
listening.
I don't know if
He's
anybody else.
Here's the thing though with Helio, he's always listening. You guys think even when you don't see him in here, it doesn't mean he's not hearing. So he can still hear. He'll know. See ya, Hollywood.
Van Hammer.
Well, it's worse because like even with sock accounts, like the people pop in here with sock accounts, you'll still get banned and muted. So ban on
different.
site is
Like
the worst
on the YouTube chats, they can get away with a little bit more just because I can't always be there and I can't always be here, but people let me know when people are fucking shit up. It's all good. And that goes for everybody else too. I mean, everybody else is moderators. We have moderators around, not to. It's only for control, not control, but for moderation. That's what it's called, moderator. It's just to have a healthy environment for everyone to have a decent conversation.
Yeah, it's crazy because you do want the whole back and forth to happen. You want a little bit of passion to come through from both sides, but when they're coming to be condescending and just being real dicks about everything, it's like, no, we don't need that.
Especially when they start concerned trolling for themselves, that's you should be embarrassed at that point if you're concerned trolling for yourself.
I will say is the white knighting when somebody's advocating for somebody else, and then they. Like if you're reprimanding a person in here and then somebody advocates for that person, I'm like, there better be a damn good reason why you're advocating. Because even if you're a member here for a while,
sometimes it works and they turn out okay. But do you ever go to other servers or any other platforms and just beg to get back into the conversation?
Exactly.
I don't. I don't have to because. I have my own conversation here, but any other platforms, I'm respected and I'm respectful when I go in there. I don't ever get banned from anybody's platform.
Oh, you mean you don't go in and put your feet on the couch and say "fuck yo couch"?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck your couch.
Fuck your couch. Yeah.
Oh shit! I think there's probably a GIF on there. Hold on.
Oh, there's tons. I mean. That's the go-to. That's the go-to. When people come in, they're like, "Yeah, your picture is crooked because you didn't hang it with the curve, and your couch should be over there in the curve, not the corner." Yeah.
Kiwi, are you having a tense racial moment where you're not sure if you're allowed to say the N-word or not?
No, I don't. Oh, of course I could say that, man.
No, I
just want people to like, what's up, AI? I was like, who's sliding in there?
Say it before. I ain't scared to say it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
But just like, but
I don't know.
You don't have to put the N-word at the end of "fuck your couch." I could do it. I ain't scared. I ain't scared to say I ain't scared.
What's up, AI?
I'm from the South.
Yeah. I just want y'all to know that I'm the reigning champion of saying the N-word on this server, on air, live.
Yep.
Greater than all the trolls put together.
True.
I'm only not saying it right now because I don't want Kiwi to wet himself.
Fuck that shit. No, honestly, no. But for me, it's a question of people don't understand where it came from, the history of it, so on and so forth. So I'm like, fuck, I'll just leave the bitch alone and not say anything. But I appreciate you, man, for being able to state it with your chest, which people can't do because they don't understand it.
If I'm just talking and I say it, it just comes out, But if I'm not going to say it on purpose, or whatever, But if it's pertinent to what I'm saying, I'll just freaking. It's not it shouldn't be offensive, but if it offends somebody, then maybe I meant it to, Fucking.
You guys see did you see the video that Critical Inception put up right now? The live stream voice text? Like with the thing that Hollywood was trying to do, somebody already done it.
Man, fuck up. I don't think we should even talk about Hollywood at all.
He left a bad taste in your mouth, Helio.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, he just makes no sense at all. I'm just saying. It's just like he's the most nonsensical person that's ever joined the server, including all Globers.
That's saying something too, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's the biggest retard that's ever joined this fucking server. I don't like him.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's a big statement. Helio likes everybody.
Dude, you just heard it. You just heard him. He said you could fly across the North Pole and come back to the same place.
Yeah, he was saying it.
I mean, it's
And you
just
kept
like,
telling
what
him,
the
he's like,
fuck
what
are
if
you
you go-
talking about?
If you go dead reckoning straight, just like not turning, and you still wind up in the same place, and it's like, how?
You're doing it wrong. You did it wrong.
The craziest
It's
stuff
like-
ever.
It's like,
Damn,
I don't
homie, you
know
got
when
this
you go over
plain
and
shit.
say any stupid shit like that.
Damn, homie, you got this plane and shit. You can't even do it right. You're doing it wrong.
Can't wait. What about Pac-Man Earth?
Yeah, maybe he was saying that, but I don't think he was saying that. I think he was more about like saying that when you take off from that location, you're gonna just try. He didn't even say where the destination was. Like people were trying to ask him, what destination? Where are you going, man? He's like, we're just gonna fly. I said, we're gonna fly. We're just gonna go. Yeah, but you don't just take off from somewhere and say that. You actually have a place where you're leaving and a place where you're arriving. Like there has to be a destination, obviously.
Dude, that debate the other day, there was a point that came up about that very thing about going over Antarctica and coming out the other side. And somebody in the comments said, "Oh, this has already been done and documented by that guy who did it solo, right?" I think he had a sled or skis. You go look up his chart that he did. He went over the edge of the island, nowhere near the South Pole. He didn't go up over, like, these people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, for sure. I remember seeing that when it happened. Like we were talking about it in here. Like that was like where he traveled and everything.
Yeah, it was lame. It's like I went over the South Pole and came out the other side, but really I just went over the corner of the island.
Let's not and say that we did. It's kind of his motto. He came out on the Joe Rogan show, didn't he? That guy? If I'm not mistaken.
Probably.
Interview I think he had with him. Didn't he? Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. AI, didn't he take a jab at Flat Earth? Like somewhere in what he was in whatever part of the interview he did say something about it. I don't know if he did or not. I'm just saying, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he did take like there was maybe just a comment or something he made about it.
Dude, it's so passe now. It's like you could do anything and take a jab at Flat Earth. You could say, dude, so I was in North Carolina and I drove to the tip of Florida, the Keys, bro. Take that, Flat Earthers.
Hey, man.
What are you talking about?
I think that sounds like something that Shaq said. He's like, I went across Florida. It was flat as fuck,
They made him recant all that, Helio. They made him comply and behave.
They did.
Man,
Do
dude,
you have any proof they made him recant?
Yeah.
I would have wrote his body copy for his apology.
Dude,
I would have wrote like, guys, I'm sorry that I said that I went across Florida and it was flat. Okay.
that recent.
I'm sorry that Florida is actually demonstrably logged and documented to be one of the flattest territories in all the world. And
That's how you
I'm so
recant, right?
sorry. I'm so freaking sorry that I was confused. That even though it's documented, and this document I'm holding my fucking hand right here, my big ass massive hand, that it's flat. That I said it was flat. I mean, what a faux pas on my part. Oh my God. I'm sorry if I hurt anyone. Let the little children live. Kapla.
Have you guys heard that latest Kyrie? Like, he was like after a post game interview. It wasn't about Flat Earth necessarily, but it was just about his judgment and all this kind of stuff. Kyrie Irving, right? But anyway, Let me see if I can find this. It's not very long. We can play that. Dude, he freaking roasted these freaking reporters and shit. It's so freaking funny. I mean,
That's what they got. They got to start doing that. They got to start roasting them. You got to stop this idea where it's it's like you say saying flat or the Earth's flat or anything. It is kind of like the nigger word where it's like people hear it, then all of a sudden they're on you about like who you are as a person, your morality, your very essence and place in the world. It's like if you don't recant that word or that thought.
Christ.
It's serious, man. It's like think about all the religions in the world, right? That have vastly different ideas about the nature of reality. People are adherents to these religions, and the tenets of their religions have those ideas built into them.
Hey, did you see this Kyrie interview? Because it kind of relates to what you're talking about right now. Because it's not about flat Earth. It's about some tweets that he posted recently, and people were asking him about the tweet instead of asking him about the basketball game. They were asking about what he said on Twitter. Freaking crazy, and it's like basketball players don't talk like this, you know. Kyrie's freaking a badass, man. I like Kyrie Irving, man.
Did you hear he lost his deal from Mike?
I don't think
What
he
deal?
cares, bro. That and the motherfucker's a badass. He's already got money. I don't think he cares.
He's going through some shit. He hasn't been playing for the last 5 or 6 games. He's based on a comment about a movie on Amazon, Hebrews to Negroes.
Yeah, listen to this. That's what he said.
What the heck?
Is he working on that movie?
That's not playing. God dang it.
What's the name? The name of the movie is Hebrews to Negroes.
Yeah, I mean he's like
he's
all about the African shit now or something, whatever.
I'm just blown away that Nike dropped him like a bad habit.
Yeah, well, I don't know what that movie's about, but it sounds like some kind of play at trying to claim a certain group of people as the ancient Israelites. Which happens all the time.
I thought you said heel bruise. Sorry, yeah.
Flatty, are you okay? You okay, Flatty?
Are you okay, Fatty?
You okay, Flatty? Well, here, I think
Are you okay?
Should work this time.
Dude, you got to look that up, though, man. The Black Hebrew Israelites.
And my name translates in the Hebrew language as Yahweh.
All right, here we go. This is Kyrie talking to
Amazon
these.
Prime. I was like, you know what? Let me see if there are any documentaries on Yahweh.
Fucking Helio.
Went in the search bar, typed in Yahweh.
Do you want me to stop it?
That came
I'm
up.
good.
We can't hear it because you're talking through it. We can't.
That was my night. In terms of the backlash or what people call it, we're in 2022. History is not supposed to be hidden from anybody. And I'm not a divisive person when it comes to religion. I embrace all walks of life. You see it on all my platforms. I talk to all races, all cultures, all religions. And my response would be, it's not about educating yourself on what Semitism is and what anti-Semitism is. It's really about learning the root words of where these come from and understanding that this is an African heritage that is also belonging to the people. Africa is in it, whether we want to dismiss it or not. So the claims of anti-Semitism and who are the original chosen people of God, and we go into these religious conversations and it's a big no-no. I don't live my way like that. I don't live my life that way. Excuse me. I grew up in a melting pot, and I say a melting pot of all races: white, black, red, yellow, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and you can see the way I live my life now. I'm not here to be divisive, so they could push their agenda. I don't want to say they, because I'm not identifying any one group or race of people, but I'm in a unique position to have a level of influence on my community. And what I post does not mean that I support everything that's being said or everything that's being done, or I'm campaigning for anything. All I do is post things for my people in my community and those that it's actually going to impact. Anybody else that has criticism, and obviously wasn't meant for them.
Hopefully I'm understanding what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right because I don't want to misquote any part of it.
I don't expect understanding from a media conglomerate group that really talks about the game.
Oh yeah, dude.
Religion as if it's correlative and it's convenient for people to bring it up. So please just be direct with your question, so we can move on from this. And I can talk about the game and go home to my son Elohim and my wife Marlene. Okay.
Am I to take it that this was what you shared was not something that you've even watched? This was you did watch it, or either watch it or read it.
I had a lot of time last year to read a lot, read a whole bunch, good and bad, about the truth of our world.
So then, do you, I guess, understand or not understand those that might imply
Where I would lose my
that
shit in
work
front of these motherfuckers.
had anti-Semitic leanings in it? I only ask this because the tweet is still up there, so
We're in 2022. It's on Amazon, a public platform. Whether you want to go watch it or not is up to you. There's things being posted every day. I am no different than the next human being, so don't treat me any different. You guys come in here and make up this powerful influence I have over top of the adultery of, oh, you cannot post that. Why not? Why not? Everybody posts everything else. You saw the word nigger going up on Twitter, right? I don't hear an uproar on that. I'm not here to be divisive on what's going on this or that. I'm not comparing Jews to blacks. I'm not comparing white to black. I'm not doing that. That conversation is dismissive, and it constantly revolves around the rhetoric of who are the chosen people of God. And I'm not here to argue over a person or a culture or religion on what they believe. No, this is what is here. It's on a public platform. Did I do anything illegal? Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did I do anything illegal? Did I hurt anybody? Did I harm anybody? Am I going out and saying that I hate one specific group of people? So out of all the judgment that people got from me posting, I just, without talking to me, and then I respect what Joe said, but there has a lot to do with the not ego or pride of how proud I am to be an African heritage, but also to be living as a free black man here in America, knowing the historical complexities for me to get here. So I'm not going to stand down on anything that I believe in. I'm only going to get stronger because I'm not alone.
That's right.
I have a whole army around me.
Amen. On the topic of promotion.
Damn right.
Why did you decide to promote something that Alex Jones said?
That was a few weeks ago. I do not
see what they
stand
do,
Jones'
dude. He's got his cool. He
position,
keeping his
narrative,
cool on this shit.
court case that he had with Sandy Hook, or any of the kids that felt like they had to relive trauma, or parents that had to relive trauma, or to be dismissive to all the lives that were lost during that tragic event. My post was a post from Alex Jones that he did in the early 90s or late 90s about secret societies in America of occults, and it's true. So I wasn't identifying with anything of being a campaignist for Alex Jones or anything. I was just there to post, and it's funny, and it's actually hilarious because out of all the things I posted that day, that was the one post that everyone chose to see.
Yeah.
It just goes back to the way our world is and works. I'm not here to complain about it. I just exist.
And to follow up on the promotion of the movie and the book.
Can you please stop calling it a promotion? What am I promoting?
Put it out on your platform.
But I'm promoting it? Do you see me in front of
putting it out there,
the
people
title?
are going to say that you are
Yeah, I put
promoting.
it out there just like you put things out there, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
It's not
you put
stuff,
things out there for a living, right?
Right, but my stuff
Great.
is
So
not
let's move on.
filled
Let's
with
move on.
anti-Semitic
Let's
stuff.
move on. Don't dehumanize me up here.
I'm not doing
I'm
that.
another
You're
human
free to
being.
post
I can post whatever I want. So say that and shut it down and move on to the next question.
But Kyrie, you have to understand that by
I don't have to understand anything from you.
It's
Nothing.
not me.
Nothing.
By
It's no
posting
people that
what
you're
you
making
did,
up, bro. Move on.
But by posting
Move
what
on.
you
Next
did,
question. Next
anybody
question. Do
is
you guys
gonna
have any
look
more
at it,
questions for
and
me?
they're going to say,
You guys have any more
does he have
questions? Because this is going to be a clip.
anti-Semitic
This is going to be a clip that he's going to marvel at. Is this any more questions?
But you're not answering the question.
Oh, this is another answering your question. Oh my God, let's make another Instagram clip so we could be famous again. Next question.
Kyrie, basketball related.
That's how you do it. That's exactly how
what's up, bro.
how you
Dude,
do it.
that's why I love Kyrie Irving, man. I'm just that dude don't take no
Sometimes, man,
shit.
like, yeah.
He gives
Yeah.
shit, but don't take no shit.
That's exactly how you answer those creeps.
Smooth operator. Smooth
You know what they want to do, right?
operator.
They have they're painting him in a specific light, and they want their line of questioning is going to lead down the rabbit hole so that they can corner him. So he doesn't. And he already knew they're greasing the skids with all these questions, getting him ready so that they can nail him on something, so they can put it all over the place. That he's look, man, Kyrie Irving, the way he was handling that, it was professional. It was exactly how it was supposed to be done when you're in. Like these guys are wolves, man, and it wasn't the guy that was asking the question. It's the agenda, the people behind the guy that was interviewing Kyrie Irving. So that's who it was about. And there was a couple of them that came at him.
Yeah, well, they got to label him so that nobody goes down the rabbit hole any further. You know, it's like, okay, Kyrie might have something interesting to say, but it turns out he's just an anti-Semitic, Alex Jones loving, gun toting, MAGA wearing, little kid punching in the face retard. So I don't have to listen to him anymore.
Sandy Hook denier.
You forgot flat earther. You forgot that.
That's what they were implying, that he was just like, oh, Alex Jones, Sandy Hook denier. Just putting the label there.
That's what a free thinking human should sound like in front of these guys. Like they want to label you, man. It's like that's what they're just waiting for you to agree with them. That's how it's supposed to be.
The craziness of someone saying, "I don't."
Did you listen to that, Elijah? The whole thing?
I don't know. Did I?
I'm just wondering. I just played it. Did you hear that? What I just played?
I don't know. I was in the middle of a thought. Maybe that would have. I don't know. Cleared. Maybe you could have found out.
I'll shut up.
I forgot what I was saying.
Damn it. I apologize, brother.
Excuse me.
Anyway.
But these guys... Yeah, go ahead. Well, just saying, these guys who come out and actually speak their mind of what they think, and they're not put in any specific box. It's an enigma to the to the news media, to the fake news, and all these guys, and they want to characterize him and put him as like some kind of agenda, so that they can make an enemy of him from like the rest of the people. Like, see, told you. He's this kind of character, and then everybody's gonna be like, oh yeah, we know, we see. You guys were asking him the questions, he answered them. Now we know, but they can't because they don't know where he doesn't agree with like what their idea of something is. Like the question of promoting is like he has the film that came out, and he's like, so you're promoting he's like, no, I'm not. I'm just putting it out there. Imagine, and they're like, no, but
Israel is doing at their border. Like, look at what they're doing. Look at this. Look at the. Like the fact that they're trying to, cloak all of the stuff that they're doing in some kind of Semite hate is crazy. Like it's just
Semite
super lazy for the public, but it's extremely low level baller for the media, It makes no sense.
Excuse me.
Right, like I said, imagine me saying I don't believe the story. Like imagine me just saying, I don't believe you. Oh, that leads to the genocide of my... That's crazy. That's a crazy leap in logic that we allow people to take so that we can then punish those for the appeal to the future fallacy and all this other stuff.
That's an overreaction. It's an overreaction, right?
It's an overreaction. We just have to address when bad logic is out there. We got to start doing it. That's the only way. That's the only way it's gonna stop. Is when somebody says something dumb and you point out how dumb it is in form. Right? You can't. It's ridiculous.
He did, dude. He did tell him how dumb he was. He said something about understanding, and he said to the journalist, he said, I don't expect someone like you to understand anything I say. I just expect you to ask the question, me to give the answer. You're just going to sit there. I'm paraphrasing, of course. You're just going to sit there and be stupid.
Hey, it might be worth another listen if Elijah didn't hear it.
Oh, that was a sick burn, dude. That was such an eloquent burn.
It was.
No, that's cool. It's cool. I'm just wondering, if Elijah.
I think the follow up was even better. The follow up was even better.
Okay, my bad. I'll shut up again.
No. I meant the follow up from the conversation Irie had with the
Irie Curve.
That's the Jamaican version.
That's sorry,
Jamaican me crazy over
Jamaican
here.
man. My bad.
Oh, shit. There's a Jamaican Kyrie Irving. That's crazy.
Kyrie Irving.
Fucking love you, assholes.
Oh shit.
That was a good one. Oh man, my name is Kyrie Irving. You might mispronounce it Irie Curving and think that the globe is highly curving because the light is swerving. Bring it to your eyes.
Hold on. You mean AI can rap too? I didn't know he could rap.
Dude, that was the first time I ever heard it. Holy shit!
You got skills.
No, that's not true, Helio. Your brain has just erased it from alcohol.
Maybe so. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, that could be.
He was editing for quickness.
For quickness.
Editing for speed.
But they want us to hate each other so bad, man. It's like so bad. It's like, oh, hate each other. Come on, like it's so apparent. Like if you're into politics for like I wish I could say if you're into politics for 5 minutes, because for some reason people get sucked into MSNBC when they want to be. I don't know what the fuck people are doing, but if you're really paying attention and you don't have a bias, like you can see, like anywhere from 4 to 8 years is your window to wake up when you watch the people that claim to be on certain morals go ahead and split sides when the other party is in power. Like,
you should have a bias at this point.
The Democratic Party running around talking about like, they're delegitimizing the process and they're screaming election, that word and all of that. And it's like, bitch, that's y'all. Like, that's all y'all been doing for like the past, as long as I can remember.
But bias only means two, right? Two decisions. Just like I choose this side or that side. That's a bias, right? But I have many biases depending on the situation. I don't know why I should, but I think I should have multiple biases. Biases with an E. No, biases.
Yeah, don't forget. Yeah, Critical Inception is correct. We do have Plagueman that's in here, and he's NFL celebrity, so to speak. So he comes in here often. We talk with him. So we do have celebrities.
We have multiple celebrities as well. I'm just playing.
Well, I'd venture to say that you guys who've been doing this for years are celebrities to me, because people look up to you guys that have been doing this for a while. So, that we all become that. I mean, this is the place, and you think about it too, like how old we are, and we gotta fill in these shoes because who else is gonna do it?
Well, it's just like we all go through cycles and learn from each other, and then just move through cycles, with this. So what is there? That's the way I kind of, I shouldn't even be in the voice channel. Everybody should agree with that and say ding if you agree. Ding, 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 ding. I'll go smoke a cigarette and come back and see if oh shit. No, now I feel like talking.
Let's unban Hollywood, bring him back in here. Just kidding. Julio.
No. You're gonna make me rip my beard out, if you say so.
I didn't even know he was a part. I thought he was not. I thought he was gone, to be honest. That he showed up was kind of crazy. I was like, what the hell is he doing?
No, but it doesn't surprise me. I mean, look at how many accounts, come up on YouTube, all these idiots just fucking make up major, different, all these type different accounts, and they're just, it's like an infestation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're a flat earth. Not all flat earthers are beneficial. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Posers.
Well, I think Hollywood's a flat earther. He's not good for the community, though. You can find another flat earth group that is infatuated with the North and the South, and they would, just be like infatuated with the North and South together. You know what I mean? But we're using practicality and Earth together here, and there's some crazy shit going on with this fake space shit that we have to deal with right now.
Yeah,
and
I met
for some reason he thinks that it's important that we're gonna waste our time and money going to the South and North to die. I have no idea why.
Yeah, that's his shtick. I met a pretty cool flat earther on the Tartaria server last night. I was talking to him for a while. He actually joined this server, so he's been in here. But he's the guy's more on a tip of actually wanting to have a discussion about biblical matters tying into flat earth. He wants to go in that way, but then he DM'd me and said if I knew any servers that I could recommend him that would be that way. And I really don't think there is one. Well, not unless anybody knows about some that are biblical, but yeah. Usually those kinds of servers they're usually biased in their specific doctrine.
Wait,
so they're not
that term biased. We're all biased. So,
well, let's say I'll give you an idea. Right? So if I'll just put it out as an example. If you're Baptist or Lutheran or whatever it is, denomination.
I'm not talking about religion.
But no. Listen, this is what I'm using as an example. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the example. So the example is if you're of this specific religion and you wanted to join a server that was not the kind that you're the flavor of denomination that you are, then it would cause arguments and whatnot, disagreements of whatever your doctrines are about. So that's kind of it's difficult for you to direct somebody to, flat earth with the same biblical cosmology at the same time talk about it because you have clashing of denominations and it becomes a huge argument.
kind of similar to what we're, with other people that have been, going to other servers and the other servers, flat earth servers are becoming popular, and we're not jealous. We actually want that to happen. That was the purpose.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying with
to
this gentleman?
expand. Yeah.
With this gentleman that was asking me, like, which server can I join that would talk about the biblical side and also
all of
talk about
them.
flat Earth.
You can do it here, and you can. There's others. Yeah, there's a lot of them, and we can send them.
But when it's so far as to say, like, if you get into the scriptures and you start talking about that with flat Earth, you're going to have the denominational separation and why they think this scripture is not pertinent to that specific topic, and just different things. So it's not going to be a conversation you're going to want to have later on as you start to see like the differences between denominations and such. And then you're going to start to disagree, and it's going to have a fallout. And these are the ways that it actually usually happens with these kinds of religious, especially if you're like even in the Christian household.
Religion.
That's why we kind of steer off the topic. Not so much. We can go into it a little bit, but then we have to come right back and.
Well, it's just like I don't know. I see. Like in my spirit, I see colors. It's like religion has different colors of leaves. This is, I mean, you might say, "Hey, I'm drunk," but whatever. But when I just listen to some of you guys talk sometimes when you're talking about like people divided by religions. I see in my spirit like colors and stuff, and it's just like it's like. It's not boring, but it's sort of a waste of time. You know what I mean? It's like we're together in spirit. So let's lessen the thickness and combine. Not. It's not my preaching or anything. Maybe I did way too many psychedelics in the past. Could be something else, but you're going to have to figure that out for yourself.
Oh, these are the kinds of topics, like if I do have a show, I want to talk about it so that people can actually feel a little bit open about, speaking of it without being shut down, but not in the sense of like diving into the actual denomination, but more of like, why do you feel like we can't agree when it comes to these things? Exploring that.
And I'll tell you, and just like when I say something like I see these different colors about different lines of, logic and colors and stuff, leaves and stuff like that. I have no way to explain it, so I wouldn't even bring that up. But I brought it up now. We can go beyond that.
I'm saying it's interesting because a lot of people that at the beginning of the movement said that
I'm not the only person that feels this and thinks this.
Yeah. So the reason why people have come to the conclusion is because they see the value in a creator, in a created environment, having a creator. So that's why would lend credence to them actually being someone who believes that a creator made this realm that we're in. There's value there. Like, it's not just what the mainstream rhetoric has been saying that we're just a cosmic burp that happened by accident. This is actually for real. Like, this was intentional. It's it's got meaning. It's different, right? It's a different take. So that's why it shifts people into the understanding that the creator was intentional when he made all these things. It's beneficial for the living in this realm that we're in right now is beneficial for the human body. Like it can benefit. Living somewhere in space is not beneficial. Living somewhere on another planet is not beneficial. So you could see why the reasoning behind the ideas that people have, like leaving this place doesn't have any meaning to, like, why would we go somewhere where this place here is specifically designed for us, versus being somewhere else where it's not.
It's funny. instead of eating lunch when I'm at work, I don't know if it's funny or not, but I take a nap and I can fall asleep. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it does. Most of the time it does. Like I have a 30-minute lunch. Instead of taking lunch, I go try to do my like lucid dreaming kind of state. I set a clock on my phone for 30 minutes. My 30-minute lunch. Instead of eating lunch, I go and I set myself in a certain position, and I'm looking for the lucid dreaming state. You know what happened today or yesterday when I was in that state? I was on the Joe Rogan show, fucking podcast. I was on a fucking Joe Rogan podcast. Hell yeah! On the freaking Joe Rogan podcast, man. What, buddy? It was. I wasn't like a guest. I wasn't a guest. I was just kind of like in the background. And when I was like started talking shit, he'd like cover up the mic. He's like, "You know, I don't want you to be heard on the microphone." So funny. It's like I'm saying, I have these weird lucid dreams, you know, at lunchtime. Instead of eating lunch at work, I take lucid dreams. I don't always have them, but I just, it's like some people think, oh, I'm going to go take lunch. I'm going to Sonic and I'm going to eat a burger. I just go lay down somewhere in a certain position and have lucid dreams. Yesterday, I was on Joe Rogan's podcast, so fuck you. I didn't even know it was going to happen. I didn't try to be on Joe Rogan's podcast. It just fucking happened.
See, they're focused on making video games. When if you could introduce a lucid dream for someone where they could actually be in the dream world and do what they want, like that.
You know what was happening? Like Joe kept throwing like wood, like kindling, like wood piles at me while he was talking and shit. He had this little microphone in front of him, and he kept throwing fucking wood at me. And every time I was like, "Fuck yeah," he'd like cover up the microphone. And it was the weirdest fucking thing. He was throwing like wood at me.
Should I diagnose this in a Freudian sense?
I don't know. I mean, if you have some social fucking weird shit that can figure this shit out. And I was just sitting there in front, like across the table from Joe, and he was throwing fucking kindling at me. And every time I was like, "What the fuck?" And he's covering up his microphone because he's doing his podcast. I'm like, "What the fuck?" Oh shit! It was fucking weird. And I don't even listen to Joe Rogan very much, but whatever. It's fucking funny. I mean, I was cracking up when I woke up from that. Freaking, it only takes me like 5 minutes to get in that lucid state, and then I'm like in all. I have no idea what's going to happen when with the 15 minutes after I go into that lucid
one of these
state.
days,
It feels like fucking hours, but it's only like it's I have a 30 minute.
One of these days you're going to dream. One of these days you're going to dream that you're done dreaming, getting back to work, have a nice successful day, and then you wake up, you're like, "Oh crap, I got to get to
work." No, I do this on purpose. Instead of eating lunch, I lucid dream. It doesn't always work, but it works at least 3 out of 5 times, during the week. And it's like I feel like I'm sleeping for hours, and I feel like I've already like lost the entire day. But it's yeah. So what is that AI in your psychological opinion, if you're my psychologist?
I think you're attracted to bald men.
Well, I am a bald man, so
There you go.
all right.
That'll be
So
$250.
that means that the brain signals are coming stronger into my bald head. I don't know. I freaking love the Lucid. I'm kind of addicted to that. It's just like I don't eat fucking hamburgers at lunch. I fucking
Listen,
Lucid.
let me put it to you, man. If Joe Rogan had a full head of hair, would people take him seriously in his podcast as much? Probably not. It'd be like, who's this fully haired schmuck? But because he's bald, he has like this certain intensity about him. Where what he says with his deeper voice is like, oh man, he's right. For some reason, I don't understand why I think he's right.
You mean Joe Rogan? I'm not as I'm a little taller than Joe Rogan, but I'm not so tall. I'm under 6 foot, so I'll take what I can get, though. You know, but I do have this awesome voice, don't I? No, but I do love those lucid dreams. It's just like
Has Kyrie Irving been on Joe's show?
No, not that I know of.
I think Kyrie, Eddie Bravo, and Shaquille should all be on there and be like, Joe, why you gotta be hating on people?
So what's up? Well, I mean, it's like Shaquille, like is the big backtracker as far as all of those guys go. You know, Kyrie never backtracked. You know, and never did Eddie, but Shaquille did. He was like, "Oh, I was just kidding," you know. But the other guys, but when Shaq said that shit, it looked like he was. And I've seen him act on movies and shit. I don't think he was acting when he said that shit on TV. He wasn't acting. He's like, I've been all the way from New York to Florida. That shit looks flat. You know, I'm like, that motherfucker, no shit. Yeah, it looks flat to me too. Anyway, so yeah, that'd be interesting, you know, to have Kyrie. That'd be freaking awesome. Like having Kyrie on a Joe Rogan episode, that would be fucking awesome. I'd watch that shit. And Eddie Bravo, special guest.
The weirdest thing is that he wouldn't ask him about flat Earth. That I know for a fact.
No, but that wouldn't matter though, because flat earthers, you don't have to ask them about flat Earth to know that they're flat earthers.
Right. There's a lot of conversations to be had that are worthwhile about the topic without even getting into the meat of deciding or figuring out how to decide whether it's true or not. Because, you know, like a lot of people, they're like, why is there a rise of flat earthers in modern day? Like, what's causing this to happen right about now? That conversation in and of itself is worth having, and that'll open up a lot of people's eyes by itself.
The rise of the flat earthers.
The rise of the flat earthers.
It's a good movie title.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
You just like see like like Jen Panda and Flat Earth and a couple of the others terrified as like thousands of us come over again.
The rise of the flat Earth.
Hey, if I was gonna do that, I don't know if it's a documentary or what, but I definitely interview Jim Panda because I want somebody. Well, yeah, for real. He's been running a website, whatever you want to call it, Discord, whatever, for a while, right? But his opinion, like people like him, you need to get his opinion of why he's a glober and why flat Earth doesn't make sense to him, and because his reason is pretty much sociological. Like he'll say, like, okay, the reason why the Earth can't be flat is because if it's flat, then that means that a lot of people are liars, and then that there's a power elite at the top that are hiding the world from us, and I just don't want to live in that world because it's scary, right? So you get somebody to say something like that, then you double down all these quotes from other scientists about how they don't like the idea of Earth being geocentric or stationary because they're scared of it, right? And then you'd be like, why are these dudes so scared of this idea? That right there has a lot of like human story to it. You could get a lot of people swayed into being interested to go further.
Yeah, because I think obviously I don't think they understand that most people think that the Earth is a globe because it's like scientifically irrefutable. And when you start to make statements like, well, it's just my personal preference, that erodes the confidence of a lot of people who thought that it was kind of science-based when it's obviously just philosophy.
Yep.
That reminds me of the conversation you had with somebody a while ago about science being kind of, you said it was like the root of philosophy, or right? Something like that. I was just going through old...
So philosophy is the root of science. Real.
Yeah.
I mean, the scientific method. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Crypto.
The scientific method does come from philosophy, but that doesn't mean that all philosophy is therefore scientific. In fact, none of it is. But yeah, of course, you know, how did we as humans come to the scientific method? Well, we thought about thinking for a while, and then eventually stuff like the scientific method occurs.
I have an old clip on my phone. Sorry, go ahead, Eli.
It's interesting you say that because that is one of the things that I do. I think about thinking, and as you say that, it makes it easy for me to put into words that I don't think people do that. Think about thinking what thought process even makes sense, which ones don't. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I'm struggling to hear Elijah, to be honest. I don't know if anyone else is.
Yeah, Eli, you are coming in low. But he was saying that people don't think about thinking. Like, just roll with whatever they've been told, I would assume. They just never stop to check up on the things that they thought about to see if they were perhaps logical or true even.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I was just saying that I had a funny clip somewhere buried in my iPad of you telling the guy about like how the scientific method comes from philosophy, and you like had to like bang the table, and he was like not getting it. It was really funny.
All right. Yeah, that didn't surprise me.
You're like, dude, philosophy. He's like, yeah, science. I'll see if I can find it because it was quite hilarious. I'll have to dig it out.
Yeah. These people that don't get that are just clueless. It's like they think that the external world is validatable, right? But all information from the external world has to be filtered through the internal world before it can be known or rationalized.
Yeah.
You have to make claims about the nature of the world and reality in order to do an endeavor about science. And these claims can't be proven by external methods. They can't be. They can only be proven by self-reflection. Which, by the way, are faculties that we possess. They're faculties that we're born with innately. Yes, we can hone them and grow into them and get better at them. But we didn't design our mental faculties. They were given to us by whatever method you believe gave it to us. But they were given to us, no doubt.
So do you mean like we can only prove something in the mathematical sense, and are you kind of saying that maths and logic are linked in that way? Is that kind of generally what you're saying?
Oh, well, I mean, think about any proposition, right?
Yeah.
And state it, and then think about the underlying internal rationalizations that must be done in order to accept it as true. Those internal rationalizations can't be given to you. They can't be gained from the outside world. They're innate. Unless you can think properly about that internal side, you're never going to come to any kind of truth about the external world.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I agree. I thought you were saying something else, so I'm glad I clarified.
Yeah. Like even 1 + 1 = 2. How are you going to demonstrate that to somebody if they can't rationalize the concept in their mind? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's like trying to demonstrate.
You could show them.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
It's trying to demonstrate the concept of green to a blind person. Like, you know, if they haven't already seen the color green, they can't really describe it.
It's like green. It's like the complementary of red. Duh.
right. But it's
What's
color
red?
of grass.
Well, red is.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that this is like it. Some of it is a propaganda issue, but I can't blame most of this on programming. Why? Because if we think back to when we were children, the problem with adults today are the same problems we had with children of our age back then. Like they're smart kids who can reason better, and they're just dumb kids who just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, but I can't even blame programming on that. You can't blame, lack of education on that, really, because it depends on the person's ability to think.
So what you're saying is that some humans are less equal than others.
Hey, man, it is what it looks like.
Okay, therefore it's okay to exterminate them? ?
No. You throw parties for them. You keep them busy. You put them on a hamster wheel. You let them, play around, have fun, play sports, have hot dogs.
If everyone was a philosopher, right, then we wouldn't have houses, we wouldn't have running water, we wouldn't have anybody cleaning out the toilets, so there'd be poop everywhere. We'd all be getting sick and dying. Some people just have to be stupid enough in the philosophical matters to be disinterested in pursuing it and interested in pursuing something mechanical, right? In the sense that it benefits others. So we're a biodiverse and neurodiverse organism as humanity as a whole, so that we can get things accomplished. Because if we're all the same, nothing would ever get done.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There'd be no flow of energy. Which is why humans in general are designed in certain stages of development to have things concreted into their psyche as part of their identity and part of their operation ability. The one we almost always experience is language, right? You don't teach a kid language. Okay, language is a faculty that children have. They're exposed to the tokens and the conventions, and they just plug them into the structure which already exists within them. And that also happens with the globe Earth paradigm. There's a period of psychological development where you're susceptible to the idea of what your home is, who your trusted family is, all these things, and it's given to you and you just absorb it automatically. You have an empty slot that's designed for those topics, and all you have to do is take that topic and put it right into that empty slot, and that kid will envelop it into their identity. With or without their consent, it's just going to happen. Just like nobody decides I'm going to learn language. They're just exposed to their parents or their culture, and all of a sudden they can talk one day. It just happens.
Yep. And they just so happen to have the same accent as the parents as well.
Now that would actually be very interesting if you could find a child that's raised by a heavily accented parents, excluded from media and all that, and all of a sudden they speak with like perfect Oxford English or whatever.
Like Stewie, just because you have a baby that has a
yeah.
Yo, creation, can you get on COD a little bit?
What?
Or not? COD Mobile? Call of Duty?
I mean, I'm just surprised you haven't seen Family Guy.
Oh, Stewie. I know Stewie.
What to do?
Oh. I don't know. I'm freezing. I'm freezing out. I got to build a shed. Ridiculous. Oh. I'm going to have to bail because I don't trust you guys to be interesting enough that I can listen, but boring enough that I don't want to participate. And therefore, I won't get any work done. So I'm going to have to go.
Love you too.
It's an art. It's an art form, dude. It's an art form. You have to be interesting enough to listen, but boring enough so that the people don't want to participate. That way you can listen and get work done simultaneously.
Well, I reckon.
Oh, Crypto, I found the clip. It's not too long. I guess I can play it.
Hello.
Can add air, water, helium can adequately define gravity. So you're wrong.
Wait, no, but buoyancy in the equation has gravity.
Yeah, okay, so you're talking about you're talking about a mathematical formula, right?
Right.
But that's not what this is. We're talking about the actual philosophy. So a calculation of an effect isn't proof of a cause. And I think you're getting these two things muddled up.
Right, but philosophy isn't proven. It's just an idea.
Bro, science comes from philosophy directly.
Not necessarily.
No, it does.
Well, not necessarily.
No, that's objectively true.
You can hear him
What do you think
Googling.
science was called before it was called science?
No clue.
Philosophical naturalism. What do you think that is?
Who knows?
The philosophy of the study of nature.
Right.
Philosophy.
Right. So?
What do you mean, so?
I'm just like. I'm just.
How are you missing this?
I'm just trying to tell you that
That moment stood out to me for some reason. You can hear yourself bang on the table, like, dude, are you for real? I love it.
Yeah, I can't remember even saying that. To be honest, I can't remember a bunch of the conversations I have. It's probably for the best because you probably end up going insane if you remember half the shit you had to say.
Right. And I guess this was from. Looks like this was from a March of last year.
Air, water, helium.
Okay.
Oh, man, that is awesome. I love to hear it when crypto gets triggered. I fucking love it. The philosophy of the study of nature. That was awesome. Sorry. And you're probably like, hey, don't try to do my voice, man. I love when he gets triggered. Because crypto is a smooth operator. Nobody take that away from him. But you guys were talking about languages. I posted a channel. This guy goes around. He makes like TikTok videos and shit. Where, I mean, he speaks fluent Mandarin. He grew up in China. His parents moved there or whatever, and he also speaks, fluent American, and American English. So he'll start talking to these people in a restaurant, ordering food, and then he'll just start like in a Chinese restaurant, and then he'll just go off in Mandarin. But he also he does other languages as well, or he'll study like certain languages, and he's gone into like clothing stores, like Jamaican clothing store. I mean, there's all kinds of shit that he's done. That channel, you guys will dig his videos. It's really cool. If you haven't seen it before, I don't know how to pronounce. Like he orders stuff like, with noodles with hot sauce or whatever, and then he'll all of a sudden just start talking in Mandarin. And they're like, oh. I'm deader, Dave. Just coming here from Kentucky. I mean to stifle the conversation. I'm deader, Dave. Yeah, y'all continue the conversation about flat Earth.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I'm from
Arkansas.
I'm from Arkansas. I can do a Southern accent like nobody's business.
You forgot the part where something about losing signal, or am I roboting?
Am I right? Can you hear me now? Yeah, I apologize for all y'all. I mean, I didn't mean to do this. I mean, don't y'all love Dave Hinkle? Isn't that the sweetest freaking guy that ever lived? Fucking love Dave.
Is my mic working?
Is my mic working? Is my mic working? Yeah. I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to do this delivery here, but I'm doing the best I can. Keep the stream. I'm dead air, Dave. I didn't mean to stifle the channel. I didn't mean to stop everybody's conversation, but y'all continue. Yeah, I've known Dave Hinkle for since the beginning of first time I started talking on YouTube and shit. Dave was he was always there, man, and I'm so glad he's here with us too. He's so awesome, Dave Hinkle. He's the bomb diggity. Where you at, Deader Dave? Probably sleeping right about now. He probably had a full night of delivering food and groceries and shit.
This looks like a job for me, Dead Air Dave. Hello.
I told you guys he was gonna buy. I called his ass in here. I told him. I knew it. What's up, Dave? How you doing?
So everybody just follow me because we need a little controversy.
Did you hear
our Southern accent?
Did you hear my impersonation? How was that, Dave? Was that all right?
I think you nailed it. I never listen to my own voice, so I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't like to hear myself talk either, but it was pretty cool. I'm dead.
I think he sounded more of a Southern Texas accent more than anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm from Arkansas. He's more, like a little more east than I am in Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm in Tennessee, so
I can't do the eastern southern thing.
It's fascinating because me and Dave are not that far apart. I'm just across the river in Ohio. It's just funny.
I know, but I mean, it's just
it gets southern real quick.
I'll tell you what, though, the reason that even though you can tell I'm southern, I I grew up in Ohio like until I was 10 years old, and I made it a point to not have that southern accent, but you can't help it once when you grow up. I moved to Arkansas when I was 10, so I mean, so you just can't help it, so.
No, I was born in California because my dad was sent there on work, but grew up in Tennessee, so still have the accent.
Dude, fucking that's Tennessee all the way right there, right? I could tell. You can't. Well, it's just like, I mean,
accents. Like, one of my favorite things about life is all these different accents. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Because that Ohio River is the Mason-Dixon line. That's damn Yankees live in Ohio, right, CB?
Yep, that's
damn
right.
Yankees.
All these city boys.
That's where I
City
was
boys
born
are
in
true.
Ohio. I was born in Ohio, but I love the South, man. I mean, you ain't gonna take that away from me, man. I moved to the South when I was 10 years old. I love the South, so just because I was born Yankee doesn't mean I'm Yankee. Matter of fact, my father died when I was 2 years old, and guess where he's born? I mean, buried, not born. Kentucky. He's buried in Kentucky.
Well, guess what, Helio? If the Civil War happened like they told us in the history books, it all happened on a flat plane of existence, as far as I can tell.
Damn right about that.
Yeah, imagine having to calculate your cannonballs for Coriolis.
Should imagine, what they say about what happened with the fleet over there in Hawaii with Japan. Did they fly over the curve to bomb all those to bomb the shit of? What's the name of that place? So much I don't give a shit about the nonsense line. What's the where the Japanese came over and bombed the Hawaiian place? What was it called? Not Honolulu. Was it
Pearl Harbor? Talking about Pearl Harbor?
Harbor, yes.
Okay.
The Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, there was some globers using that as a globe proof, wasn't there? How could they have bombed Pearl Harbor if the Earth wasn't a globe or something like that? Anyway.
How could that be a globe proof? I mean, there's a lot more to that situation because there were submarines there as well. It wasn't just airplanes. But anyway. But I'm not saying it didn't happen. I mean, of course it did happen.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen.
Well, yeah.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You speak any English?
It's like, all right, Grandpa, calm down, buddy.
That's your buddy
Buzzed.
named Buzz Aldrin.
Stop making fun of our Buzz Aldrin, our hero, with wise and coherent words that you guys just can't understand.
Right. Can we get a translator in here, please?
Check this out, though, about Pearl Harbor. I mean, if it obviously did happen, did it happen the way they said it happened? So if Buzz Aldrin would have said, if it did happen, but it didn't happen this way they said it happened, then we're cool. You know what I'm saying? All he has to do is follow it up with, you know what I'm saying?
It didn't happen.
Shit. What the hell are we supposed to do with this? All this information, Creation Bear, what are we supposed to do with this? So fantastical.
Oh, maybe we
and
should just
amazing.
destroy it, like NASA.
We should destroy the technology and start over. The fuck?
Yeah, just imagine sometime in the 70s or early 80s there was invading your ass. Like, okay, what are we going to do with this technology? And the guy in the back raises his hand. Let's just destroy it. Okay. Everybody says, aye. Okay, let's destroy that technology.
So like that could have happened in the age. And let's freaking create a new society and kill all or drink the Kool-Aid and everybody dies and it's like, what the fuck just happened? Something happened in the 1800s or like early 1800s, late 1700s. Something really strange happened all across Europe and the current United States. Very strange thing. It's like Columbus discovered the new world, and it's like, who told you that? That's a weird idea. Columbus never set foot in North America. Columbus Day. Give me a break. Made me go on a rant like Flat Earth Dude did. Speaking of that, I think the video I downloaded is neat.
No, God, please, no, no.
No, I won't.
I'm just.
No, but seriously, I won't. I mean, I don't want to. No, but Creation Bear, were you listening the other night when Flat Earth Dude was like talking? He was going on a big rant, and for some reason, he couldn't hear anybody else. So he just kept going and going for like 2 hours.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. Hold on. I'll send you a link with the timestamp, but I downloaded the video and I'm going to clip it all out and then I'm going to upload it and make it it's a clip. It's so fucking funny, man. It's hilarious, man.
You play a drinking game with that. Every time he says Mongo, you got to take a hit or a shot or something.
You gotta hear it, man. It's
You're gonna
hilarious.
get wasted.
Ooh. But yeah, I mean, I downloaded the video from YouTube, Have you noticed? I don't know if you guys use YouTube. When you download the video from YouTube, it takes forever. I mean, I know my videos are freaking 12 hours long, so it's going to take forever anyway. But I can get a 12-hour video like with a YouTube Capture app or whatever, within a few minutes. But like if you just download it directly from YouTube, it takes a lot longer than that. But anyway, but I'll send you. I have a link with the timestamp. I'll send it to you. It's so funny. I was gonna try to play it on here, but for some reason the bot won't let me play the timestamped video. It always plays the video from the beginning, and it's just like 7.5 hours into the video. So, but I'm definitely gonna flip that shit out right now because it's funny. I've listened to it like 4 times, and it's hilarious. Matter of fact, I don't see why I shouldn't just post it in a live stream voice text because I put in the mod chat earlier.
Yo, does anyone have an idea why every picture that is being posted in the live stream voice text is only like for me shows up as a pile of poop that is looking sad? It's like not loading. Yeah, it's not loading. Like all the pictures people posting are not loading for me. Wait, let me see if I can do a screenshot.
FBI, open up!
Exactly.
Have you tried just turning it off and turning it back on again?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm trying to upload a picture here.
I actually know what you mean. I know what you mean.
That's it, CB with timestamp. But I mean, but it's like I don't know.
It's like Discord.
Later, I'm gonna upload a clip of it later. So that's.
It is like as if Discord has shadow banned me from posting pictures because of my great memes I posted yesterday on the Lucid debate. Yeah, for real, man. I literally see everything, video links, gifts, but I can't post pictures. I mean, I can literally post.
Is it only this Discord or all Discords?
Only this Discord.
What?
Are you saying you can only post poop?
No, I only see. I can only post GIFs, but no picture. Like I can't post any memes anymore. It's only this Discord. If I go on a private Discord with my friends, I can still see them posting pictures and so forth.
Hey, Player to Seal. In this Discord, you have to have a special role to be able to post images.
Well, he's got it. He's got it.
Yeah,
He's just saying his Discord is not loading for
He doesn't
him.
have it, as far as I can tell. He's got.
No, he's got. He just posted a GIF in the live stream voice text.
Oh, motherfucker! My bad.
No, it's something's up with your Discord or something.
It's just weird. I don't know how to fix. Like
only post poop and other.
No, Helio is.
I'm just
Discord
messing
is
with it.
not
I'm just messing with it. It's all good. I'm just playing.
It's okay. I mean, who knows? Maybe they blocked me from being able to do so. I don't know. It's weird.
Weird. Video and edit it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they saw you and they said,
Execute Order 66.
Exactly.
Was that Darth Sidious?
I think so. I don't really know the movie or the context, but I just found it funny.
I find it still quite
from Star Wars. Which episode?
I'm so bad about that.
I find it still quite amazing that this server here actually still exists.
When Clay logged in today, he was like,
No. Wait.
Yeah, man, I want to post these dank memes about flat Earth.
Oh, you want some dank memes?
No, I'm the dank meme poster.
Oh shit! Yeah, now there's a challenge here. Is that a challenge?
That's interesting, guys.
I think you got the dankest flat Earth memes. Shit.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Crypto.
guys, can you hear me? Yeah, I just drove past a sign where someone's sprayed on the top. I'm not going to tell you where I am, but they've just sprayed over the top. F the WEF, World Economic Forum, just on a random sign that I drove past. It's kind of interesting.
Nice.
People are paying attention. Okay.
What were the letters again?
Sorry?
What were the letters? It was F something?
F the WEF.
WEF.
So F the World.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Nice.
I didn't know Buzz was a lefty.
I have so many good clips from Clay's feeling today.
Maybe that's a front camera.
Clay logged in. He's like,
You know how much I sacrificed?
Get all the dank memes. Show us all your dank memes. Show us all your
But you
dank
can't do this to me.
I don't think he can show you all his dank memes. I don't know. It would kill a normal man.
it already took down 3 buffaloes. I mean, shit.
I thought this meme would work, and I already fucked this one up, so maybe he can do better than me.
You'd need an advanced PhD in memology.
Hey, I just changed my VPN. Now I can see pictures again. Nice.
We're back.
I can see. I can see Adam's picture.
I need to make
an astronaut with what is this Toy Story character called again? Buzz Lightyear. Yeah.
Didn't the pizza place in that movie was called Pizza Planet?
Yeah.
No coincidence there.
Yeah. Globis don't understand the joke.
Yeah. Just layers and layers of
literally from watching the debates against Globers, I can literally see that these people are that they struggle to comprehend, especially when it's a long sentence. They just struggle to really understand. Like, you need to talk like children to some of these Globers, because otherwise they just can't comprehend the information, because it's just too much for them in 3 sentences.
Doesn't hurt. Check this out. They talk like all the news people, the teachers, professors, they talk to people like their children. They're professors and teachers and promulgators of information, right? So you're only supposed to receive information, not give opinions, and especially something that you might disagree with. You're not supposed to talk back. You're just supposed to receive information and then move forward with the information. That's how it works. If you don't agree with that, then you're in the wrong place. I mean, because that's not what Earth is about. If you disagree with them, I mean, that's not what Earth is about.
Yeah, bro, you're a hateful figure.
Yeah, you're hateful.
If you don't just accept all the information, yeah.
All the information is shoved down
Stop
your
being
throat.
so hateful here.
You're a fucking hater. Pardon my French.
Literally. That's literally what they're doing. I never really put it like that, but yeah. It's like you play someone a song you record and they're like, yo, man, that's shit. You're like, you're a hater, bro. That's literally what they're doing.
If you don't like what I like, then you're a fucking hater.
Don't be a hater, bro.
If you don't agree, you're a bad man.
You're bad. You're so bad. Just stop it.
What do you mean a human can't become a panda? Don't be a hater, bro.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Were we touching on this yesterday a little bit, that somebody was saying the scientific method for the globe being proven, the independent variable was the flat earthers don't believe, or something like that? It's like, you don't prove something by someone else not being on board. You know what I mean? Oh, you're just a hater, therefore I'm right.
Right.
I think we've been covering that for 24 hours now since Witz's debate with the idiots over there.
Right.
Yeah, the entire thing has been like rolled over, several times. We were meeting, what meeting is, and like when you knead bread,
Yeah.
We're meeting this sophistry. We're just moving it back and forth. Like, yeah, this is how these idiots just. We're looking at their brains and just going, I can't believe you fucking idiots believe this.
Did you guys watch the bit where Whitsitt was debating Fight the Tight Shirt, and he said that you think that science is a begging the question fallacy? Did you guys watch that bit?
He said what?
Yeah, say that again.
It was during the debate with Fight the Tight Shirt. He was saying that Whitsitt thinks that science, and therefore by extension all of us, I'd imagine, thinks that science is a begging the question fallacy.
Science
you
is a
you kind of assume a. Well, okay, so he was saying that, I believe it's to do with the rotation of the Earth. He was saying that, like, the sidereal rotation, i.e., the idea that, like, the sun and the stars and everything else rotates or moves in the sky, because that happens, that therefore the Earth is rotating. So that was Fight the Tight Shirts kind of shtick, right? And then Whitsitt said, well, no.
We used to believe that, didn't we? We used to believe that.
Yeah. But you hear what I'm saying, right? So he's saying that that's a begging the question fallacy, which it is, obviously, because you're just assuming it to prove it, right? So, but regardless, Fight the Tight Shirt then said, well, that means you think that all science is a begging the question fallacy. Of course, not understanding that the whole point is to then test that hypothesis by physically manipulating the independent. Not just
which you can't.
I gotta go actually.
Is there a dead end fallacy? I don't even know what it is. It seems like all the rocks would come to a dead end if they were moving. If there were rocks in the sky. No, so they're rotating. I'm not going to answer this one. I don't know if crypto cut out. You were talking about the
Good morning. I'm Steve Inskeep. A prized possession in the Dutch National Museum is not what the curators thought. Back in 1969, the Apollo 11 astronauts visited the Netherlands, and the U.S. ambassador gave the Dutch prime minister what he said was a moon rock. No doubt it gave a warm feeling to the U.S. ally. But when an expert saw it in the National Museum, he said he wasn't so sure it was real. Geologists have now identified the moon rock as petrified wood.
how much is petrified wood from the moon worth?
Bo Diddley.
It's got to be more than like petrified wood from Earth.
and billions and billions and billions and
Billions and billions.
Found a picture of it. Take a look at it in the live stream.
The petrified wood from the Netherlands. Netherlands or Sweden? It was one of those places. Got moon rocks. Plenty of them. We brought them back from the moon in space. Do you remember? We went to space, y'all. It was fun. If you ask me to swear on the Bible, I'll punch you in the face, y'all. Oh, I got a dude. CV. I got a meme somewhere for that one. Yeah, I got any more of that curvature or something? Not sure if it's on here or on my phone. Pretty sure. So many memes. What is a man to do? Must I post them all? As well. I'm trying to find that one with Dave Chappelle. Oh, I got another one. What a pain in the ass. Bloody hell. Got to be here somewhere. I reckon this some bitch ain't it there either.
Is it quiet now, or am I? Testing.
Yo, guys. Anyone here in the voice chat, or is it dead?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, chill. Yeah, I thought my audio was fucked. Like, I joined and it's utterly silent. I'm like, what? I've haven't seen that before. Nice. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I'm
Oh,
here.
oh, chill.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Nice. No Globers, right?
Yeah, there's Danny
No.
57. He's a Glober.
Well, he won't unmute, will he?
He probably won't.
Oh
He
yeah.
doesn't like to talk to us.
Yeah, I was in like the Tartaria cosmology Discord late yesterday, like during the night, and yeah, nobody wanted to voice chat there really. From the global side, at least, they were all muted.
Think everybody's on edge or something. I don't know. Is Danny Magnetic West? Is he Mick West? Wait a minute. No, I'm mixing up Globers.
You mixed up three. You mixed three Globers there.
I did.
Yeah, Mick West, R.C. Meisty, and Danny Faulkner, and you made them into one super Glober.
Danny Faulkner. Yeah, forgive me, Danny. I didn't mean to mix up here.
Global archetype. That's like Thanos, you know, like you collect the 5 what is it, Infinity Stones, and
they all seem the same. All the
Yeah.
Globers, they all talk the same. I don't know. I can't tell the difference.
I've been studying philosophy at uni and for like 2 years, and you know, nothing is absolutely certain. Like there's like
right.
almost maybe, you know, it's like ontology, it's like epistemology. You need to, you
we
cannot
should
draw
have-
conclusions.
Yeah, we should have the discussion, the no objective reality discussion.
Oh,
yeah, you really can't tell about anything, can you there?
It really
I
never
don't even
works.
know.
So
if I might not even be sitting in my chair right now. I could be somewhere else completely different. I could be in a bowl of Jello somewhere, not in my chair.
Yeah, like they actually never
Makes
understand
so
how
much sense.
like high or something they sound, you know, like almost on drugs, but like they never view themselves in perspective, like how crazy they sound if they start arguing the subjective reality bullshit. Yeah, funny. Well, I'm gonna head out as well, I guess. I usually join when there are Globers. So, hey, but mates, have a nice Saturday. Happy weekend, eh?
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Until next time, have a nice day.
Yeah,
That
freed from the wage
Danny
cage.
Danny left the building. Okay. All right, nice talking with you, Ocean.
Yeah, Danny's the guy who said that he had all the proof for the globe, and then Nathan Thompson said, "Hey, Danny, what's one proof for the globe?" And he just sat there with like a deer in the headlights look. He couldn't even think of one thing to say.
I know,
like
they
one
all
thing.
Say this, you're right, Crit, and they say the same thing. Like yesterday, the guy was like, "Well, you think you live in a globe?" The answer, yes. And what's the reason? Well, everything I've seen. Well, could you just present one of those everythings? They never.
Yeah, you have to present everything. Just one thing. Pick
They can't do
one
one.
thing.
No,
No,
it's
it's
just-
just gone.
It's just everything I say, everything. So you don't ask me particulars, details about one. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with you, flurfers?
They're bricked.
We can't get one freaking thing out of everything. You have everything. You said they say things. Then when you ask them, I ask them all the time. I go, okay, could you show me that document where you're getting that information? You said it. Oh, you have to Google it now after you already know it? Is that how somebody knows something? You say you know it first? You preempt knowing it until you Google something? Oh, I know it. Yeah, I know it right now. Let me Google it. Is that what knowing is about? It's just, I don't know what word to use anymore. Astonishing doesn't seem to cut it. Amazing. I know. Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. That was Don Gio or no, who else does that? Like Reverend Peterson.
No,
Yeah,
a Russian friend.
Reverend Peterson does it too.
The one,
Jesse
one of our
Lee
members,
Peterson.
one of our members here that got banned.
Yeah, Don Gio. Don Gio does it, but he got it from Reverend Peterson.
No, I'm talking about our other Russian guy. I can't remember his name. It's sad for me. Other guy that did music on here from northeast Canada. Anyway, never mind. I never hear from any of some of these people at all. I think doesn't Mike have his own server? Do you have a link to Mike Smith's server? Crit.
Who? Sorry.
Mike Smith.
Oh yeah. Battlemod.
Yeah, what's Battlemod server? I think I used to have it. I don't.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I used to have it. I don't think I do anymore. It's not Earth Awakenings. No, that's
No, it's Flat Earth Reality.
Flat Earth Reality. I don't know why I don't have it anymore.
There you go. I DM'd you.
There was a scare, and everybody goes, "Oh, if you're on these servers, you better." So I exited a whole bunch of servers. I don't know. There's some I don't use anymore. It's hard to see the message, so I have them all muted. Sometimes I go on Earth Awakenings.
I sent you. Did you get it? I DM'd you the link.
Okay, let me look. Slow sometimes. Just getting started. Thanks, Crit. Appreciate you, man. Believe it. Believe me, I do. Really do.
Yar.
Yeah, there we go. Wait a minute. Yeah, I see my friend Rookie's on there. Yeah, I may go on there. Let's see. The problem I found on there is that they all they're on a really late hours, like all night long. I can't do that all night long. No.
Yeah, Flat Earth Reality is like a late night server.
Yeah, it's hard for me to get on. Sometimes that might be. They got a lot of good information on here also, though.
Yeah, they did a they have like an info, like how we got here.
Flat Earth Learning.
Where they like A through M and M through Z, they have a category similar to that, but it's listed topic. Like it'd be like weather balloon footage or blah blah, whatever it is.
Yeah. Statistics. What? They have globe earthers 1,340 and flat earthers only 216.
Yeah, it's a lot of the globalists, but most of them are just text chat. Very few of them go into the VC.
Interesting. I may go on there and say hi to my friends. It's been a while. Miss some of those folks. Things change. Everything does change. It's the only constant we have is change, right?
Yeah, the one thing to be careful on that server if you make sure you're typing in the right channel. So like they get a little bit like if you're basically like that whole like no posting on memes in general. Don't do that there. They're quick to kick, especially a flat earther. If you're a flat earther and you're posting memes in general, they'll just kick you from the server.
Really? Wow. Strict policy on memes, huh? Oh, rookie.
Well, no, I mean just all the channels. Like if you look at the channels, like post in the appropriate channel only.
Yeah. So, if you're out of category, right? Yeah, or something. Yeah, or off
Yeah.
topic. Yeah.
Yeah, the off-topic stuff. So for the most part, I just post in casual text where there's like kind of just open. You just can't debate. In the casual text, there's no back and forth debating.
What is acceptable there? Just Glober's name calling flat earthers, or what?
Yeah, there's a lot of that, but you kind of just turn. I guess the whole practice there is like just turn the other cheek, or just ignore them.
Man, I'm freaking. I was saying this last night when they were talking to that numbskull. That was those couple numbskulls that were in here, like. And I go around. I hop around into those other servers and listen in for the most part. I don't really talk much over there. But flat Earth and globe Earth alike. Yeah, I kind of like the separation that's actually happened. I don't want to just keep ramming my head against the wall with Globers who don't want to listen. It's not about debate anymore. I know the Earth is flat. I want to move on. I want to talk with like minds and not just argue with people who refuse to listen.
Yeah.
Stay separate.
Exactly.
Yeah, it gets tiring. You're right. It starts to wear on you, doesn't it, Lou?
I agree.
Well, yeah. I mean, how do you want to? You want to keep hearing the same ridiculous arguments day in and day out, year in and year out?
We're way past that.
Yeah.
6 years, dude. 6 or 7. It's been 6 or 7 years. We're done fucking waiting for fucking people to get on the train, dude. It's gone. The train's fucking left the station.
Actually, yeah, they missed the boat. So, yeah, it's all good. I wonder what the next change is going to be like as far as this, or if it's just going to stay like the way it is now. I don't know, man. I think people are just waking up in droves just regularly, and some of them aren't happy about them being forced because our information is everywhere now. Even a couple of years ago, my regular friends were telling me, regular people were telling me, yeah, that thing you were telling me about flat Earth, it's everywhere now. And they're so funny. I love it. I love the vindication. Like feel like I've been vindicated. I went off like a retard myself at first, when we first get this flat Earth evangelism, some of us do in the beginning. We think everybody's going to want to hear this. I got to tell them. And you spit out in a line of verbal diarrhea, you spit out like every conspiracy, and it was way too much. Yeah. I've had a couple of those people come back though, 3 years later, 4 years later, say, you know what? Just about everything you told me was correct. Hey, Eli.
Yep.
Is that a new one? MLML? Is that a typo, or I'm just behind
Oh, laughing mad
time?
loud. Just means laughing mad loud.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it's been really dark nights. I had the first clear night in about a week, though. It's been really overcast at night. It's getting really cool, super cool and clear at night. Other than the marine layer that, like I said, it's been coming in about the last month. Every now and then you get these clear nights, man. It's just great. I don't know. It's just I don't know if it's just the way our mind works, but now after a few years, like almost six, over 5 years, like with flat Earth and looking at the sky and so forth, because that is always an amazing thing. But has any of you noticed how it seems to me like those closer wanderers, the wandering stars, they seem so close to me now. I know that of course they haven't changed to closer, so Sonny could see them closer. I know that, but anybody else finding in that perception that they seem much closer? Well, I guess, yeah. Let me. Wait. Probably because we know they're closer. Duh. Yeah, I mean, if you just say, "Yeah, Sonny," it's because we know they're closer. I mean, I'd agree. I'd go along with it. Yeah. I was for those that say that when they go to the beach, they see a curvature. Is it? Because I remember years ago, like, is it wishing I would see the curvature or like hopeful that I would be there, just making it up? Because they seem to be really genuine. They're saying I see the curvature. Well, now that we know how the eye works, right, and how vision works, but I think there's something going on with the how the mind works, where we can make things look actually change the way it looks in our perception with our belief system. Pretty strange that you can tweak reality. If you have false beliefs, you can make reality look like it's something it's not just because your mind is doing it. It's like on the black and white photos that we see color on when there's no color.
Stupid flippers. Well. What are you saying, Andy?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm looking at a movie to watch.
Ah.
It looks really bad. It's called Love, Rosie. Anybody seen it?
Yeah, it's bad. What?
Yeah, well, it was recommended by you know who.
It's called what?
Voldemort?
Love, Rosie.
Love, Rosie?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So it's either a chick flick or someone with hot men.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
AI.
That's basically where I'm at with these chicks. Tough one.
I mean, it's like they've... so strange.
But you know who? Oh, you're too scared to say Voldemort?
They're further destroying true femininity, or like the feminine culture, like destroyed it. Like, what's left of that? They're out there looking for some pie in the sky. I don't know. I'm going to stop right there.
I mean, there is still good ladies out there. A lot of them. They're just hiding. Because they're good ladies.
Yeah. That's true. What else are they going to do? What a crazy world.
I mean, it's like with a lot of things. It's because the bad ones are those we are seeing on platforms and all that kind of stuff. But there's plenty of good ones out there, 100%.
Absolutely. I know there are. It's not that they're bad. They've just been hijacked in different ways.
They are bad bitches. Yeah. They've been manipulated into that thinking. I mean, there's so many... They pointed out almost daily on many podcasts and stuff like that all these women, they're seeking the top 1% of men. So they are sharing their body with these top 1 to 5% of men. And then they call all men bad because these top 5% of men don't want these gold diggers or whatever they are, and then the regular good guys, they are left over with the scraps.
Just waiting in the background, getting very little of what it takes to be alive. Like you said, picking up the crumbs.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, these men hurt these ladies, and the rest of us, we have to deal with the ramifications or the aftermath of that. While these women is still thinking that they deserve the top 1% of men.
Yeah. It's almost like the globe in some ways. They don't think they have to provide proof. We don't have to. The globe, everyone knows it's a globe. So what are you, flat earthers? It's so weird.
Yeah. It's a lot of delusions and illusions and yeah. So many in here, yet so quiet.
Yeah, I was just saying I was just on Geos. They were talking about crypto, and I can basically say what I said over there, which is I think it's inevitable, and
Oh, cashless societies?
Yeah. I was just sort of saying that this bribery system that we see at the very top will slowly come to all of us. That's the way I see it, anyway.
I've been
like,
looking.
How do you mean that? How do you mean that? Could you elaborate?
Yeah, well, we know that at the very top, what tends to happen is, and let's not go into too much detail, most truthers kind of know that they get somebody on tape or they get them drunk and they get them doing whatever, and then they've got them in the pocket. Well, at the macro, at the bigger scale, for the rest of us, it'll be someone pushing a trolley down an aisle and putting cake in the trolley, and they say, no, you can't have that because that'll affect your credit score, basically. That's the way I look at it. I realise that's kind of dystopian. It's like, it's like, but it's where the way I see it is, if we look over the last couple of years, they bring these things in, these measures, on the back of health, you see. And so they can all day long say it's for health reasons, when really we know what it's really about. And this is an interesting topic. It really is, because, this is why I was saying there's no characters left. When I was a kid and I look back and just through TV, just through, daft talk shows, and you think of all the characters, and they all had these big personalities.
Right.
And
where are
they're nowhere now. Everybody's...
They got nothing. Like,
it's just grey.
It's really weird.
No character.
Like,
because as soon as somebody shows, they get cancelled, basically.
Yeah, how weird. It's a strange place, man. That we
just a comment to the money situation. Like, I was reading the other day that it was hard for Danish people to exchange Danish valuta when they were what's it called, out traveling and stuff like that, because the Danish banks, they will not re-exchange those money from bank to bank. If I take to Spain and try to exchange money, it would be nearly impossible, because the Spanish banks can't get the Danish banks to exchange them back or something like that, because the message is that Denmark would be a cashless society in a short time. It's just, it's just one of those small signs that we are heading towards that, Just
I don't see any way it cannot go that way. Does anybody else see that it could not?
No, I mean, the fractional reserve scam is a bubble that has to burst, or else they have to create something else. So yes, something must happen.
And I think what it's going to cause is a divide between those that are going to be using it, and then there's going to be those that are only going to separate, I think, and be working in a resource-oriented environment, like how it's naturally supposed to go. More and more people are exiting the system because they're like, why would I stay in something where I'm losing 40%?
Yeah, that's a good point, because if 25% is using this new currency, that means that the old currency is 25% less worth and exponentially getting less and less worth, because there's a lot of those money in play, but less people to use them.
Yeah, it'll be like pre-war Germany or pre-World War I Germany. The biggest depression, like, what were they talking about? Like, you had to have a wheelbarrow full of money to get a loaf of bread.
Oh yeah, rest in peace, D-Mark.
Yeah, so it's funny how they push these kind of things, and like, if we don't learn from the past, then the people that have changed things in the past with the currency are just going to keep changing it again. It looks like the same thing over and over again. They're just a repeat mode, like where they inflate everything and then deflate it. It's just a game.
Also,
nothing
what Tim said there, was it Tim or Andy who said, like, I think it was Andy said it, like, there's no way of of this not happening? Well, yeah, because by the time you notice the trend, it's way too late.
They're already preempting it for the next one because they just read it. That's for centuries. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah,
this is
as I
this is
said,
exactly what I was just saying. Sorry, Tim. Well,
no, go ahead. He was responding to you.
I was just saying
don't know.
that very thing on geos. That's all. That I just see it as inevitable, and I don't see any way around it. I don't see a way. I realize now people are starting to realize that. I mean, we know the fiat system's basically dead. I mean, it's debt is what I should be saying. It's debt. And it's not backed by anything. Could we make an argument that the US dollar is backed by the US military, though, and therefore that gives it power?
No, it's backed by taxes. So yeah, but I mean that's the whole scheme. Like they're borrowing money from private institutions, and then they have to pay back an interest, and that interest will become this debt bubble that cannot disappear ever. So either this bubble has to burst and everything has to go to Ragnarok, quote unquote, or they have to create something new. It's that simple.
I love that Tim goes to Ragnarok.
I mean, it's just a Norse term for something,
I know.
For something that is going sideways.
Well, I mean, the bankruptcy of the United States of America, and the registration of the United States of America as a corporation in 1930 through the Capital Bank Federal Reserve. But yeah, no, you guys are spot on. That's the idea of collection of taxes of the people born into a system, and those people that are born into a system, like they've already been written off to a bankrupted system. Like that's shitty. No wonder God's upset.
Said about the U.S. military backing it up. I mean, to a pretty valid point there. Like the dollar will not fail, even if it's as long as they won't allow it to fail. As long as they have the superpower status or whatever, like they need to. As long as they want to enforce being the petrodollar and the world, reserve currency. If anybody wants to go against it, yes, they're starting a war with the United States. That's what they're doing. If they want to say we're not going to use it anymore, we're going to make our own, we're going to go to this. It's at the threat of war with us, and so yeah, it's, our military strength is a big portion of what gives the dollar value.
Well, look at what's happening with BRICS. BRICS. You got
what's that? What's that, Kiwi?
BRICS is hold on. I'll read the wiki definition. So BRICS is an acronym for 5 leading emerging economies of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So I think this is where you're going to get. I think Russia going back to the gold as of April 1st of this year was a huge thing. And I ultimately think that we're leading to, excuse me, sorry about that, leading into the currency, an element-backed currency, which is what JFK talked about back when he spoke publicly about there being a deep corporation. Element-backed currency coming. Actually, no, it's here. I should say. I think BRICS is huge. Because I mean, this goes back to what 1700s when the Rothschilds used to, the Napoleonic Wars, the Rothschild family used to pay the carriers, guys on horseback, to report back who won the war, so they could buy low and sell high. That's ultimately how they ended up getting all the gold back then. But I mean, you guys have heard me tell this story before, Andy, especially.
Yeah, well, something I said over there, which I think's worth reiterating, is that what it made me realize, the conversation itself made me realize that it's a bit cliched, but knowledge is power. That's what it makes me realize. That's what, because, you can be in a situation where, and Tim loves all this shit, but basically, if you find yourself, if we're in the apocalypse, whatever scenario you want to paint, and you need to pick those mushrooms or pick those berries or start that fire, make that shelter, all the gold in the world's not going to help you at that point. What's it worth then? So that's what it made me think of, the conversation. And it made me want to sort of keep looking into those sorts of things, like Ray Mears we have in this country that you probably haven't heard of. It's, does all that kind of stuff. And I don't know anything. I'd be so wary about picking mushrooms for obvious reasons, because I don't know anything about that stuff. But it's something I want to
buy a handbook, bro. Buy a handbook.
I know. The thing is, the one that's quite tasty and lovely and all good looks very much like the one that will kill you. So, yeah. But that's what the overall conversation made me think of. I don't know.
The big thing for me is that, again, boys, I'm the first guy to say, no, it's not about religion, it's about scripture. I'll draw that line. But in looking at scripture, the element back currency is an indicator of the Jubilee. Right? On the seventh day he rested, 1,000 years of peace. And I say we are at the crest, at least for the time frame that concerns us to a degree. We're at the crest of that 6,000 years, and we're about to go into that last 1,000 years of peace. And this, again, Russia bringing back the gold in April, it's huge, especially this year, 2022. Sit back and watch. I think the last 6 weeks of this year is going to be interesting.
I get a little bit frustrated with these religions, to be fair. The way I see it is spirituality in general is your birthright, and I don't like the idea that somebody's monopolized it. I don't care who they are, I just see them as wicked priests. That's the way I look at how we've degenerated into this place that we are today. So when I talk about spirituality, I'm not putting any flavor on it, and I respect the fact that you come from this Christian point of view.
Well, but hold on. Sorry, Andy. I apologize, dude. Go ahead.
I do.
Were you finished? I wasn't sure. I didn't want to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, please interject if you got something to say.
Well, then, what I realized that the belief in Jesus Christ has the ties to Christianity and things of that nature. And again, I'm the first person to say, withdraw from the aspect of religion and see if we actually just have things like items that we can relate to. And that's what I've been doing. I've been just looking at the items that I can see and relate to, and say, well, hey, this was talked about in Scripture. Now, what's interesting is you made a great observation when I jumped in, which was talking about military complexes being one of the pillars. Now, this is one of the things, the topics that I had covered on my channel, where the current bullshit system that's in place is three pillars. You have the industrial, or sorry, not the industrial, but the military complex, so Washington, D.C., right? Then you have the religious complex, which would be the Vatican. And then you have the financial pillar, which would be London, England. That's kind of always the way that I've understood it to be with what's holding up this world that we're living in, this matrix. So I've been kind of just watching these three pillars collapse over the last little while. And the most interesting thing about it is the very the very thing that people go to, which is, whether or not Jesus actually existed, whether he walked this earth, if it was actually him, and just a king, so on and so forth, right? The Vatican is one of the most perverted pillars in this entire thing, because the very last guy, this last 112th Pope, this pontiff, was prophesied 700 years ago by Saint Malachi. They said as soon as this guy took seat, it would be the nod that the Catholic Church had completely fallen. So I think to myself, it's crazy that the very thing is actually the biggest enemy in this entire story, being the Vatican.
Is it prophecy or is it planned?
Did you say prophecy or is it planned?
Yeah, like when they prophesied this Pope 700 years ago, how do you know it wasn't just part of the plan?
I have no idea, right? I have no clue. I don't know if Saint Malachi, I never shook Saint Malachi's hand. I don't have a DNA test. I don't even know if the man existed, just like Copernicus and all these other guys, Aristotle, guys. I have no idea, but you're 100% right. Was it planned? Was it prophesied? I don't know. But at the end of the day, what I do know is this Pope is the dude that sold out the church, right? He commissioned the building of the building of the Abrahamic house in the UAE, which was just completed earlier this year. So he's done a lot of not good stuff. But whether it was prophesied or planned, I have no clue. Binary choice, yes or no.
Yeah, I just saw this excellent meme. Is that Ginger? I don't know if that's Ginger, different Ginger, maybe it is. Anyway, I always just scour down the biblical just for a bit of, whatever. I just enjoy reading what people have put. But this brilliant meme that says, things Jesus never said, listen to your heart, be true to yourself, trust your gut, feel good about who you are, happiness is what matters, just be good, just be a good person. Things Jesus actually said, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Luke 9:23. That's awesome. I love that. I think I need to. I do enjoy looking into the scriptures. Don't get me wrong. But I'll just keep saying it. The book is not the thing. The book's pointing at the thing, and it's not a thing. It's not the thing. This is where we get into paradoxical language, because it's pointing at something that's within you. This is about you.
You had to take it there.
Tim's triggers.
Well, so here, gentlemen, let me put this out for something for consideration. Think about how we engage with, and again, please don't say Kiwi was comparing us to Jesus. No, it's not like that. Okay. What I'm
Kiwi was comparing us to Jesus.
Right? Yeah, throw myself on this stone. Here we go. Or this. What I'm saying is, think about how when we take the time when we meet somebody here in this panel, this community, or even in our walks of life, and we actually take the time and we stop to ask them, do you think we're moving or do you think the sky is moving? Right? And you engage in that conversation with that person. Right? This is how I feel, and I say this respectfully, of course. This is how I feel, and when I think about the stories I've heard and read about Jesus, how he walked his walk as a carpenter up until 31 years? Yeah, 31 years of age, right? Or 30 years of age. And then, yeah, it was 31 years of age. And then for 2.5 years, he had his ministry of meeting people, right? And guys, I don't know what he was teaching or talking to people about. Obviously, being righteous and keeping love and things of this nature. But I think about what he created in those people, right? How he made them feel. Because that's what I think about. I think about the space that when we talk to somebody and we're like, no, hold on a second. Do you think the earth is actually moving, or do you think it's perfectly still and you think the sky is moving? Let's step back and take a second. So these are the times where I'm like, that's what resides with my innate, my insides. So I don't know. I think about the teaching that aspect of enlightenment and thought creation to step away from the stories we've been told and just take a second to step back and realize how magnificent we actually are.
Yeah, Andy, you're magnificent.
I sure am. Thanks, Tim.
You're welcome.
I love memes. Memes are so powerful.
Memes are life right now. What are you talking about?
Memes say more than 1,000 words.
Yep. I'll tell you this much. I've realized that words are meaningless without memes.
Memes are the modern graffiti. It's the same stuff that, they're drawing on walls in Rome, right?
Yes. I like that. And now we have this board that we can, or this wall that we can pull out from our pockets whenever we want and just start graffitiing without fear of penalty or being beat up or charged by the popo. Hey Lou, is it white out your way? How's it looking?
It's quite white outside.
It's quite white. That's racist.
It's yeah.
That's awesome.
Not a lot of snow, but it's enough. Daughters had a little fun with it last night.
Awesome.
But
she's been skateboarding too.
Yes, yeah, we were with the skateboarding over the summer. She doesn't have a snowboard here as of right now. Yeah. So, but she's got like this kneeboard type sled, like a what is it called? Yeah, you kneel on it, but it's just like a boogie board. It's a snow boogie they call it or whatever. But yeah, there's a little rope on the front. She's been standing up on it.
50 miles per hour.
Yeah, we got this crazy sled too that I don't think she should be standing up on, but she was doing that too.
So she'll be good to go by the time it's official.
Yeah, I think she's going to catch on pretty darn quick this year. I think, like right away, she was more sure of her footing and how to stand and stuff, and just looked natural on it. Trying to correct to turn slightly or whatever else. Just in the yard last night. Yeah, like the skateboarding. Yeah, just being more familiar standing on a board, it's going to help immensely.
Dope.
She's going to be shredding that gnar.
Be kicking your ass in a minute because they're resilient.
Yeah, well, when you weigh like under 60 pounds, you're not really afraid of much, or you shouldn't be anyway. Bounce right back up, and yeah, they'll be yes. I was just telling her that yesterday. Give it by the end of this season, she'll be feeling pretty good on the board. By the end of next season, she'll probably be better than me. She'll be going, Dad, let's go into the park. No, I want to cruise. Well, I want to do some 50-50s. Yeah.
I'll hold the camera.
Yeah. Dad, watch me do this backflip. No.
Oh man, it's gonna be good.
Hey Amish Exis, very impressed to hear you had your house built by Amish people. How big is it? Is it a nice house, or are you there? Maybe just listening.
He's building some shelves, I believe, so it might be kind of noisy. But
all right. No, I was really impressed. I said, "Oh, there he is."
Yeah. Hey, what's happening? Yeah, I'll take a quick break here. Yeah, no, it's a well-built house. California corners, really tight everywhere, all around. Joist, studs, everything. So, yep, they did the frame and the roof.
Wow. Those guys, I've seen it on video on YouTube. They did the house raising and everything. Brilliant. Really respect those guys. Amazing people. Not sure I could handle it myself, but there's lots of things I'm jealous of them. Really life, dealing with real things. Maybe I should get off this bloody thing and do some real stuff.
Go plant a garden,
I am building some shells for my daughter, so that's not too bad.
Okay.
I did some cooking for the first time yesterday, so yeah, it's on the way. Getting there.
Well, family's important too. I mean, you could be doing anything as long as you're together. And as crazy as the world is getting right now, it means a lot more.
Now I'm divorced, unfortunately. The kids live with their mum. Balls up.
Yeah. All right, got to get back to work. I'm here.
Yeah, nice to say hello.
Yep, you too. See you.
Enjoy the build, Amish. Thanks for saying hi, man.
Here's that sled, man. Friggin', this thing is insane. I've shared it in here a few times, but this Yukon Hammerhead Pro, it's you don't want too aggressive of a slope with it.
That looks like death.
Yeah, and that's what she was standing up on last night. But luckily, it's a really small hill here in the yard.
Those are wow. It's makes it good. I'm actually thinking by Christmas she's going to be like solid because they're learning.
I mean, Christmas is coming really quick. We probably will only actually, and since I only have her like every other weekend.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah. But so she'll probably get 1 or 2 days before Christmas.
That's awesome. Yeah, before I stopped, I was good. I just do the blues, comfortable cruiser. That was it. I wasn't a strict guy or anything. Jeez, I snowboarded for what, 5 years back in the day, 94 to like 98, 4 seasons.
You want to race sleds, Tim?
To be honest, I didn't think the wooden one would win because of the extra weight.
You haven't really seen this. This thing's super light. It's actually very light. But it being on those skis, man, like I don't know. Those wooden skis on that thing, I kind of doubt, unless you're waxing them and stuff, I kind of doubt they're all that fast.
Oh, I remember going speeds of light. But I mean, I can see there is some steering on the other one, so I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, this one, the Hammerhead. Yeah, they tell you the only correct way to go on it is skeleton style too, head first only. Ooh.
So I'll break out the pan. Break out the pan, wax the bottom of that baby, let it on fire, and away we go. Back to the Future on snow, baby.
Yeah,
that movie was classic. Oh, so good.
It doesn't even have to be that complicated. Just take a garbage bag, put it under your butt, and you're good to go.
Garbage bags don't work well. They don't have enough. They're not friction. They're not friction.
Well, not from my memory, they work very well. The only reason they don't work is because they crumple up underneath you if there is a little bump or something like that. You know.
You want to break the speed of light. I think you could if you stretch Tyvek underneath yourself real tight. Like house wrap, Tyvek, that gone.
And some Crisco. Some bacon fat. You need a something with a very high smoke point. So if it starts to smoke, it'll melt the plastic.
What we used to do, and this is not something I recommend to anyone because it's uncontrollable, but we took our old skateboards, took off the trucks, and just fucking waxed them up and went for it. But it's super uncontrollable. There is nothing like a snowboard where you can slid through it all. You just have to go really, with your balance.
You don't really have an edge, so you
exactly.
Want to maybe
Yeah, I mean, most of the times you start off going sideways, but end up going, front to back or whatever.
You end up going broken.
Yeah, that too.
Shit.
But we used to strap those on our feet and just go for it.
Next thing you're going to tell me, you got 2x4s strapped into your feet too. Holy crap, guy.
It would work if you just, like itch it or whatever it's called, like slow round the edges and stuff like that, and wax them good up good.
I'm actually dead serious about, like I was saying, that the kneeboard thing, the snow boogie thing that my daughter's got. It's a pretty nice little wooden thing. It's smooth on the bottom, but I can definitely improve on that. I think I'm gonna sand her down good, light sanding anyway, to get rid of some of the roughness. And I'm really serious. I might put some snow. I might do some snowboard wax on that thing. Freaking bust out the iron, scrape her up good. I think she'll. Yeah. I kind of like waxing. It's sort of almost like a meditative, like Zen thing when you just get into it.
It's like that guy from NCIS where he was building a boat in his basement.
Unfortunately, I didn't watch NCIS.
Well, it was like a hobby, like a Zen thing. He just likes sanding and doing the process of making something.
Yeah, and I mean that kind of thing too. It's about getting a smooth finish and all that. Like it's not something that you can rush. If you're in a hurry and you're going, then it's like, okay, this sucks, and you're not going to do a good job. Yeah, you just take your time and kind of get in the moment, whatever, put on some tunes.
How did you know they claim the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, and nobody actually verified that? Isn't that weird? Discuss.
How would you go about verifying that, Dave?
Well, if I could actually do it, it was a ball. I would start with a 10-mile stretch of water and verify the approximate 66-foot drop over that distance. And then go from there as you add your measurements. How come nobody did that? That's weird.
That's pretty good. But how would you even go about coming up with that number in the first place, Dave?
But yeah, hold on a second, if I may interject for a second, Lou and Dave. All bodies of water freeze flat. So would you measure it in winter or summer?
Either way, it should be there either way, right? There would be slight variance. I don't know. What do you think, Luke?
I'd have to question if they actually freeze flat, though. I've seen bumpy ice plenty, especially like on Lake Michigan. They get ice shoves, so you have like these giant freaking like frozen waves basically off the shore.
I withdraw my observation then.
Because logic would dictate if it was actually a ball, you should be able to measure the claimed dimensions of said ball. Maybe that's just me.
But you don't have to withdraw. I mean, it's still pretty sound. Like if it's gonna freeze mostly flat, just with bumps in it, just like
the cue ball,
the
right?
The water overall is going to be, from peak to peak is going to be mostly flat.
Yep. Well, that's just this kind of goes back to a point I raised yesterday, and I'm like, wait a minute. We've got these things called the Great Lakes, 5 bodies of water, which all show level because they're all bodies of water, and water measures flat. But the other day I was thinking, if the landmass that these bodies of water were actually moving, wouldn't the bodies of water show the movement? Because water picks up every single bit of movement that it's associated with.
Official global answer, Velcro atmosphere. Next.
Huh.
Well, they told you they invented Velcro in space, so it makes sense.
You were a little bit robot-y, Crypto. Try it again.
Oh, I just said they told you they invented Velcro in space, so it makes sense. Having a Velcro atmosphere.
There you go.
Yeah, I know it's such bullshit too, because like the guy who actually invented it was like the early 1900s, and he invented it for mountaineering. And NASA, that's how evil government is. That this guy's big idea that changed the world was stolen, so NASA, the federal government, could pretend, just so they can dress up, pretend that they've invented anything at all or advanced human condition whatsoever. Then now this guy's name has been virtually erased from the history books.
Yeah.
I'm like, how about that? Hey, globalist, how would you feel if you invented something amazing and government just stole it and said they did that, and you were just like, now you're just a Discord mod, and your big idea, anytime you say you invented X, people are like, no, you didn't. NASA invented that. Would you be a little pissed? Would you be like, wow, NASA's kind of shitty? And some of the globalists even said, no, they'd be okay with it. I'm like, yeah, you're just saying that because you know you'll never invent anything.
Yeah.
Seems to be a rash of globalists saying things that never happened to them.
Yeah, the one dude, Jake on the plane. He wants to go to a rocket launch and watch it while he's high, like smoke some weed. I go, you think you can get a controlled substance on a federal installation? How would you do that? You gonna jump over the gate, are you? You gonna dig a hole? He goes, no, I'll just drive through the gate. I go, dude, they've got drug sniffing dogs at the gate.
Those people are hilarious. These people.
Yeah, it's like, what do you think? So you're going to get onto an Air Force base, past those gates, with a controlled substance in your vehicle. Then you're going to get onto Cape Canaveral, which is a second layer of security. Then you're going to get through a third layer of security to get near the launch site. And you think you're just going to walk with a bowl, with a joint in your mouth, and no one's going to say anything? You won't make it past the first checkpoint. Because they never think it out. They get some brilliant. They get some idea in their mind. Wow, that'd be really cool to watch a rocket launch. You would be really cooler. Watch it while high, like on weed. You know. Okay, think that
anybody
through.
who's saying anything like that is not serious. They're trolling you, and they're not taking the conversation seriously. Never probably have. They're doing this for entertainment value only.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, but they think in their mind that they're offering some groundbreaking, like take on Western society.
I don't even think he would make it out of his mother's basement.
Yeah, his mom's been telling him, dude, high school was 10 years ago. Okay, come on, let's get on with your life already.
I wonder how they did in the Area 51. Oh.
You were breaking up a little bit. Something about how they did Area 51 again.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
And I was just saying, just ask them how the Area 51 raid happened or went.
I think it didn't. It was just kind of an internet meme.
That's the point, yeah. It was like they got all these grand ideas, and then like when the reality actually hits them in the face, it really hits them in the face, you know.
Yeah, we should all storm the next Artemis launch.
Yeah, great idea. I can't wait to get shot by, the security guards. That'd be brilliant. Totally worth losing my life over.
Make sure you guys record it and stream it so I can watch it from here.
I was going to say real quick, somebody update me. Is that thing's orbited the moon yet, or what's going on with it? Has anybody kept up with it?
It crashed into the ocean. It took a dive in the drink.
That was immediately before it did not violate the second law of thermodynamics. Is that what you're telling me? Go ahead.
Yep.
According to their schedule, it should be right around the moon by now, right? Like, weren't they? How many days?
Apparently 3.
I want to know, is Kurt making up space news again, or did they really crash? I think the first one.
It's like the memes are
made up.
The memes are funny where it shows the time lapse photography of the trajectory, and it's like, yeah, you missed the moon, dude. Like, because the moon's in the shot for some reason, like they said, let's line this up so you got Artemis in the same frame as the moon. Yeah, that probably wasn't a good idea.
Let's do an intro. We'll go like, and now space news conspiracy on the scene. What do you have to say? What's going on today, conspiracy?
Elon Musk, just off the top of my head, Elon Musk is now deemed space Karen.
That's
some brave.
Devastating. What do you think? Yeah, that's pretty devastating, right?
Yeah, Twitter accidentally bans astronomer for posting video of meteor shower. It was classified as intimate content.
The space news you trust. Conspiracy on the scene.
Japan plotted to send. Oh, go ahead.
No, my bad. You keep going. You guys are addressing something. Go ahead.
Yeah, Japan slotted to send astronaut to lunar space station, which is what exactly? So in 2030, you click on the article, the International Space Station will be redesigned for lunar space station. So I guess they're going to move it out to the moon or something.
Really? Interesting. Do you think they have plans of turning the moon, the moon, I don't even know what to call it, the moon space station into that area into a space junkyard? Is that a
headline here from Reuters, NASA's new moon mission and why it matters. You read the article, they say it doesn't matter.
That's not surprising. That's hilarious. Too often you read the headline of something and it suggests one thing, and then you read the article and it says the exact opposite of it.
Yeah, it was really good because I was hoping to dive into the article and get some clips about why I should care about space. Give me something. Let's see what it's. I mean, hopefully, it'd be funny, right? Like Reuters is making a case for space. They just don't. They don't make a case for space at all. It's like, yeah, whatever. It's like, unmanned and who cares, and it's not going to leave any wakes. It doesn't. This trip really is about data collection that they have already. So don't get excited yet, but be excited when. Okay, go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I posted the latest update from the Artemis mission video from space. 5 minutes. Do we want to listen to it, or could we listen to it? It's a NASA thing, so we get copyrighted, wouldn't it? Anyway, if anybody wants to listen to it, it's 5 minutes of bullshit. But anyway.
Well, the channel that put this up isn't a NASA channel, I don't think, right? Like, I don't think this is their footage. So, and even if it was, like, I don't think you can get copyrighted by NASA either. You shouldn't be able to. They're government funded, like, meaning we own them, meaning any content they show us is ours.
Well, we don't have to listen to it on the live stream. If anybody wants to listen to it, go for it. They're not going around the moon. It's bullshit. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if at any time, just interrupt me. I know sometimes I can get a little long-winded or elaborate too much. So yeah, just jump in whenever.
I had breaking news, but the Artemis it's zooming around the moon right now. Can y'all picture it in your head? Little
you guys want
rock going around the moon. Isn't that cool?
Do you guys want to hear the piece on the bot?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Dave, hold on. What did you say, Dave?
Oh shit. Oh.
I said, could you picture in your head the little penis rocket going around the moon?
Yes. Yes, I can. Okay, go ahead.
I've always got little penis rockets in my head. Like, that's right. You got to get them out.
Let's travel along all the moons.
You got to shake them out somehow, right? Work those things out.
I clipped a video where it's all the female astronauts talking about I am Artemis. And they all say it like it's ad nauseum. There's like 5 minutes of like female employees at NASA just saying "I am Artemis" over and over and over again.
Sounds like the Stepford Wives.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I get it. You are Artemis, okay? And then after they do that, they say, "I am Artemis" for 5 minutes. Then the person comes on to tell you what you just saw. They said NASA's taken a real approach to like the feminine side of their space program. No shit.
But who cares? That's the thing. I don't understand. So is the data different when women collect it? Is it? I don't know. Does it have like little pink hearts and it's got little flowers? But what's different about it? The data is either good or it isn't, right? So, like, cool, I guess, but who gives a shit, really?
Yeah, I was like thinking, what if they did it the back? They said, hey, let's drum up all the Apollo astronauts and roll them out just saying, "I am Apollo," over and over and over again. Like, anytime a woman wants a job at NASA, just say, hey, you got to watch just 5 minutes of men saying, "I am Apollo." And if you're triggered, too bad, because that's what men did that.
But it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like, okay, so men lied to us before and now women are lying to us. Okay. Like, I don't see the why is it significant that it's now women who are lying to us? Why is that better or worse anyway?
Because this time there's a little bit of crocodile tears about how excited they are that now space is for everybody.
Right. But it was only ever for Masons in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
I just hope everybody's ready for. Sorry.
You put a little lipstick. If you just put a little lipstick on that pig, it's still a pig.
I hope the world is ready for them to blow up an entire crew of women on this next one.
Yeah.
Denigrate.
I don't feel like I've missed out.
Yeah.
I'm not a Mason. So I don't feel like I've missed out because I'm not a Mason, so I wouldn't have been invited anyway. So I don't feel like I've missed out, but it just, the whole thing seems so pointless. Like, what are you even pushing? What I don't get it.
We think you're being insensitive about the pigs that have lipstick on. We're gonna have to dock your pay for that. Sorry about that.
I lost credit score right there. Now, next time I try to use, I'll go to the grocery store and like try to pay for it. They'd be like, "No food today. You said something about astronaut women being pigs and having lipstick on it." So that's 1 week. That's 1 week your bank account is locked.
Sorry about
that. That's like 33 points off your social credit score. Just saying.
33, exactly.
You can submit like a verbal audio recorded, video apology on YouTube talking about how supportive you are of the Artemis program.
And how you've changed your ways. Yes. That you ask, please, to be forgiven.
And then say at the end, "I am feminism," or metanism, or whatever.
20 times.
I'm he for she.
Give me 10.
Here's my donation slip to the Artemis program. Here's my, whatever, battered spouse donation. I did 10 hours of community service. Can I now get my bank account unlocked so I can buy some groceries? Okay, thank you. Thank you, government. Thank you, NASA.
Just for the comic effect of it, I hope they do send a female crew or female astronauts, whatever, women to the moon. And the first woman to walk on the moon is a non-white trans woman. That would be freaking hilarious.
I have to find it, like, the
Dude,
one
now
article.
they're going to do it. Why'd you have to say that? Now they're going to fucking do it. Ugh.
Yeah, no, they've been saying that. He's been saying that.
Yeah, I said it. The trans woman joke. I said it once before, but yeah, that's the big.
It doesn't even sound like. Listen, it doesn't even sound like a joke. It literally sounds like that's what they want to do. Like this society says,
It's not going to be a real woman that steps foot on the moon for the first time. It's going to be a real trans woman that steps foot on the moon for the first time. That's because we are progressive, folks. Grow up, everybody. It's 2023, and you get to pick your gender. Sorry, go ahead.
That's how you know that science is advancing. We're doing progress in science. That's how you know.
Brenda is the first woman to walk on the moon.
No, Lou, it'd be Mike Obama would be the first woman on the moon. Mike Obama. There you go.
I don't appreciate
That's
that.
right. I don't know if they could fit Michael Obama's shoulders onto a capsule, though.
I don't appreciate all of this. I identify as a lipsticked pig, so you guys are just being cruel. And you're going to need sensitivity.
Sorry, Sonny.
I got to find this article again.
Hey.
I was just looking for it. They had it
Lou.
like, why? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I
go
was
ahead.
just going to say, I said, Lou, I thought you said that Artemis, when they have the humans on there, it's going to explode and they're just going to go robotic after that.
Yeah, that's what I mean, that's kind of my prediction I'm throwing out there. It would be a huge human tragedy, a huge loss. It would be a huge tearjerker for the world, and it'd be a great way. It would be a great way to get the attention. Yeah, but if I'm wrong about that, I just hope that they do something ridiculous like putting Brenda on the moon.
Challenger reloaded.
Don't be surprised if you see the flag in space and they show it to you. Imagine the whole capsule full of rainbow flags.
There was this article I read, I'm looking for it now, where it was like why they should send an all-women crew to Mars. And at first it started off reasonable. It's like women have less body mass. They consume less oxygen. Women can work together like more of a collective. It'd be less of a hierarchy system. And and I was like, okay, you're getting a little far out there. Then one of them, it finally, at the end, it said it would inspire women to join STEM. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a big reach. And one of them said less sexual tension because of a co-ed team could have sexual tension. But then I said the people they picked, they go, you realize you're sending a bunch of lesbians to space. So how did you factor out the co-ed?
Have you ever seen a team of women try to work together?
Yeah, it's just
it's awful. I know. Like the Real Housewives of X. Just watch what they do. They just all go into some sort of weird pretty girl pecking order.
That's racist.
The fuck is that?
Someone needs a new mic.
Is that Sasquatch?
I think they're swimming through waves with
Sasquatch?
killer whales.
Is that me? Sorry.
It sounds like Sasquatch.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, I'm just swimming my way to London right now.
How did Sasquatch learn how to swim?
I found it.
Kidding.
Sonny, you got to get one of these Delta Munchies pens.
Oh, sorry.
Say what? What'd you say?
You got to go to deltamunchies.com and get one of their 2-gram disposable vapes.
Well, I'll have to wait till next month.
Here's the article. The advantages of female astronauts. It would be a real game changer. It's cringe. Okay, cringe alert.
Yeah, who cares? Literally, who cares? Oh,
you telling me?
The astronaut that I listened to has got a penis. Brilliant. No one cares.
So they'll go to Mars and not populate it.
I have an off-topic.
Yeah.
Off-topic just for a second. Off-topic just for a second. Now, anybody living in a cold climate like in England, like Crit or
Antarctica,
Northwest, but anybody that lives in a cold climate, let me see, Flatman, Canada, do you have jackets that don't have drawstrings usually?
Yeah.
We wear them in the summer, though.
Most of them you have drawstrings, right? In the winter.
Well, no, it depends. Like there might be a drawstring jacket, but it'd be like a waist thing. that it will tighten around the lower part of your body.
Like a raincoat, like if it's longer. I get that.
Yeah.
The reason I say is because one of my hobbies is I have jackets and the only thing that's missing is it has to have a drawstring, or else all that air that you're trying to keep out is just flowing right up. So I don't know. Has anybody else put in drawstrings? I've done this dozens of times.
I've got drawstrings on my jacket.
Yeah, I think for the most part,
it's usually have them. I would.
Yeah,
think,
most winter jackets have that already. You don't have to put one in.
I think rain jackets do too. Some rain jackets have it.
Yeah, that's why I have this like foul weather gear, right? And it's really good stuff. But the only thing that was missing is the jacket had no drawstring, so I'm putting it in. And it actually,
I got loop. Yeah, I got a good Carhartt rain jacket with like Gore-Tex.
I might have the exact same jacket. It's a pretty nice looking jacket, actually. I don't want to wear it for work, unfortunately.
Is it light gray?
I got black, but
okay. Oh, mine's gray. Mine's gray one.
Wait a minute, what brand is it?
Carhartt.
What's that?
That's all I fucking buy in the Midwest, like for coats. That's fucking all I buy.
Wait a minute, you
For
both
winter.
spoke, so I missed it.
Carhartt. It's Carhartt. It's like workwear.
Like a fucking Midwest farm fucking.
It's Canadian dress clothes, like Carhartt.
Construction type, fucking outdoorsy.
I like that. I need some pants that are super durable, like
dude, get some
pants, thick pants.
Get some Docker or Dickies, or get some Dickies or some fucking Carhartts.
Yeah, those are really thick too.
Dude,
yeah.
my favorite like rugged like work pants. Actually, I don't know if you guys have them around. Duluth Trading Company. They're kind of pricey, but they got some.
I'm sure I can get.
I know them. Yeah, them and LL Bean's pretty good for some shit if you want some crazy shit. LL Bean or like Morel or like what's the other outdoorsy Keen or whatever for like boots and shit. You want some good like work boots? Or
my favorite work boots for sure. Timberland Pro. Friggin' those are awesome. Super comfortable. Last long. Warm. Waterproof.
Are they heavy? Are they heavy or light?
Yeah, I'll spend extra money on shoes and shit.
They're not. I mean, they're not overly heavy. I would call them. I mean, for work boots, they're on the lighter side, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. You said Timberland Pro?
Timberland Pro. Yeah, I bought a second pair. My first pair of them lasted like 4 years, and I can still use them if I wanted to. But yeah, I bought a second pair of the exact same ones.
So you can use them for the freezing weather as well?
Yeah, I mean they're safety toe, not steel, so they don't get as cold as like a steel toe. And then they're waterproof and yeah, well insulated, thin insulation and all that. So they're actually good. Anything with good insulation is good for winter or summer actually, because it not only does it keep you warm in the winter, it keeps you cooler in the summer too on a hot day. But yeah, like one thing is after a season or two or whatever, you might want to get some like waterproofing spray or like wax or whatever, just touch it up a little bit so that and if you get like a corner that's peeling up like around the sole or whatever, I've got there's always shoe goo, whatever. Just don't let, like, if something starts to tear or whatever, like, don't let it keep going. Repair it right away, and it'll last a long time.
They look pretty decent for a working shoe or boot, because they have they have kind of like the sport version of it, and then they have the kind of like a boot.
Yeah, they got a couple different versions.
Yeah, they don't look like anything related to work. Almost look like pretty sporty, but
Yeah, my thing is though, because I shattered my heels when I was, right before I turned 21, I shattered my heels, and that bothers me every day of my life. Like I have to buy good shoes with, comfortable shoes with good support and stuff. And yeah, these are by far my favorite that I've found so far.
He's saying that they also protect you from electrical hazard.
Yeah, any good work boot is supposed to be non-conductive sole. Like, yeah, it's supposed to, yeah. In case, whatever. Like, that's not a huge worry of mine, though.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah.
See my board?
Nice. Yeah.
That's my old ride. I bought that in like 2005 or 6 in Colorado.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's my go-to ride. It's a wide ride board, 165. I can't remember what it's called though. It's got like a dude on a Minotaur, not a Minotaur, but some dude, I don't know if I can't remember.
On a bull. Yeah, it's like a bull.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fleetwood, that's what it says. Under that stomp pad, it's like those rubber spike stomp pad there. You see, it says Fleetwood underneath there. That's what it's called. It's a 160. I think it's a centimeter, right? 165. That's centimeter.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine's a 160 wide.
I'm a 13, 12 and a half, 13. So it works.
Yep. Yeah, I'm in a 12 boot, 160 wide board. The board that I bought is it's the GNU. I think it's actually pronounced new, but GNU Essential Service. It was one of the top rated boards last year, and I bought the Essential Service, which is, I think you can get what that's for. Basically, when everybody's off, it was essential to still go snowboarding.
Yeah. No, dude, there's a hill. We got a little hill, like 20 minutes from here. It's called Seven Oaks. It's just a hill, but it's something I could at least go jump and do a couple runs. It's not like when you, like you said, get on a nice mountain where it's like 20, 30 minutes cruising, but it's still, at least you get to get out there, I think you guys got way better than what we got in Wisconsin, even here in Iowa. We just got like a fucking hill.
Yeah, we don't have much that's worth talking about in the southern half of the state. But if you go a little bit north.
I've been to Mankato like a long time ago, like in Minnesota, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar though. My daughter talking to me.
Mount Cato. I think it's KATO.
Well, Duluth Trading has a bunch of good stuff.
Oh yeah, Duluth Trading's awesome. Carhartt. Outdoorsy. LL Bean's got some nice stuff too here and there. Maybe like Eddie Bauer.
I got some pretty good hiking boots for less than $70. They're called Nortiv. They're pretty decent, actually.
Yeah.
I used to have a heavy-duty pair of leather Stellina Italian-made hiking boots. Those things were great, but they're so freaking heavy, though. Now the boots are much lighter. But I like the Vibram sole because nothing is going to go through those. Like some of these newer soles, like I'm talking about thorns. You can have thorns that will go right through your sole. Went through the sole of my hiking shoes, my Fila hiking shoes. They're good, but some of these thorns are gnarly, man. I'm telling you. Anyway, I digress.
Have you guys seen this trend of shoes, like even hiking shoes that have barely any sole? People are trying to make shoes that are almost barefoot.
Yeah, I've seen sandals like that you actually they just adhered to your foot years ago. This is many years ago. I've never seen those before, but I haven't seen them since. Right?
Yeah, I've seen people saying that when you actually use your foot for walking and spend long periods of time actually using your foot and your toes, it's good for your overall health because you're actually utilizing your foot instead of placing it in an artificial platform that is not designed correctly.
Right, squeezing it inward from the sides and the top. Yeah, I could see how that's probably.
And you don't use your toes when you have your foot inside the shoe. You barely use your toes, and that has to do something with your organs and your circulation, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And the grounding of it. I imagine the grounding. There's something to the grounding for sure.
That made me just think of an idea I was trying to formulate about what if you could get a leather sole, because I heard the leather actually still conducts, so you could put something that would make it stick to your foot, like those shoeless shoes. It was just a sandal. It would just stick to your foot. Like I was saying, you just stick it right on the bottom of your foot. So what if you could have a leather one that's stuck to your foot like that? It's a great idea. I think I want to start making my own leather shoes, leather boots, leather shoes.
Are you going to kill the cows and reap the land?
Already dead. The cows are already dead. They have the stuff already sitting there.
Yeah.
I used to work out in these things. Vibram. I used to work out in these things and post them.
Vibram. Yeah, Vibram.
It's called Vibram 5 Fingers, I think. But yeah, those things were dope.
Toe shoe freaks, man, dude. Dude, I don't know, man. I know people say great things about wearing them or whatever, but you look so weird wearing those things.
Dude, trust me, like, listen. I was definitely that dude. I had no problems like rocking it, owning it. It was what it was, like weight training and squats and stuff like that. That was definitely an interesting experience. But sorry.
My cousin brought her boyfriend to the family reunion this last summer, and he was wearing those around, and I just couldn't stop making fun of him the whole time.
So there's a lot to be said for wearing them in a social engagement. Like, I think that's a little bit like, hey, I want you to talk to me about these things on my feet because you're ultimately there's a purpose for them. And I definitely saw them for training and so on and so forth. But I would
say in a social setting, I would avoid making sounds like ooh, 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 ooh while wearing those.
What is that Vibram? What is exactly their thing? Because they're in these Timberland Pro Work boots also. Their names on it, on the soles.
I'm the one with actual questions about this, not the joking BS that Lou is trying to bring. Lou, you're just trying to make fun of him, and I'm the one actually interested in this, not you, bro. Come on.
Well, no, I'm actually interested in what Vibram is, like that brand, because, like I said, it's also like it's their name is on the soles of these Timberland work boots.
Yeah, that's crazy. Vibram, here's the thing about Vibram. Vibram was one of the main manufacturers of soles for all types of work boots, hiking boots. Like they made the soles for like replacement soles, like shoe repair places. Like they have that stuff in stock. Like Vibram soles are like one of the most.
I'm just talking to people about shoes.
That's interesting. Hey, Kiwi, when you wear this, do you actually feel like you're using your foot close to being barefoot? Like you're actually using your toes to walk? And how is the experience?
So they say, here's what they say about it, and then my experience with it. They say that there's like 3 main balance points in the foot. Your big toe, just beneath your big toe, that knuckle, as well over in your just beneath your baby toe, your pinky toe, and then your heel. So if you're able to articulate those 3 points, kind of like a tripod, on each foot, you're actually increasing circulatory your circulation throughout your foot, therefore more blood throughout the body, and so on and so forth. For me personally, again with multiple sclerosis, what it did for me when I was doing it for training legs, squats, and things like that is it just made me more aware of my ability to rebalance myself as I felt my balance shifting as I was moving weights and stuff like that. So it does make you a little bit more in tune with your foot and it functioning as you need it to.
Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah. Like the foot of the shoe is threaded so that you can use it for outdoor applications, and if you wanted to actually, run in them, that you could. But again, I wouldn't go obviously do something off the hop without proper training and getting accustomed to it.
So this is almost like a sleeve, some type of sleeve for your foot.
Yeah, they're very much meant to be worn as like you can get a 5-finger or a 5-toed sock and wear a 5-toed sock underneath that shoe. But I wore them as right on my foot without any issue.
Okay.
But I mean, I think you can pick them up on like Amazon and stuff too. But yeah, Vibram is just it's the company that made the shoe that I found that I liked. I didn't realize that they're actually a sole manufacturer for all these different companies like we just rendered. That's awesome. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, since actually the 70s or maybe even late 60s, like there was hiking boots, they all had Vibram soles. Like you could almost go to any hiking store, they all had Vibram soles. Yeah, any manufacturer. So they've been doing that for years with hiking boots and other work boots. Steel-toed shoes, even the ones in the Navy, Vibram soles, like a lot of them.
How do shoes work on a globe?
Whoa.
Where?
We're ants on a ball. That's why. We don't.
That's why the soles of your feet are actually concave. You don't want to be flat-footed. That's going to mess you all up.
Oh, that's because
that makes sense.
You have curvature on your foot.
Wait, there is flat-footed people, right? That's not me, but there is flat-foot people, right?
Yep.
Well, you know what, guys? I can tell you. So I'm 43 now. High school, played basketball and all that stuff, weight trained and everything else. What I've noticed over the last 5 years, 5 years or so, with the Cocoa Puffs and what's happened with the instead of working from home and less activity is my foot has started to transition, and I'm actually starting to feel the floor on the instep of my foot. And I'm like, holy crap, that's what they talk about being flat-footed. It's scary because then you start to see your knees start to tilt in as well. And talk about being knock-kneed. Crazy shit, man. Flat-footed is it's a totally different, like your muscles and your tendons all have a different shape to them in order to compensate for the fact that your foot is flat.
How do you spell the label on the shoe? Vibrium? I don't know. How do
V
you
is
spell
in Victor. V is in Victor. I is in India.
That's great. We're gonna.
B is in Bob. R is in Richard. A is in Apple. M is in Mary.
The logo for them is right in the top right corner of the shoebox that I posted for you too.
Shut up.
A little blurry though.
Seriously there? Bruh.
Sorry.
Where is it, Lou, on that box? I'm just curious at this point.
Oh, it's on the top above Vibram. Yeah. Vibram. I think I spelled it correctly. It's like a yellow logo above the boot image.
Well, yeah, that is the Vibram logo. Look at that shit.
It came out a little bit blurry because I just peeled the tape off of my camera to take the picture and didn't wipe the freaking residue.
Awesome. Shit, small ass world, man. I didn't even know Vibram had it like that. Yo. I'll look for that publicly traded company. Probably too late though.
I mean, I grew up basically walking barefoot a lot of the time.
I'll go too. I just wanted to. I finished my coffee.
No.
Turn those off so that they save battery, or maybe charge them up while we're out. You're right. It needs to be brushed big time. Oop, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know I was open here.
No stress.
Where's the new people? There is John Newton, PhD in physics, in the lobby.
Wow.
What are you doing that for?
Yeah.
No.
So, Jamesy.
Yo.
Do a roll call, or what do you think?
Do a what?
I'll do a roll call. See who's in the chat. You said we had some new people, or what?
Now there's some people in the lobby just texting. I'm just maybe trying to bring some in here in the VC, but
Capiche.
not everybody is interested to be in voice channel, obviously.
All right. Successful waist string for my raincoat. Nice.
So quiet. Anybody want to bring any topic? I'll speak about anything right now, even scripture. Anybody?
Scripture? Really? Can we? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's quiet here. We could talk about whatever. I mean, you guys are not talking about anything, so I love to speak about something today. Learn something. Something good.
I'm willing to put forth books of Enoch, or at least the first book of Enoch. We've got a whole lot within that realm. You got the fallen, you got the giants, Nephilim, you got Noah's Ark as a branch off. So much there. But in keeping it related to the flat realm, I'll state that Genesis states the firmament was created on the second day, therefore giving us the containment device, or at least the roof, for the gas pressure.
I think people describe it in the scripture. It says rakia, right? Rakia.
Yep. It's another. Another
When they say firmament, is it? Because some people have been mentioning a few things that I don't know. It might kind of sound like an idea that is the firmament fixed, like it's just okay. Is the firmament itself stationary or is it moving? I don't know.
Well, I think the firmament has to be stationary. Like
right,
I think about the firmament like the roof on the Astrodome or any kind of roofed indoor stadium. Like we're just the ants on
the stadium. Yeah.
Right, we're the ants on the football field. No matter how high we go, we just keep seeing the ceiling meets the floor.
Yeah.
Quick, someone turn on the lights. We'll bring in the sun. Someone turns out the lights, and then you have this overall floodlight that shows up called the moon. You want to make the system efficient, you introduce an HVAC system, a heating, ventilation, air conditioning system that will regulate the environment within. Makes total sense. Has to be enclosed. And you're able to maintain a constant 14.7 psi observed at sea level or water level. Well, no, sea level. Sea level, of
It
course,
sounds
is
functional, right? The contained ecosystem with the flow. I would say the input and flow in and out of the system, kind of like energy, I'll say, or resonance. I don't know, combination of because that sound and even the vortex above that, I would say that looks like an input into the system. For me, kind of like the celestial north, the celestial south as well, kind of look like some type of flow in and out of the system, just like the sun and the moon.
I like that. Yeah.
Like a flow.
Yeah.
Do you like in the scriptures, it's described almost like the firmament scrolling, kind of like a scroll, like how do you say?
The ceiling. Yeah, the ceiling kind of scrolls by. Yeah.
I imagine if that event happens, then the pressure in the system will change. I imagine it will increase the pressure in the system, because I imagine the layers above have their own pressure or their own pressurized system, in a sense, I'll say.
Right.
Have you seen the sonoluminescence? How you need to have a chamber, you need the gases inside, and you need kind of like some type of input in the chamber that will cause the resonance and the bubble in the middle it will collapse and create kind of like a vacuum in the system. How do they describe it? It will collapse. Like you need a chamber to make the like a pressurized system to make the star in a jar. See the star in a jar? You need a jar, and it has to be pressurized to make that star in the jar.
Star in a jar needs pressure. Star in the jar needs pressure.
So I think there's something similar that is happening to, I would say, the wandering stars. Because there's a difference. For me, there's a difference between there's a big difference between the wandering stars, the planets, and what we call the stars, the ones that do the rotation around celestial south and celestial north.
Well, so Polaris is fixed, right? It only wobbles by, I don't know, whatever the wobble is, but everything else rotates around that as a central fixed point.
Imagine that wobble. Imagine the top of a structure, and that structure is rotating with a kind of like the wobble, And when you see Polaris, you're looking at the top of that structure wobbling. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. 100% to the top of a top.
Yeah, the top of a top.
Yeah.
And it's rotating, but within a cycle, you'll see it kind of like doing that little wobble in itself. Yeah. I don't know how to express it correctly, but yeah. Kind of like if how do you call this toy that people put a string around it and then they throw it and it starts spinning on the floor? It's not a yo-yo. It's
it's a top. I would call that a top as well, dude.
That's what you call it, a top?
Yeah, because there's back when we were kids, there was the tops that they had the push pin. It was attached.
There it is. Scotty put something similar to what I'm talking about. There you
go. Exactly. But we also had the ones with the push tops where you could just keep pushing it and pushing it. It would spin, let it go, and it would spin on its own. That one, you rip the string and off it went.
So imagine this thing and a magnetic bill or some sort, and kind of like attach. I will say attach, or in the middle of a magnetic field that it will I don't know, make it continue the spin. You know what I'm saying? Like some type of magnetic build or electromagnetic build. Because you can actually build you could grab magnets and make them build like a magnetic build, and then in the middle you could put some type of another magnet or magnetic material, and you could cause it to be kind of like spinning like that without touching.
Right. Well, that's if, I mean, okay, so with a switching station, you could just maintain that spin.
Yeah, the switching station will be like, you know how the magnet has the polarities, the one side and the other side, and you keep switching that and make like a circuit with it, and it will just keep going. Yeah.
And that's what I think the moon is. The moon is a switching station that constantly grounds out. So the sun is always positive, and the moon switches between positive and negative, and it draws and replenishes current. So we literally see this thing like charging up and then dissipating, charging up and dissipating. Big electrical circuit. But I mean, the original light is always there, which I think is the that black hole sun that we talk about.
I think yeah, there's something to that what you said. I just think the sun and the moon are more like expression of the whole construct, like result effects of the building place.
Well, I don't know if I can necessarily tip my hat to them being the result. I have to look at them as playing their parts in completing a tertiary bound system, like a 3-input system. Like the bottom input on that system, which is the principal source, light, is always there. That doesn't go away. The other two, though, being the sun and the moon, only amplify the main source's signal. And
when you said the bottom, the light that is always there, when you say the bottom in the reference that we are, you mean the ground?
No, the black hole sun. You remember I talked about black hole sun, Soundgarden.
Okay.
Black hole sun.
Okay,
right?
because
So in scripture, let me just say real quick. In scripture, it's always stated that original light is always there.
Okay, so yeah, I think if you're saying the black hole sun on the floor, that might be an equal opposite of the actual light. Could you say you said something about the light, the light that is always there or something?
Yeah.
So what about if you flip that? Because the light actually coming from above the system, from outside the system that we're in, light through the layers above, that actual source of the light coming from above, and that black sun that you're saying on the ground, it might be is in relation to that. It's part of that system, but it's as a result of that equal opposite.
Thanks, Little G. Yep, that's the song. I don't know. I'm looking at it from, again, the song, and then I'm looking at it from scripture. And if that sun, that original light, was always there, and then the land and the waters came into play, I just have it in my mind, and maybe it's just I can't get past that mental hurdle, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint where a sun lights land and water evenly and equally. And then the roof on top is brought in, right, which divides up the waters. So it creates literally like this air pocket right in the middle with land at the bottom of it. And then on the fourth day, you have the sun and the moon being brought in, right? And then I look at the aspect of us being in a noble gas system. There's seven noble gases, helium being one of them. And how the
heaven, because what I'm saying that heaven, which is above the system, will be kind of like a part of top piece of the input into the system that will cause what we call light and the input in the system that will, let's say, resonance, light, vibration, and whatever is causing the effect that we call light in the system.
Yeah, so the idea of like luminaries is interesting. Because I think back to high school when, I think it was grade 10 science, when our teacher was teaching us about how we count the output of light. And it was counted in lumens, Lumens. So I think about lumens and how like a light bulb worked. And, you know, it's an incandescent light. You turn it on and it illuminates like the essence that it interacts with. So I look at the sun and the moon as, quote, luminaries. That automatically takes away the idea that light travels, which is it's becoming, to me, light traveling maybe to be a fallacy. I don't know, but I'll leave that alone.
Yeah.
But with respects to the luminaries, I just keep on tying myself to the idea that they illuminate these noble gases, right? The sun illuminates the noble gas, the moon illuminates the noble gas. But the thing is, the stars, as another example, they show themselves. They you know, what we see illuminate the noble gases that they interact with. But the thing about it is, you know, the sun does its job with the noble gases it interact with, because the noble gases are always there. Then the moon shows up, and the moon does its job with the noble gases it interacts with. Yeah. But I think there's a connection, like they all need each other. Like the alkaline water helps to charge, and the noble gases above help to charge. And, you know, it's all balanced, and it all just, you know, and the simple observation of like, we need the trees as much as they need us. Because like we breathe out and they breathe that in, and they breathe out and we breathe that in. That small idea. And then all of a sudden you just start to unpack how everything else kind of just is all interconnected and works. It's pretty cool, man. If my crazy ideas are actually correct.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and you see what I posted. I think you've seen it, right? You were talking about the noble gases, and in the last example, you see the Tesla coil that you could count it kind of like outside of the chambers of where the gases are in, right? And it's doing some type of input into the chambers and causing the gases to excite and illuminate or whatever, right? Whatever for that term.
And like I can't recall. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, dude. I apologize.
And I think that what you're saying, like the sun and the moon, it's possible that they are kind of similar to that, and even the wandering stars, I would say they're similar to that. And so because what I'm saying is not an input of light. I probably said it incorrectly. It's an input into the system of let's say resonance or sound or something like that, and it's causing the effect that will be the light that we observe in the layers above. That will be at a one layer will be the sun, the moon. Another layer will be the wandering stars, and then another layer will be the stars that we see rotating. Right? Hopefully you know what I'm trying to say.
No, trust me, Jonesy, I'm 100% with you, because, you know, I think of 7-Up, the drink, 7 layers, right? 7 firmaments.
7-Up, yeah.
The helium, which is interesting, I came across, and I can't recall because I've talked to everybody about it and keep interacting about it, and I'm not sure if you and I have talked about it yet, but there's a thing called tritium, which is a hydrogen H3 You could have a valley full of, a lake full of this stuff, and it would look like a valley. They call it the heaviest water. So when I hear about this, and I think, is this what the ceiling is made out of? Is this what the Falcon 9 rocket launch, Falcon 9 rocket interacted with when it was launched into the atmos?
You know, when I don't know if you heard me, I said this maybe twice in here, but when I was in Puerto Rico, pretty young, I was young, and I was in middle school back then, I think, and there was some NASA project that they did in the Caribbean in Puerto Rico, and they were launching these medium-sized or small-sized rockets, right? And I remember I was watching the TV because the counting, it was in the news, whatever, in the local news, and the countdown was coming down. It was 10, 9, whatever, and then I was watching it, and then 0 and whatever, lift off. And then my mom, she was outside dealing with hanging clothes, wet clothes, because that's what we do. That's how we do in the Caribbean. You just hang the clothes outside.
Is there?
Yeah. And she got scared, and then I went out running, and I saw the rocket going up. I saw it going up, 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 up. It wasn't doing an arc, and then it kept going up, 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 straight up, and it reached a point that you don't see this bright light anymore. You see, when you see the super bright light of the rocket that is going up, the fire under it, whatever, it keeps going up, and after minutes, then it looked like it was kind of like, in my opinion, I was a child, I looked like it was kind of like floating in a sense, and then eventually it started like moving to one direction. And then it looked like it was a wake of water, like, a boat that is causing a wake when it's moving. The wake behind the boat, right?
Yep.
And then
exactly.
it was moving to another direction and causing a wake behind it. And it did that for over 15 minutes, I would say. It was like just moving, and it looked like a boat on water. That was my thinking back then when I was a child, that I wasn't thinking about debating Glovers or flat earthers. I was just looking at something with my own eyes, and for me, in my mind, it told me that looks like a boat on water.
So, can you look at the live stream?
Yeah.
As you were telling that story, I was posting that up.
Yeah, but
that's the thing, right? It looks like
the way, yeah. It looked, it looked a little different like this, but kind of like a smaller wake. But it did look a little bit similar. Yeah, it looked kind of similar, but. Yeah, I wish back then I was conscious enough to just be recording stuff. But yeah, that's the impression that it gave me, like a boat on top of water and moving on the water.
That's what it looks like.
It looks similar.
That third picture where it actually makes ripples in the ceiling. Because here's the thing, I have an item, and then I have two rings in a pattern in the sky. How does that work in the air? How do you create that essence in the air, in a medium? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, those are interesting photographs.
Because it's a lot of people say, well, you don't really know got there. And so, no, we know full well. We know that it was launched into the sky, right? That's a constant. And we know that I can't even say we know that it hit something because we don't have any evidence of it actually officially hitting something.
You know, something that actually caught my thinking for a little bit. It was like, you know how I was kind of thinking a little bit that thing is going to space because that's what they were promoting, right? But the thing is, I was able to see it with my eyes. And I was pretty high in the region that we live. It's like in the middle of the island, and it's pretty high in the mountains, right? It's like probably some of the highest points in the whole island. But still, I was looking at it, and I imagine if it really was that far away, like they claim, how was I able to see it with my eyes? So it wasn't that far, like they claim. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the distances are really wacky. Really wacky. 62 or 61 miles is the limit. We got Dude Perfect making his way, 30, it was like 30 miles or something to that effect. Basically 60% of the way he made it. He's like, we went to space. And you guys didn't even go 60% of the way there. Not even. Didn't even gain enough altitude to be able to make the claim that he did, which was that it had a perfect ring around it. So he's selling all kinds of bullshit.
If they went to space, wouldn't they have to land, I don't know, in China or not Russia or something? If they went to space, because once you reach space, you're supposed to be going at like really high speeds.
So like,
and then under you, the ground under you should be able to kind of like
should be moving as well.
The position.
Yes. This is just it. That's exactly it. Now, I mean, in this arena, what do they blame it on? They say Coriolis is what keeps your frame of reference intact. But
yeah, Coriolis, of course.
Even the rocket that pushed them into quote unquote space landed in the exact same spot it took off from. You'd really think that the surface would have moved a little bit in the time it was shooting them into quote unquote space, don't you think? Yet it went up.
One thing, bro. It's not Coriolis that they're claiming. They're claiming conservation of momentum. That's why they don't drift, because Coriolis would be a drift or an apparent drift. So they're saying that there is no drift because of conservation of momentum, which totally debunks their Coriolis claim. So they're really stuck between like a rock and a hard place with this claim, because even the conservation of momentum is not infinite. So that would wear out, and the Earth would still rotate underneath them if there was a rotation of any kind.
Thanks for that, Says. I appreciate that, man.
No problem, buddy.
That's messed up. Because I remember seeing the rocket coming down, and it made the burn pattern in the landing pad, and I was thinking to myself, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, they say. I think it is. That's the rate. But whatever.
You know, I think this brings out a little bit. I will say, I want to point out that you know how a lot of people, especially in the community, says that rockets don't go straight up. Bro, what I saw, it was a rocket going straight up. I know there is the rockets like the ones that they show, they say they're going to the moon or whatever. Like they do this arc, and I know they actually do that. It's an arc going away from you, and then you don't see it anymore, and it probably goes back down to the water, like to the Atlantic Ocean. I agree with that. But when someone claims that none of the rockets go straight up, I think that's a fallacy. Because I think they actually do stories from the layer, whatever the ceiling above, and they probably can design devices to actually send stuff up there, and I don't know, study it. But they give us the story that a lot of people believe that they go into this Narnia place
All right,
instead of
gentlemen.
telling us exactly what they're doing. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this: you can launch your own go fast rocket to quote unquote space from anywhere on this plane that you would like. Knowing what you know of what you've studied so far, you don't have to justify anything to anybody. Where do you launch it from, and why?
Where do I launch it from?
Yeah. And sorry, in the same breath, I know I said you don't have to justify it to anybody, but I would like to know, as just obviously with the fictitious presentation, why would you choose that observation point?
You asking me if I was gonna if I wanted to launch a rocket, how would I do it? Where would I do it?
The Go Fast rocket. So you've seen the footage of
Yeah.
the Go Fast rocket from Arizona.
Yeah, they did it
right?
like
So
in Arizona, yeah, kind of like a desert area.
right. So you know what that rocket's capabilities are, right? So it can reach 115 kilometers of altitude, right? It will spin the entire time, right? And then at some point in time, it appears as though it can start, or either you have to attach the quote unquote D-spin that they say was attached to it, or it's going to hit something. So my question again to you is, where do you launch it from, and why?
I'll launch it on the desert. It will reach a limit, and then it will fall down again.
But they already did that, right?
They did that, yeah, because of logistics. They want to retrieve the rocket, and they don't want it to fall on nobody's head, right? And be sued.
What if?
So that's why they launch it at the desert, so it can fall on the desert and they can retrieve it.
What if we went out to New Zealand, shot it off the coast there? You know what I think about the moon map. I think that would be the best observation point, because I think if there was in fact an apparent quote unquote edge to see, I think we might be able to see something fishy. Because I think everywhere else we look, it'll all just be frozen tundra. That's my crazy idea. Let's go to New Zealand, boys. Go fast rocket.
I think the launch. I mean, a rocket, yeah, because the rocket will give you like a fast move. It will have to be a rocket, and then maybe some mechanism that will keep it pretty high up in a stable position, so you can record on a stable position. Because the rocket is, it's spinning and stuff, and it doesn't kind of give you like any clear footage, stable footage. And you need, I would say, infrared opticals for a better view. No?
Check this out,
Yes.
though. The Son of a bitch, can't find it.
What up, guys? How's it going?
Heaven is up.
So is the ceiling. Hello.
Yeah, the ceiling, the layers above, the waters or the gases above, and
You
then
got
heaven
me.
above that.
You got me. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I've been looking around online for this specific stuff, and I just can't find it for like how important the math is of the diameter and circumference and all these measurements and the math calculators for their curve and all that crap, and how important it is for that specific measurement, the specific location of a launch, the specific areas through space that they have to bust through because there's only tiny holes, right? Am I misunderstanding something there?
Yeah, you've got to. The math has to be very specific if you want to land something on a very far away body, right? You have to be very precise, and that's all comes down to the radius that they claim.
Exactly.
The
You see the
radius of
live
the Earth.
chat in the YouTube chat? I mean, what am I an idiot or what? Or am I just dealing with trolls?
Oh, are you in YouTube posting something?
Yeah, I've been in dialogue with a couple people there for a minute, but I can't.
Is it your
take
own
it no more.
channel? Is it like your
No, Helios channel, Flat Earth Debate,
Helios
Discord Live.
channel, okay.
Yeah.
Let's check it out. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of trolls in there, so don't let them get on your skin because they actually have an actual job to come here and mislead people. That's their job.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, I just haven't figured out how to end it, so I don't have to engage in it. Like, yeah, what kind of question is that? If what is so specific to launch? Like, are you new to the discussion or what? I don't understand this. Why do you keep taking me back to the elementary aspect of the discussion? We already know there's a fatality in the math. It just ain't there. It's not. No matter where you go to observe it on Earth, you cannot see it. There is no freaking curve. Unless you're on a hill. Right?
Yeah. So that's I was chatting with Glatt about this the other day, and it gave me a lot of mental space as to just understanding it. If I have a box and I want to say, okay, this box has a volume to it, I have to measure the box first in order to state what the volume of the box is. So if I can't measure the box, how am I supposed to figure out the volume of the box? There's no measurement of the surface. How are we supposed to perform mathematics to figure out these claims that they're giving us? The measurement's not there. No measurement, no mathematics. It's all a big presupposition of bullshit.
When you're right, sir. All presuppositions. And Adam Unsalted said that the YouTubers won't stop shilling until they stop getting paid. They won't stop shilling until they stop getting paid because they're mercenaries. And that's right, they're anti-flat Earth mercenaries. It's not that we have genuine people who genuinely think the Earth is a globe coming in and trying to have an adult conversation with us. No. They're coming in to try to get our goat, rile us up, get us to talk about anything but the Earth's clear, objective lack of measurable and observable curvature. Their job is to make us go.
Some people don't get it.
Well, the YouTubers, the anti-flat Earth YouTubers, are specifically designed to, yes, to have us get mad, make us look bad when we react emotionally about anything, instead of address the fact that Earth has no curvature on it whatsoever anywhere. They can't handle that. They're paid to talk about anything else, and I mean anything else, so long as we don't address the fact that Earth, it's just not a globe.
Exactly.
But I was presently, wow, I should probably breakfast at some point. I was pleasantly surprised to see that Wendy's is now hiring again. So anti-flat earthers, I think there's even manager positions that get paid. You could get start at 17, 18 an hour. That's not bad, anti-flat earthers. That's not bad. So I feel like, once this doesn't pan out for you, because the Earth, well, it just isn't a globe, and it never will be. Arby's is hiring again. I think I saw another place that would right up your alley, anti-flat earthers. I'll stay in touch.
Real quick, I just wanted to park it on Wendy's for a quick
Arby's.
second.
They're hiring too. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
But Wendy's does serve the square hamburger, so it may create some
That's true, they do.
for you to start entertaining some different models.
I think you're right. Not only that, and Adam, I think you're right as well. Community service would be a better position for them. See, that's the thing, though. We can't trust that all of them have been criminals to the point where they have to do community service to get back in the good graces of the state. So, you mean just doing community service without having to get in trouble first? I don't think these are the kind of people who do that.
There's some targets too that start you out at 21, 22 an hour.
Yeah, shit. I mean,
depending on
I don't know what the paycheck's like for being a fake online glober, right? But 20 an hour, y'all might as well be working at Target because that's not bad money. I mean, today's economy. But that's the problem.
And you also get to speak. You also get to talk with Globers instead of being here talking to flat earthers or
exactly
non-globe believers. You'll be able to meet by your people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and they're never genuine in it either. You know what I mean? There's no genuinity, whatever that word might be.
I think genuineness.
Yeah, there is none of it. I mean, their whole demeanor, their whole, with what you could bring from what they type, it's just all childish.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, and it's the same ones every day. Same names, same kinds of personalities.
Yeah. And Miggy, he says it. I love the way he describes how important it is, because the normal person who is maybe on the fence or maybe never been exposed to the topic, they can see through that shit. They can see how trollish and how just childish it is. Yeah. I get that, how Miggy talks about that, and it's true. Even my mom can pick up on it.
Yeah. Oh, everybody can. And that's another thing. Is I'm confident in the fact that most people, deep down, they're not stupid. Most people aren't stupid, and so they're going to pick up on those small little cues that put themselves out there. When somebody is smug, when somebody is smug antagonist, for the sake of it, instead of having information to back their attitude, which is a big difference. People pick up on that, whether or not they even notice, right? People pick up on social cues all the time. I can pick up on somebody's non-confidence, right? Their flimsiness in their stance, and I never even looked at them, never met. I can hear someone behind me talking to somebody about something, and I can tell when they're bullshit. It's just, if you're willing to admit that, this could be the possibility instead of what you're told, it could be something else. That's the first step. Open your mind.
Mm-hmm. Think for yourself. Stop thinking about that textbook that they gave you in 5th grade.
Yeah.
I was just watching something earlier this morning. Probably has nothing to do with curvature, but ancient Egyptians and the structures and civilizations around the world 6,000 years ago were all building from the same exact design. There's small differences when you go from one region of the world to the next, but 6,000 years ago in Asia, they were doing it, and same thing in Europe. The same technology, all the way down the doorways in these pyramids. But at that time, 6,000 years ago, it was supposedly we weren't internationally traveling across waterways, but they all had similar structures. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's silly.
Yeah, I call bullshit times 10 on that.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So you're just a little bit quiet, bud.
I'm a little quiet. I always forget where my microphone is. That's probably better.
Yep, that's better.
Actually, the pyramids are not silly because when you see the trend of all these megalithic structures constructed in many regions of the world with alignment to the luminaries, I will say it probably served some type of purpose. And I
That's
think it
not
was
silly at all. Yeah.
It was most likely emulating the structural design and construct of this whole place, which is on top, in my opinion, from the observations, it is a pyramid in the sky. So I think they were trying to emulate that.
Could very well be. Yeah. No, what's silly is that people don't seem to understand that all of that stuff. Like they want to think that history is the way they've been told, not the way that it appears. So that, to me, that's what's silly. But you're right. You're exactly right. It matches the sky. So many of those, the way that building civilizations, everything has been built is in reference to or as a result of something else that's here, the sky, the ground, or whatever. It's like we're reacting to this place. And so, a lot of things are built in like parallel with what happens in the sky. You know, time is based on what happens in the sky.
That's fine. Use those terms.
I just posted the link to what I watched earlier.
Most everything we do, like you talk about hamburgers. Somebody was mentioning the hamburgers. Like what I think about is, yeah, the hamburgers, they're flat and they require a flat surface. The oven, the stovetop has to be horizontal. Your pan has to be flat. You put the meal on a flat plate, on a flat counter or table that needs to be level, or you'll notice it. I mean, everything we do in reality is based on this flat plane we're on. Everything correlates with a flat plane. All the technology, anything moving on, near, or above the surface, it is all geared towards flat plane travel. There's nothing anywhere. Not in automotive technology, not in race car technology, not in projectile technology, ballistics technology, all from a flat plane. Everything.
And your medium requires a container, i.e., your drink that goes with your meat.
Exactly. I mean, how do you think that would go if you're trying to drink a liquid? Let's say that water didn't behave the way it does, and you're trying to drink something from something that's not a level surface of the top surface of water. Try drinking from something that isn't level or is like bumpy water. I'm speculating, but if water didn't behave the way it did, think how different things would be. They're saying water behaves in some completely different way than what we all experience. It's just nonsensical. That water was affected by anything but the container itself, then it would be tilting off to the side somewhere, wouldn't it? Yeah. Especially if the surface is moving, there's not going to be any lag time, huh? Between the gravitational pull to the center of this surface of water, there should be angled surfaces of water everywhere you look. They should be at different angles from each other. You forget the simplest things about how crazy, unbelievably unbelievable nonsense that this whole globe thing is that's a perfect example that the nature of water itself denies this globe everywhere we look. Anyway, I digress. I'll yield the floor. I love saying that term. I'll yield the floor again after I reclaim the floor. I'll yield the floor again to Cryptosthenes. Cryptosthenes.
Yeah. Oh shit! I forgot what I was going to say about that water thing. Oh yeah. Why doesn't they got this thing? Well, why doesn't the water fall off the edge of your flat Earth? Well, why doesn't the water fall off the whole entire globe?
No, the continuous edge of a globe. Why don't they ever talk about that part? Great point.
Yeah. I had to roll some cigarettes. I didn't want the machine. Meow, meow.
Well, I roll, but I don't roll tobacco.
I do them both. Like, what would be the proper, like, how would you exit a conversation like that when they keep insisting that they're at the elementary level of entry level type learning on it, that I need to explain over and over again the math? Like,
it's not
what
that
is
they're at entry level, it's that they can't accept that the math doesn't represent reality. The globe math doesn't represent reality.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. The speed which is required. I think that Artemis was traveling at like 16,000 miles per hour when it, according to math, it should be going like 55,000 to get through that particular orbit or whatever. Anybody know what I mean there?
Here's how you tell NASA's lying. Whenever they say a sentence or a comment that has numbers in it, that's when you know they're lying.
Or words.
As soon as they
When they're
introduce
using words, that's
numbers,
when they're lying too.
the words put the numbers together that aren't true.
You know NASA's lying when they're using words to speak. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Sir Perham, Judgment. Is
Yes,
it
sir.
getting cold? Is it getting cold?
Yeah, it's 7 here today. 7 and sunny.
Holy crap, 7. Man. I'm still looking at that house, man. Like in a
yeah, man. Bring it.
One house.
We'll keep you warm anyway.
Bad.
I know there's more of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and there will be. Nobody's coming out here, man. Nobody's smart enough to.
Okay. See, I think I could handle up until the most extreme, but you never know. Like, actually, once I get set in some place, if I had me a good wood stove and like have it all set up, and I really don't think I'd have much of a problem. I'd probably rather enjoy the differences in seasons, like I grew up experiencing, you know. But I'm not young like I was then, so
it's cold here. But I'll tell you, we get an actual spring and an actual fall.
Yeah, it's probably beautiful. I'm sure. I know it is.
What part of Earth is that?
I'm in northern Minnesota.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, it'd be cool to be able to fly there. Shit. That would be nice.
You'd fly into Brainerd or Baudette and then drive up here. Something. Yeah, there aren't any airports anywhere near here within a couple hours at least, so you'd have to fly to a way bigger city.
Yeah.
But you can fly here easy. You probably want to fly here because it's a long drive.
Yeah, way crazy drive for sure. Certainly be closer to Chicago than I am now. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
And all our friends in the Midwest, but I guess it's quite a ways actually. If you're talking about going to the Southeast, that's still quite a long ways, isn't it?
Well, you know how to get after me, partner. You get at when you're on your way. When you're ready, we're here.
Yeah, man, no worries. I'm waiting for this next year. Just like I have
Hell yeah.
something coming this next year, almost exactly 12 months from now, and
Well, let
a
me know
long
how I can
time
help.
waiting. Yeah, we'll see. Things got to change.
The young lady who wears the pants around this house will also help, I believe.
No, I believe you. I feel that actually. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
man.
I appreciate your thoughts. I feel those vibes, man. Like
Cool.
I just got to remember that I'm not alone because
Not at all.
that's
Not
the
even
way I've
close.
always felt. So I'm gonna buck that and tell that you got to tell yourself sometimes. Self, stop playing games with this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop
Quit playing games
with yourself.
because you really end up just playing games on yourself at that point.
Exactly. Actually, all the games ever played by humans are actually from themselves.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Every battle starts internally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it takes years to shed these little side illusory false paradigms that we have set up, these ideas we've set up in our minds that are not based in reality either, right? So it's not just the earth that we're looking at. Like I think just looking at earth thing gets more down to like am looking at myself, taking inventory and going like, okay, what do I have that's sellable? Do I have any sellable items? Do I have anything that's that I can liquidate? Like, what do I have? Like, if I need to do something, do I have the tools? Or do I have a bunch of extra tools that I don't need that I'm never going to use because I don't have the projects to back having these things, and I end up with, I don't know, where am I going with this? I think it's
understand where you're going with it. I think it's just chemical reactions in your brain. And, you need to be aware of the times where you feel a certain type of way, right? And you need to acknowledge it, and you need to acknowledge that that's for the path that you want to be on, and find ways to kind of mitigate that, right?
That's the word I was thinking, to mitigate these emotional, impactful internal experiences so that I don't behave in ways that could possibly cause more damage to myself.
Exactly.
Mostly myself, because damage to self always comes out in damage to others as well. Man.
It can, but like it affects you the most because you're the one that exhibits it, and you just got to find ways, like healthy ways to output that excess energy, or just be aware of it. Being aware of it's the most important part.
A lot of times that's what it is. Built up stresses and things like that, these errant kind of energy waves or emotional waves, like they're just waves of our chemicals, neurotransmitters, right? On a physical level, you could say that. I believe there's other things going on behind this veil, but so on the physical level, we have waves. So mitigating these waves of emotionality, especially someone like me, very emotional.
Well, like you said, stress, right?
Well, the stress and so what I was going to say about that is to be able to just get that excess energy out is like super important, and it's the most simplest thing, and sometimes I forget it. Like, why do I feel weird? Oh, I haven't been out riding like I usually do. Like I I got sidetracked, distracted by things inside, and I forgot to get out every day, or I forgot to get out in the sun like I did yesterday. I got out so late, sun was already down. I'm like, I missed it, so I could go earlier.
To put it in simpler terms, I think you need to be aware of when you're actually under stress. And if there's ways to kind of, I think being aware of it kind of makes it not as bad. But if there's ways that make it less stressful on you, you should try and do that. Whether it's joke around or maybe like, you know, take a break from whatever you're doing. You know, if you're at work and you're getting stressed out, maybe just take a break, relax. Remember that it's just, you know, at the
one day,
not that important, whatever you're doing, especially at work, but your mental health is more important.
Yeah, it's true.
Just try and not get so stressed, you know, because then you're gonna hit this. It's gonna be this dam, right, that just builds up, and eventually just.
Mm-hmm. So everything will try to achieve equilibrium, and same thing with our lives. Like we have an imbalance, we'll, whether we like it or not, the equilibrium is coming. If we're out of balance, then it could be a harsher reality once we get to the place where our body's going to equilibrate with or without us. It's just going to do it, right? So if we're out of balance, it's going to achieve a balance. It's always going to try to achieve homeostasis, right? Or equilibrium in the body.
Yeah. I would say so, yeah.
I think one thing that's really important, I think, is that realizing how much we actually can do with our own mood and change our mind about things. Like I can get stuck in this mode where, like, all of a sudden I'm stuck in this, like, it's like a psychosis, like where I'm stuck in anger for some reason, and I can't seem to get, like, it's almost like part of me doesn't want to be out of the anger, wants to experience that negative chemical reaction. Like, I think that's a disease, but you could call it dis-ease, but it's probably more like just the human condition.
So it's hard when we're talking about the context of the world, you know, and how it is the state of it, right? You know, so if you look at all of it, it's easy to get like down about it a little bit, but just gotta focus on yourself, because all that stuff's out of a lot of that stuff's out of your control, and you just gotta try and be happy yourself, you know. It's hard to when I say that, I mean, I say it's hard to consider it necessarily. I would say that, you know, it'd make you normal, right? That's what I would say. I would say that makes you normal, more normal than anything. But you're repeatedly in these kind of like angry patterns or whatever. I don't think that's normal. I think like you shouldn't let the things that you can't control bother you as much as they do, because ultimately they're out of your control. Like
mostly, I think mostly what all of that is remnants of where we haven't given ourselves a break. Like we have unrealistic expectations. We can't seem to buck these because they came about when we were really young and we didn't have a say about it. So they're just like these patterns.
It takes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it takes? Yeah, I understand. It takes you really digging within yourself to find out the roots of the issue, right? What really bothered you, or what is causing you anguish, and kind of deal with it.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
As hard as it can be, it's not going to get better unless you do that.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Usually, it only just takes an attempt at changing my mind or changing my perception just a tiny little bit. And that makes all the difference in the world, you know?
Well, a bunch of little changes in the grand scheme of things will lead up to one big change.
Exactly. And then sometimes just the littlest things create a whole sequence of changes in positive directions. So
I agree.
it's all about motive. Like
Recognize those, and you got to pat yourself on the back for the victories that you do have. You gotta celebrate the moments that you do have. You gotta build yourself up on those moments. And I'm not saying be egocentric or but like mentally give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah, because like a lot of times there isn't anyone else that's gonna
do it.
Be a positive motivational
Gonna do it for you most of the time.
So you have to create your own, right? We have to be our own. We have to be our own example. Like, okay, what kind of example do I want to be for myself today? Like I should only be comparing myself to yesterday's self and not anything else. Like how I was yesterday, I could compare myself to that self, me, yesterday. See, now is there anything I'd like to change in my day? Because I'm really along these lines of we only have one day. Every day. There's only one day. We only have one day of energy. We get reset. If we're lucky, we get reset with sleep every night. And so we only have one day. We only have one day's worth of energy. One day's worth of we're wasting our time and things we can't control, like you said, powerless over people, places, and things. I'm still trying to control people, places, and things that are out of my control. I'm going to have some big problems. These are like all the human problems are of this nature.
Yeah, but don't necessarily concern yourself with human problems. Just focus on your problems.
On my own, I do.
Because problems, again, that's a collective problem. And you can contribute to the collective solution by focusing on yourself.
That's where it starts.
And
it's a worthy endeavor.
I think it is.
So we could be
it's not easy.
Ourselves. Yeah, being better ourselves, and other people go, maybe I can do it too. Like, or even just smiling at somebody. And like a lot of people go years without having anyone smile at them or say hi.
Yeah.
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 Try to be that person. I would have wanted someone to say hi to me, so I can say hi to others, and it makes me feel better. I go like, maybe they didn't have anyone says hi to them, and I don't know. It seems better to be able to help somebody else like in that way rather than only trying to please myself. I think that leads to misery. Truly does.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that right now. If it's only
But you have to be in a position to help. You have to be in a position yourself to help.
Yeah, like literally. You can't transmit something you don't have, right? So if you're trying to transmit peace, serenity, or logic, you can't be illogical, upset, or like
a lot of we do get illogically upset. I think just stupid little things that maybe somebody does that upsets us, and then if you think about it, why did I get so upset about that? It's so later down the line you look at it or maybe reflect on it, and you're like, why did I get so upset over that? Like, why did that so bad? And you think about it, you get to the root of it, and then
it's usually not what happens, isn't it? It's usually the filter I'm running, like we're running this, everything that's happening through our filter. It's usually the filter that's the problem. We have these rose-colored glasses on, and we forget.
The
I go,
time.
oh, like I'm filtering this experience that I'm having right now through another experience I had before as a template, and this maybe is not going to get me to any positive solution or any kind of solution of solving problem
Yeah.
or overcoming
And
challenge.
and digging for why that triggers you is what's going to smash those glasses and
It's almost like
eliminate that kind of prejudgment.
Yeah, it's almost like we have to continually go like, wait a minute, like am I in some kind of run in my mind, starting with fallacy, like, and that could be like thinking something that's not true about myself or others or my environment.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was saying, you maybe reflect back on the moments where you at the time were wearing those, as you said, rose-colored glasses in a situation, and you reflect on it when you no longer have that kind of,
For that particular
you've
thing, but
grown,
that rose-colored
and you
glass
and you
thing,
think about it.
it's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
situational, because then we could have rose-colored another pair of glasses that we don't realize in another situation because we're linked in a different way emotionally. Isn't that a trip? Different triggers for
But
different
you know what?
situations.
You're making them less rose-colored.
That's true. Yeah, even just
Less
talking about
rose-colored.
it.
That's the whole point. That's the whole object is growth, mastery. All right.
Progress,
The whole
actually,
point
like
is to get rid of that tint and
if I
see
can
the
make progress. Yeah,
Yes,
if I
go
can make
ahead.
progress, because look, practice doesn't make perfect. Nothing makes perfect. Nothing is perfect. So when I was teaching people music, the guitar, when I had students, I would tell them practice makes progress. That makes much more sense. And when I use that towards myself, I have much better go of things. Like I have, if I start out with that, like I'm not trying to be perfect. Like, and for those of us who grew up in perfectionist families, like, or a perfectionist head of household or whatever you want to call it, parental figure, you'll understand that.
Yeah, nobody's perfect. We should try better ourselves towards perfection, but nobody's perfect. I make mistakes all the time.
Wouldn't be living if you weren't making mistakes.
The important part to remember is it's not really a mistake if you learn something from it.
Exactly. So you can think of it a different way completely. And nothing's a mistake, that I'm exactly where and who I'm supposed to be right now at this moment. And the sooner I accept life on life's terms, then I can go on to live a more productive and happy life.
It doesn't have to be on life's terms.
We already talked about we can make life's terms ourselves, so we can change these things. So yeah.
I get it, man. I understand the language you're using.
That's cool. It's not often talked about, like self-improvement. What does that mean? People have catchphrases that they attach to self-improvement, but that's a very deep
One day at a
subject.
time. That's
Probably
not.
one of the things that's lacking the most in this civilization, if you want to call it that, or society.
Society is so far off of normal, and I think you can see that when you look at the TV and
Purpose driven.
So, I mean, what society dictates as normal is very abnormal. And you shouldn't concern yourself with society. You should concern yourself with yourself.
drugs that make in this society.
When you get in a position to help society, then do so. But
Passion and understanding.
It usually comes down to helping one individual at a certain instance. That could be a kind word or some food.
yeah, that is the collective improvement of society. That's how it happens.
Exactly.
What's up, y'all?
So,
Hey, how you doing, Miggy?
How are you?
Pretty good.
Cheers.
All right.
You.
What's up, Kiwi? Crypto. I just I hooked you up with the value tag, Red Eye. Just want to say appreciate you been in the live stream voice chat. So
thanks, man.
Yeah.
Well,
So guys, I'm curious to know. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on, Crypto.
Just curious to know how the conversation with those two Globers went yesterday.
Didn't really. Are you talking about last night?
Yeah, well, it depends where you are. Yeah, it was probably last night for you.
Oh, yeah. Didn't get very far with him. He didn't ground.
Was it a bunch of yaha and nah?
Yeah, eventually he just got tired out. He talked himself sleep and he left us. But I mean, it ended on a good note. I think everybody handled himself. Nobody got too worked up. There was one instance where people were getting a little worked up because I think they were just getting frustrated with him and his inability to kind of give up or concede any points. But for the most part, the discourse was really cordial.
Fair enough.
I think he'll be back. Yeah. I hope he comes back. If not, I hope at least he looks into the facts and does his own investigation, right?
You must mean the twinsies. Oh, sure, we're not in the same room. They knew exactly what each other were posting, like, seemingly beforehand. Like, anyway, yeah, I don't know. Pretty interesting. How they won't answer questions is what becomes most clear in a lot of these conversations. The refusal to answer a direct question is quite common, wouldn't you say?
Sorry, I missed that. I was watching Lunatic's video, giving it a thumbs up. Sorry, what'd you say, Sonny?
They come in with the globe idea and they refuse to answer any questions about really anything. Like they won't answer questions like 4 or 5 times in a row. You go, and they talk to a next person and they do the same thing. You're going like, wow, there's 3 people and they didn't answer 4 questions each person.
So the conversation struck me as like, I'm going to bring up these points, anything about, and then us steel manning his arguments for him and then refuting them. It was like 3 hours of that because he didn't know how anything really worked, and he would use it as these gotchas against us, and then it was more him getting educated about like what globe Earth actually believes, what flat Earth actually believes.
They present a claim and then try to have us verify their claim.
Oh man, it was But to his credit, you still keeping. Some of us were going a little off topic, and he was doing a good job keeping it on topic. So,
which I guess that's subjective. Which one you're talking about, anyway? So yeah, one was not forever running from the main topic. Whenever it came up, curvature, immediately going to something else.
Yeah, they still tie in curvature. Curvature is broad. It hits on a lot of talking points. So, it may seem non sequitur. The converse is actually related. But you stick to one topic and not look at the implications of it, right? Yeah, he's still a Glober, to answer your question, Crypto.
Well, of course.
He's like more Steelman now, though. I honestly think that he came from either like a Glober server or Tartaria, like or something like that, and wanted to really get a better idea of what we ended up just telling him what their stance is more. So.
Hey, let me jump in here real quick. I'm going to address somebody on the YouTube live stream. Hey, Bob. How's it going? He's saying using words like non sequitur neither makes you smart nor right. Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Bob. But yeah, it's a non sequitur either way. So
is that Bob the fallacy guy?
Oh yeah, he's usually slithering around the YouTube live stream text chat.
Sweet.
Tell me what you think. Smart.
No, you're breaking up, Jedi. No, yeah. Jedi's breaking up.
One thing I did want to mention, though, is that a lot of people confuse a non sequitur with a red herring fallacy. I hear it all the time. People say non sequitur when they mean red herring. So, I mean, I'm happy to clear the difference up. But a non sequitur literally means it does not follow, right? So, like saying grass is green because goblins are green, right? It doesn't follow that grass is green just because goblins are green. There's no logical link between the two. So that's a non sequitur. Whereas a red herring is when someone tries to divert. So I see why sometimes people might get them mixed up, because you might say something like, it's actually hard to think of a red herring now.
It's implications. It's implications. That's the point. Is when we're talking about that part of it, it can be construed as a red herring, but it's actually they're saying that it's non sequitur. That there are implications don't exist, but the point is that you're just saying this does imply this.
I may have an example or a question to Crypto. So let's say we ask for a curvature and they go straight to gravity, non sequitur, right? Is that a red herring?
Yes, red herring. Because what they're doing is they're deflecting from the point, right? Whereas a non sequitur is what they've said literally doesn't imply what they're saying it implies, right? So that it means it does not follow. So if you just follow the actual wording, it does not follow from, like, Y does not follow from X. So if they're saying something which doesn't, so for instance, a non sequitur would be, I see sidereal rotation, therefore the Earth is rotating, right? It doesn't follow.
The sky appears to moving, so I'm moving, therefore I'm moving.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily follow. It's non sequitur, but it's not a red herring because it's not really misleading. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And actually, they can mislead in other ways that are similar to red herrings, like a side, like illuminating a particular part of a topic, that doesn't necessarily correlate. Now, I don't know. It might seem like the same thing, but I'm trying to think of a good way to. I don't know, man. I'll come up. I'll find. I'll figure something. I think you know what I'm talking about. Where they go to a side topic that maybe seem like it's related, but not really related. So.
Yeah, I've just looked up red herring fallacy examples, and this is perfect. So it's like a son and a dad are having a conversation. Wow, Dad, it's really hard to make a living on my salary. And then the father says, "Consider yourself lucky, son. When I was your age, I only made $40 a week." It's a complete red herring, because it doesn't matter what you made, because obviously, so that's actually a really good red herring example. But it's not a non sequitur. It's not.
So, well, you said the non sequitur will be almost like you could describe it as it's not it doesn't follow the sequence of the argument. It's like when you're saying something that has cause and effect relationship, but you can be describing something and then attach something that doesn't follow the sequence, so non sequitur, but trying to attach them together, even though you can demonstrate that they don't, in reality, they don't attach to each other. It's not a following sequence.
The form of the form of the dialogue is illogical. So they're following a bad stream of conscious, not illogical sequence, trying to connect. There's all kinds of different variations of this red herring and also straw man. Sometimes they're confusing to me. Straw man and red herring. So a straw man, not a real man. So they bring up a topic.
So the red herring will be bringing something that is completely out of completely different from what you're talking about. Like you're talking about the ground, and then you start, the ground measures level is horizontal, and then you say, but the Mars, is that a red herring? You start talking. You bring up the ground, and someone brings up Mars.
Or the moon, or satellites, or pictures.
Is that a red herring, or because they sound pretty similar? Like you guys are saying. I see what you guys mean when we can get it confused, and it's important to kind of have some type of context on how to differentiate to make a difference between those two.
Yeah, Jeffy, but Bob's saying that you should spend less time trying to memorize definitions of fallacies and more time actually listening to the evidence. Right, Bob?
Well, so what evidence? So if he could just...
Is that a red herring?
Yeah, is that a red herring? A straw man.
I think the issue is with Bob there is that he doesn't actually understand, and a lot of the globers don't get this at all, why logic is important. They seem to think that it's just like a weapon we use to kind of silence their really legitimate evidence. But the problem is, of course, is that if it's fallacious, it's not legitimate. So it's not evidence. So they don't get that really basic concept. Like, if you've made a straw man fallacy, then what you had to say, your argument is invalid at that point.
Yeah, but see, that's the whole thing, because this religion that we have now, part of it is that you have to do that. Yeah, you have to like think illogically in order for any of it to work. So they're going to try to dismiss or not talk about the logic part of it.
It's dependent on non sequiturs. Non sequiturs and red herrings are dependent on the religion, because if not, it's illogical, dysfunctional, but they want you to accept that it's illogical, full of fallacies, but they want you to don't worry about Don't worry about that. Just follow what I'm saying, and that's it. No need to find any logic or any functionality in what they're saying.
You might as well just go with the hearsay story, the so-so story that is going around that most people think. Just go with what you think most people are thinking. That's what their logic is. Like you could disregard logic completely. Anything these flat earthers are saying, all you got to do is appeal to authority and just say they know better. They're smarter than us. That's why they're the authority. Or it's just like saying, what's your proof of globe Earth? Pictures from space. Can we unpack that for a second? When they say pictures,
When you here last night, Sonny, that the guy said, he asked us a question. What is your why you guys think that the Earth is not a globe, it's not a sphere? Because when I look at the planets, those are spheres. He asked us, like he was saying, what is illogical? What is not? How do you guys don't find logic in that, right? He was asking, where is the logic missing?
So what is that red herring?
That was actually another guy last night. He was
Damn,
here
I
for
missed
3
the
hours.
conversation, man. What time is this? What time was this? Was it late? I missed it.
That was late at night.
10 o'clock my time, I think, on the West Coast. So Pacific.
shoot.
So it was about
1
or 2 in the morning your time.
1
I was
o'clock for
falling
me.
asleep.
Okay.
I told him I tried to bring him back because we spoke about many things, but he was saying when I bring out my telescope and I see the planets and the sun and the moon, that tells me logically that the ground that he was standing on is a globe as well. And I was telling him, bro, logic is, I would say you find reference or you deduct your logic based on your experience, and you can include your senses because it's based on your experience. And then I was asking him about what do you experience when you observe the sun and the luminaries? Do you see the sun moving across the sky, the lights moving across the sky? And he said, yeah, the sun is moving, the stars are moving, the moon is moving. Well, that's an observation based on your senses. Then when you see the horizontal plane, you can measure level, you can measure you can observe the horizontal plane. That's another observation, right? And he agreed. Then the motion of the ground. What if I spoke to him about the vestibular system, and he said, yeah, the vestibular system it's not, it's showing you that you're not moving, but that's how you know you're moving. And I was like, in a sense, yeah, you are making a nonsensical claim that goes against your experience and your senses. Therefore, your logic about the planets in relation to the ground you're standing on, the spheres in the sky, making the ground a sphere, that is a illogical conclusion.
Yeah.
Based on your nonsensical claims, that is the opposite of what you experience and what your senses are pointing out to you. So you're making a nonsensical claim and giving you an illogical conclusion about what's happening in the sky and how does that affect the ground that you're standing.
So here
He didn't agree.
This may be a good way a method to use as a screening process to find out if they're using in a logical sequence first to catch it, try to figure out which one it is, because in a logical premise, if they're starting with an illogical premise, we got them in the bag there though, because their whole initial premise, the one they don't want to face up to, Earth being a sphere that has physical consequences at the surface. They don't want to face that one. It's anything after that is an illogical premise. You could stop them right there. Let them talk for an hour. They started with an illogical premise. You cannot have a logical conclusion starting with an illogical premise. Yield the floor.
So the interesting thing about that as well is when they say, you've all heard the argument when they say, "Oh, well, you think that everyone's lying to you," and then the kind of second stage to that argument is that we're all paranoid and all the rest, right? You must have heard about these silly arguments. But what's interesting about the idea that we can't sense any of this movement and we can't see it or feel it or anything else is that they're actually more paranoid than we are, because they actually don't even believe their own body. Like, if you want to put it in that terms that we don't believe anyone else, okay, cool, but they don't even believe themselves. So who's more paranoid? Like, you know.
Yeah. Who's more paranoid? That would create this insecurity. That would be just a chronic insecurity, pathological insecurity about your existence. That you're moving all the time. You don't know how much, how fast. You can't feel any of it. All these things that are going on that are all in your head, just none of it exists in reality, and they're stuck.
So check it out. Bob, the science guy, is saying, I don't address claims of logical fallacy. I address counter evidence.
Really?
All right. Well, then.
So what fallacy is he using? I'm going to call it right now. Hold on. I thought I had it. Okay. So not using one piece of evidence he's backing with an illogical premise. He hasn't provided any evidence himself. Why is he projecting? Am I pretty close? I think I nailed it. What would you call that? You've got to get more technical here, I think. So the logical fallacy is claiming, with the premise of not having any proof yourself or evidence, claiming somebody else doesn't have evidence, or claiming he only applies evidence, the premise being that he has any himself, which is false. Starting with a false premise. Boom. Done deal.
Is that in line with the guy yesterday saying that you don't feel any movement when you get in a car, when you get in an airplane, you don't feel any movement? That's why you know you're moving, because you don't feel it. That's what we're trying to point out. Your senses are indicating that the ground that you're standing on is not moving. And if by any chance that ground starts moving or shaking, you will feel it.
Yeah. So do you know that the ear, here's the thing that is overlooked quite a bit, that the ear senses when you're still. It's sending a sensation of stillness to your optical nerve, to your thalamus, to your prefrontal cortex, to your balance system, that goes to your muscles, that goes to the nervous system, that controls the muscles that you don't necessarily have control of. They're just automatic balance system guidance wires in your body.
So you see how it's nonsensical, Sonny, that he's saying the lack of feeling the movement, therefore movement, and then when you look up and you see the sky moving, you observe with your vision, one of your senses, you see the luminaries rotating and moving, but he claims the opposite, that the ground is moving. That's why you see the luminaries moving. That is nonsensical. And that's why, like I was trying to point out to him, you're having an illogical conclusion.
Yes.
He didn't agree.
The correlation, when you ask for the correlation, can you please tell us the relationship between what you're saying you're seeing in the sky, whatever it is in the sky, whatever those lights are, what's the similarity between the lights in the sky and the floor you're standing on? I mean, when you ask for that, listen for the answers.
Well, it is quite a clever kind of bait and switch that they do. What they do is they claim ownership of a phenomena as being a globe Earth phenomena, right? So they'll do this with gravity, for instance. And they'll say, right, okay, well, on a globe, I have this phenomena. Like, I have it, you don't have it. Only globe Earthers can see things fall to the ground. Flat Earthers have never seen that, apparently, right? And so that can only happen on a globe Earth. And then when you say to them, well, that's illogical, they then say, where's your counter evidence? I.e., they're asking you to present a different phenomena, which, of course, you don't need to do, because you have the same phenomena, and all you have to do is give a different explanation. So you see what they're doing? They're claiming ownership of everything that everyone experiences as being globe Earth phenomena, and then saying that we need to present different phenomena, which we don't have to do.
So clearly, you can call them out on having a singularity of they're thinking about like all or nothing. I just wrote that down as you were speaking. So they're using this bias immediately. They're using a bias from the very start of that. There has to be a different phenomenon for flat earthers than for globers. So they're right away, they're showing the bias. So, okay, noted. And then they're using an all or nothing fallacy. Like they're saying because of their bias, they're setting things up that it could only happen if there's a globe.
Right.
And watch them scurry away from any of the flat earth proofs.
Is that affirming the consequence from the beginning? Can you explain affirming the consequence? Is that affirming the consequence when they do it as well? No?
Sounds like
yeah, I think it's a better way of categorizing it. It depends exactly what is being said, to be honest. But
twists and turns in the fallacy area is what is like interesting how it.
But anyway, the point I really wanted to get to here is that they're doing this, and then when you point out that they're doing it, they go, "Oh well, you didn't bring any counter evidence, bro." Like, okay, cool. Well, bring some evidence first, and then we can talk. So yeah, we're doing this silly dance with them. Anyway, I've got to go, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Nice to hear you, Crypto. And yeah, that's a really common one. They say if we should bring evidence. So disregarding all evidence that has been provided.
That's a really tricky way of doing it, right? Where is your evidence? I think that the guy last night was doing something similar, and we were actually providing the links to the lasers. We were talking about the radio signals between long distances, the long distance observations, and he was discarding that. And you guys are not providing any evidence. Well, bro, we are.
They did another switch where they're going to another completely different test, which wasn't discussed. And they were called out on it. They were caught red-handed with the. So, wow. How does anybody operate like that? It's astonishing what they're going through. Like, they think they got an edge on us somehow.
But that's the actual step. I think that's right that we do that, right? Or when you provide the evidence for there is not a globe, right? Because it's been tested. The globe, the radius, we went out there to test it, and there is no radius. That's how we can come to the conclusion that there is no globe, right? Because the globe depends on the radius. But a lot of globers do this. They don't want to talk about the radius. They want to talk about something else. But what Crypto was trying to say is that provide evidence against the globe evidence, right? This what is your evidence against the evidence that they're not even providing? Like, yeah, I look at the sky, I see spheres. Provide evidence against the Earth is not a sphere because I see the spheres in the sky. So he was saying, yeah, like
train wreck as far as fallacies go, right? That's a literal train wreck. Like they're using this projection skill with the bias in the beginning, like, and then all or nothing, and then not accepting the evidence. They have this piled up. They have this layer cake of fallacies. See how they present them? Boom, a big old block of like 6 different fallacies in one sentence. Like it's incredible. They're multiplying. They're trying to multiply their efforts. It's not working. Keep trying though, Bob. I'm sure Miggy's. What's going on now, Miggy? Anything new in the chat? That's a funny statement. Anything new?
Yeah.
No.
I was actually going to bring something up. Band member was saying to Bob the science guy, I call their technique of telling people to go out and see it's flat a religious concept. Miggy blew his top. Of course, it's not a religious concept, you doofus. You're going out and seeing something in reality. How is that religious?
Yeah. How's that a concept?
That's the problem you have, band member, with this whole situation. You don't want to go and do the legwork out in the field. That's not my problem, and you're calling that religious? So you're saying everybody who goes and make observations in the real world is religious? How do you reconcile that, band member?
I'm going to say delusional. I'm going to say I'm going to call this one. I'm going to label it. It's a delusional concept about a delusional concept that they created themselves. Am I pretty close?
Yeah, he builds this whole idea about actually taking observations in the real world, a religious concept. That is what band member is saying. Religious concept. Now, if anybody actually does, any globe Earth person think it's a religious concept to go out and do any field tests, well then guess what, band member? You know Bob the Science Guy that you just high-fived? He must be doing a religious concept as well, because he did a half a mile measurement of the Earth's curvature. So now what, band member? You know the guy that you just high-fived in the chat? You're saying that he's also religious. Take that. You don't like it, huh? When the boats turned around, you don't like it, do you? You just finished calling Bob the Science Guy someone who's religious in the concept. So there you have it. You did that to yourself. I didn't do it. You did it.
They're trying to make everything opposite. That's a weird. That's some strange voodoo there. It's not working once again. So that means Aristophanes should be religious. Wait, hold on one sec. So that means
I didn't say that, Bob the Science Guy. No, he's saying that's a great. So, Sonny, check it out. He's saying that Bob the Science Guy is saying that I said it was a great leap of logic for me. It's not me. I didn't say that. Band member's the one that said that. So apparently he's saying that you going out and doing that half a mile test, that you're experiencing a religious concept. So he can't reconcile that. So now he's trying to make it sound like it's me. So you need to tell your friend that you just high-fived and said, hey, how's it going, band member? Now you got to reconcile that with him, because that's him telling you, Bob.
Well, it's interesting how they create these traps for themselves. Right when we're getting a nice, concise package of their fallaciousity. Another copyright. Copyright it.
Dude, I'm still in that word. Sorry, it's going on my next song.
Which one?
Fallaciousity.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Whoa.
I got my pencil and pen in my pocket, writing everything I hear down.
Is your pocket in your brain or your mind?
La papeles and la tabla and la mesa.
I got a pen and pocket in. No, I got a pen and pocket in my paper.
All right, man. What a great crew we got.
Okay, Sonny. Yes. I thought of this last night. It's four lines, right? So instead of the 19 word, I'm just going to use the word Kobe. Okay, so this is the chorus. I thought when I was driving back from Santa Barbara. It goes like this. It goes. We wait until hell freezes over. Maybe it goes like we're gonna wait until hell freezes over. Bitch, I'm so cold, I'm as cold as Kobe. Maybe I'm just like the swine flu. This is what it sounds like when pigs fly. Pretty dope chorus, huh?
Dude, listen, see, I need someone like you that's good at doing beats and stuff like that, because what I want to do is put that rock guitar behind it, so you have that as part of the layer, the sound.
I'm not good at beats. I'm just good at lyrics.
Well, it doesn't matter. We'll just get a click thing, and you just go tick, 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 and I go round, 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 and they go along with you, round, 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 whatever your voice is doing. The guitar behind you doing simple changes, and then every now and then have that squeal or a twangy kind of.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, I'd like to interject. Sorry, guys. And I know some people don't like when I interact with the YouTube trolls. I do it because it's a great way for us to have that conversation between the idea, right? That these guys are what they're saying. So he came back. Bob the Science Guy retorted And he said, if you actually read what he said, telling people to go out and see it's flat is not an actual collection of evidence. That is confirmation bias. Now that he said that, I would say, so if we're both standing at the shore of a beach and we look out into the horizon, you mean to tell me it's confirmation bias that it's flat? Or do you mean that it's the base axiom that we all on Earth work on? Because that is what we all see, right? We don't see the curvature of the globe anywhere. We don't see that. And even the science communicators can tell you that as well, Bob. They don't see that. Now, that's what I'm trying to get across to you guys. It's not confirmation bias. That's just basic observation when we all go and stand at the beach. So, what are you talking about? Anyway, back to you guys.
Confirmation bias will be, oh, I went up in an airplane and I see the globe when I go up in an airplane. I think that's confirmation bias because you actually don't see a globe when you go up in an airplane, right?
Yeah.
Do you?
Exactly.
Everybody knows you don't see the globe. Even the pilot, even the designer of the airplane, even the guy on the ground trying to shoot down the airplane. Everybody knows. Nobody has to ever take into account the globe. But then you get in the airplane and you say, look at the window, and you believe you see the globe, but that's just confirmation bias.
Yeah. So, and just to reiterate, band member, I'm going to bring up your quote. You said, Bob the Science Guy, I called their technique of telling people to go out and see it's flat a religious concept. Miggy blew his top. Of course, because like I said before, that's what you're saying, and you don't understand that you're saying it. So you're just like a goldfish. You forget what you're saying. And I'm reiterating your point, your same point, saying that we go out and see it's flat. That's what we do. We go out into the beach. We're not seeing any curvature. We're seeing that it's flat. Because you disagree with that, that's not my problem. That's your problem. Whatever you see, I don't understand like why you would see anything else, but we all see that it's flat. Flat, horizontal, that's what the horizon looks like to everyone on Earth. So why is that a religious concept? That's what I need to know from you.
That just like really seems like scraping the barrel.
Of course.
Who hangs that freaking low?
Band member and Bob colluding. At any rate, yeah, but they're stewing in their juices right now, trying to give a retort.
Have you seen this bot in the YouTube comments that they say something like, "Oh, I learned from this entrepreneur that if you do this and that, you can make $100,000 million a month." And then they get a comment or a reply to that comment. "Oh, I didn't know you actually learned from this person. I actually make $100 billion a month, right?" Is it like the bots are kind of, or people kind of commenting between each other, kind of enforcing whatever they're trying to sell towards the audience that is reading the comments? Like Bob and there's a band member kind of reinforcing their parody or whatever they're trying to portray in the YouTube. Have you seen these comments of people on the internet? They selling like products, or they're selling kind of making comments about professors or people that teach you stuff, but it's actually trying to get you click into the it's trying to get you click into the
no, that's not mine. Yo no quiero
this one time at band camp. Gravity is the weakest force, yet we have million-pound clouds floating freely in the sky. I wasn't really asking for help there, Bob. Sonny, you still here?
Yes, sir. I am. I'm checking a circuit right now.
You working on a laser? That's what I was going to ask about.
I am. I am. I was just doing an ohm test. I know there's a way to tell what the circuit requires with the ohms, like what the load is on it, I guess you call it. So I think I'm right about 3 volts. That's the type of power receptacle, little tiny mini power. I don't have anything that's small. I have to find I was thinking about going to a thrift store. That's where you usually find like adapters. That's probably a common phone adapter. But I might be able to make a battery setup so it's portable.
Yeah, you should be able to. Yeah, the batteries. Hey, a couple years back, I bought a bulk lot of store returned green lasers. I have shitloads of them.
What would that be used for, in particular, the green one?
I don't know. They're brighter at night, and even in twilight, they're easy to spot.
Okay. I'm really getting curious now because I think it'd be no problem. This thing might actually work.
I've tore tons of them apart just looking at them, see them, doing different hacks to them to get them to burn shit.
Really? See, that's what I'm concerned with. 'Cause it does have the adjuster.
Yeah, there should be a adjuster on that board in there somewhere. Like, yeah.
It actually is a push button. Hold on. I just realized this.
Push button is probably to get it to go off and on.
Yeah.
Probably,
I didn't realize
have to hold it.
it has a potentiometer in there, and that is connected to a motor that turns a disc sitting in front of the lower mounted laser. There's 2 of them in here.
That might be a programmable laser. You could program shit to it and get that laser to go. And
Look, I could take it apart again, but I got pictures.
I've seen all the pictures. I've been following it.
So that's
I don't
interesting.
always talk.
Why does this thing have a microphone? Is what I can't understand.
To go with the beat of the music. To go with the beat of the music.
That's possible. Oh, that's probably what it is. I bet that's what this is.
It's probably a DJ, a piece of DJ equipment you got there.
You know what it probably came from is the Halloween people. I was wondering where it come from because where they set up this haunted trails for Halloween every year. This whole long part of the park where there was a street going through. Well, they make trails. There's trails, and they set up this whole thing, haunted houses, and you walk through this. I guess they walk through, get scared, different things will pop out.
Yeah,
so they probably had these lights flashing. That's probably what this is.
Yeah, that type probably expensive unit to be able to do that kind of maneuvering and stuff. Sound sensitive, sound reaction.
It does kind of look like it was on a pole, like screwed onto a pole of some kind.
Can you tell if there's any motion sensing inside there?
No,
I wouldn't even know what kind of chip.
I looked at the board. It's got a little tiny 1 inch square motherboard like thing.
Yeah, that's just like the laser pens.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything interesting. It didn't have anything like I know circuits pretty well. Like I haven't seen anything extravagant like that. Only very simple connections, a few capacitors, a few resistors, and the microphone goes on the board that's mounted up next to the fan. It's got the switch for the rheostat and a 1-2 on-off switch. 1 on, 2 off. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well,
I noticed
weird.
Whenever you manipulate the laser strength, you also that whenever you turn the power up to be able to burn something with a laser, you fry that board real quick.
I wouldn't want to do that, but I'm curious to see what this thing does. Anyway, it'll be easy to hook up. I could probably use shoot 3 volt. 2 triple.
The pens, these pens that I have, they operate off of 2 AAAs.
AAA batteries, 1.5 volts, and I'll have to remember such a doofus sometimes with simple electronics. How to multiply? I would go positive to negative, and positive. No, go. Batteries would go positive to negative, and then right. Wouldn't that create 3 volts? If you have 2 of them and they're in series.
I'm not too keen on that.
Parallel. Might be parallel. That multiplies it. It's got to be one of those 2 ways. I think it's. I'm trying to remember when you do batteries. Like 2 12 volts, you can make 24.
Right.
Keep boosting it up. Yeah, I'm gonna go outside. It's only. It's not even noon yet. I better get going. I got this like the hugest pomegranate, literally a giant pomegranate, like a beautiful, like looks like organic, store-bought, perfectly shaped pomegranate, a big heavy one I got from the top of the tree.
Nice. You have your own tree?
No, it's out in the park.
Oh, okay.
I live near a huge park. It's I think 1,600 acres. That's larger than Central Park in area, and it's all wildlands, canyons, old creek beds, seasonal creek beds, trees, forests. Like parts of it have 100-foot tall eucalyptus trees and all kinds of greenery. Like then you get near the canyons, and it's like wild brush land and cactus and a few birch maybe and some maple.
Lots to explore.
with some oak trees. Yeah, a lot of different things I found. Sage and a whole bunch of different kinds of sage. Up in the park, there's freaking lavender. There's rosemary, fresh rosemary, aloe vera. I know where all the good stuff is.
Are there camping restrictions?
Yeah, well, yeah, there is, unless you're wild like me. I could do it. I've just been, that's too close for me. When it starts getting the chill of night and I'm that close to home, I go, it's only 2 miles back out. I'll just
Gotcha.
ride back home. But if I'm 8 miles away, then no way am I going back. It just takes too long, too much effort to get
Right.
there already. So then I'll camp if I'm far enough away. I'll make sure I have everything with me.
Yeah, this road trip will take.
I've set it up in the daytime. Look, I've set up many different, like 4 different tents or 3 different tents, I think, at different times. Go out, set them up at the whole thing in the daytime. Just go out and set them up and sit there in the sun for a while. And then maybe in the evening, even have my cooking gear, everything, and cook some food and sit there for an hour, a couple hours, a few hours, then break it all down and go home. But it's been a while since I've done that.
Yeah, this road trip I'm taking here after the first of the year, just looking for different areas to go to. Mainly car camping, stealth camping in the car.
Exactly. That's what this is. Like, you're not supposed to, but anybody that's wild enough to be down where I am, literally, I was out there last night and it's getting dark really early. So this place I go to, I literally saw wolves, size coyotes that look like the size of a large German Shepherd, but really scrawny and super long snout.
A coyote.
Yeah, coyote. But this thing was like a small wolf. Like, I know some wolves are giant. This is like wolf size. Like, they knew I was there. I would see them sometimes. I started seeing them in the daytime before, like a couple of times. 1 year, a couple of years back, I think. I saw them in the daytime. And there's a pair
Domestically being fed.
Well, they live pretty close to people that have yards up on the top of the canyons. There's properties up there. But down right beyond those properties, wherever they have fence lines or whatever, it's wildland. So those coyote have a lot of places to find food, and there's a bunch of rodents, and they probably keep it clear. But I haven't seen them in a couple of years. The big, huge one, the first one I saw it again a couple times after that. But I've literally seen up by the streets a dozen of them on the other side, which is where the public artwork, like one of the biggest streets, 6th Avenue, goes right by the park, like not far from where the street is. There's a little grass area, and then there's a bathroom, and then there's a concrete walkway that goes through bike path walkway. Then there's a street, right? And right near that street, that's an inner street closer to the edge of this canyon, I've seen a dozen coyotes running along the edge and down back into the canyon. They're just like a flowing stream of coyotes, all different sizes.
I was going to ask that, how big?
How big? From anywhere from like a large dog to like the size of a pit bull. These things are large. Some of them are smaller. The younger ones, there's older gray ones, and then there was younger, brighter colored ones. There's more vigorous ones. There's a whole family of them. I've seen them here, and that's right near the city. I had no idea there were dogs that large, but they obviously know I'm there, like, because I've sat there. They don't come around me. Like, I had this one that was like fretting a little bit because I was on the other side of the creek bed, I think, where he was trying to go, and he was kind of like he wanted to go, and he kept back. He would walk down like to get to that side, but he'd stop because I was there. I'm a force to be reckoned with. So
That's the only thing I've confronted and out this way, Western Pennsylvania, is foxes.
Oh yeah. Now they're very smart, so they're very inquisitive too, aren't they? Won't they come right up to you? I've had foxes here in California come right up to me, actually.
Dude, my dad has a Newfoundland, which it's a large dog. And one morning, maybe last year or the year before, he was playing with there was a fox, and the dog and the fox were playing in the backyard, like playing together. And he got some video of it. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a trip, man. See, that's
Yeah, it
amazing,
is.
because they're just like a different variety. They obviously smell their own pheromones, like they know a canine pheromone. It's probably just like, long lost cousin. Wow, haven't seen one of you in a long time.
Well, the same dog. I took him with me camping one time, and with some people, we're sitting around the fire, and the dog was just laying there sleeping near the fire, about 15 feet away from us, and looked over, and there was a fox that was literally within, like, right there with us, sniffing the dog's butt. And yeah. And all of a sudden, like, somebody pointed at, is like, look at that. And I'm like, dog's name's Cody. I'm like, Cody. Like, and he woke up and immediately started chasing the fox through the woods. So, and like, but yeah, like, this fox came right up to our fire, basically.
That's pretty awesome. I love being in nature and getting that kind of thing. Hasn't happened to me often. Some of it I think I missed because of the damn curve.
I found this little diamond emery thing for sharpening any kind of blade, and oh my god, it sharpens so good, man. I bet Lou's got one of those. You have one of these little handheld ones, man. It's a small little diamond hone on it, and it sharpens blades really well if you get the angle right. Scissors. Never sharpen the sides of a scissors. Okay. That's crucial. Okay. Got to get moving. Having motivation problems.
Hear that?
Rolling. Get those
I
doobies
hear that.
rolling.
I'm out of flour. I'm strictly vape right now. Do you know what color that laser is?
No, I sure don't. Should hook one of these batteries up to it to see if it sparks it up. I'm so happy I have like this brand new, what is it, Kawitz digital multimeter, and it was under my sink, under my stove, and I flooded the area, and it was soaked with water. I'm like, oh man, like where you see the screen, you saw water. I took it completely apart.
Distilled water.
And it had these two springs on the sides of the dial with ball bearings that are tiniest little ball bearings on little tiny springs. And I lost one of the ball bearings. I'm like, oh man. Ended up finding it. But I dried it all out and it works perfect again. I was really happy. That was a victory.
Yeah, it was. I've always been told to, if my electronics get wet, to re-wet them with distilled water and let them dry that way.
Interesting.
That way you don't get the impurities building up on the circuitry.
I took the batteries out immediately. I think I tried to dry the connection area where the batteries are. That's crucial, I think. But it must have been not bad. I mean, that literally the screen. It looked like where the screen was filled with water up there.
Like behind the screen.
Yeah, inside the screen. I had to take it apart, take the glass off, take the screen off, dry it very carefully, put it back together. That's what I like doing. One thing I like doing is because I miss things the way things used to be. Even old plastics, like the dials, like the old Bakelite radios. Like old stuff gets all dirty because people not cleaning the dust. Well, I like cleaning things that were old and making them look brand new. Old things look brand new again, shining them up, cleaning them all off. But now there's less and less of these old things available anywhere. Like you might find them in different areas at swap meets where people are actually still trading some of that stuff. But
yeah, 92 it was. I picked up an old Pioneer tube amp.
Awesome, man. You got that's any one of those. It's which brand again?
Pioneer. I believe it was Pioneer.
That's Pioneer. The tube amps that are those, yeah, like I have one that's just after the tube amp. It's not a Pioneer, it's Kenwood. And it's a really good unit. It still has big old fat capacitors in it, you know.
Like it had quadraphonics built into it too.
Oh, that's
yeah. We've talked about this before. I bragged about my old 1978 Pioneer SX 980. I think it's freaking awesome.
Does it have tubes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, that's awesome.
200. Was it like 240 or 260 like watt tube amps? Yeah. Yeah.
240 per channel or 240 total?
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, mine's only like 40 watts per channel, I think.
I paid $25 for it. I sold it for 250.
Yeah, I still have the receiver, but I don't know why anybody. I guess the audiophiles would still want the receiver, but I have no use for a receiver. It's too big and bulky. I'm not going to use it for FM radio. Right.
Yeah, that's what this one was, a tube amp receiver.
Yeah, mine's separate. So the receiver's separate from the amp, which is good. Because I just like the amp. I put the Discord through it and play music and stuff. And it's really loud, big, huge Sansui speakers with it, the original ones. It's bad. Ass. Good stuff. As far as sound reproduction, it's amazing how well these speakers still work. As far as like, yeah, like studio speakers.
Actually, it was a ham fest. That's where I bought it. The annual ham fest up at the farm grounds.
See, I would love to be in an area like that strictly because of those types of things. Because people on the farm areas, they are still probably finding those barn finds and stuff, attic finds and rare. Like mostly interested in vintage guitar music, electronics, like old Fender amplifiers from the 40s and 50s, like any of those, up to like 62, I think. Any pre-CBS Fender amplifiers, guitars. Well, the guitars are super, super rare, so forget about that unless you want to spend $10,000, or let's just say $5,000 or more. But the amplifiers now, yeah, they can be worth thousands of dollars. So you could get lucky though and find something that for me would be a gold mine just for having the piece of equipment for myself to enjoy and playing it for others. Like having like one of those vintage Fender reverbs or Fender, what do they call it? Stageman or Showman. That's the one. The Fender Showman, that one. Or whatever the freaking what was it? This one, the Fender Bassman, like even one that didn't have the amplifier in it anymore. Having just the cabinet, they're worth thousands of dollars. But to have the original electronics to be able to have something vintage would be really awesome. They want too much for them. Like taking out a car loan for some of these amplifiers. Yeah, like how about a 1958 Fender Bassman with the 4x10 cabinet and the head. Play a stadium with that sucker.
A friend of mine used to collect all that vintage Sony stuff. Yeah, I got pictures of it. He's dead now, but he had all the old Sony receivers, tube amps, and everything. The most nostalgic for me was the working reel to reel that he had. I wish I would have bought that off of him. See if I got those pictures on the computer. There he goes, Sonny. And Lunatic, check that stuff out.
Wow, that's fantastic, man.
The old beta
the one on
top
the one
loader.
on top of the one on the top of the TV to the left. So like, yeah, that's pretty similar to the Pioneer I was showing. I like that style with the wood and stainless,
Yeah,
or aluminum or whatever.
brushed aluminum. Yeah, that's nice. It's like, it's all good stuff. Wow.
He loved those old beta top loaders.
You got a bunch of that. Look at that TV, man. It's like I'm
You should see
talking
his
about
big
it.
screen.
Ancient.
Let me see if I got
like
that.
ancient technology. I wish having a reel to reel. Oh, that would be fantastic. You know, to have any of that sound reproduction that they used to use, like the 4-track recorders, like even the Beatles supposedly use. Having any of that, yeah, that's really hard to get. I've looked at the prices of that, all that kind of stuff throughout the years. Have you
He
even seen
replaced
some
the lamps
reel
on that.
reels?
He
Seen
replaced the
some,
lamps on that. It was like $350 per bulb.
No kidding. That's true.
Yeah, those bulbs they don't make that stuff, the incandescent lighting and stuff anymore. So they have to rob them from other equipment in order to replace them.
That's exactly what he had. The technician that came in and did it. He wouldn't even take that unit from his apartment. He said, "You can't move that anymore. Just cannot be moved."
Jack White from the White Stripes, he's a big collector of this type of stuff too.
Yeah, I lost contact with him when he died, and I don't even know where any of that went. He was kind of a loner.
Oh no.
He had a lobotomy back in the 70s. Just put it that way. That explains the whole situation there.
That's a shame.
Yeah. I think he was 52 when he died. He told me he was going to do it. When my dad dies, I'm taking my whole bottle of Percocets. And exactly to the month to the day of his dad dying, and he got his script. He was dead.
Wow. That is a shame. Well, there by the grace of God go I. That's what I always pray.
Exactly.
Could be me. And almost has been more times than I like to admit to. But the good news
Might as well show you his
today's a
bar,
new
too.
day, and quite alive today and lively.
I was gonna kill myself by taking a whole bottle of aspirin one time, but after I took 2, I felt better.
Back in the late 80s, I ran into a lady at a hospital that overdosed on aspirin. And every single one of her digits, the end of her fingertips from the fingernail joint up to the tip, was black. She lost circulation to all of her extremities because the blood flowed so fast. That's my guess, is that it flowed so fast.
I knew there was a rhyme in there with what you were saying somewhere, but I lost it now. I knew a lady in that's right. I knew a lady in the 80s. 80 aspirin.
Nah, I don't know how many she took, but it was pretty wicked to see. It was like they just died. The fingertips just died.
That's why we didn't know how many aspirin she ate, so that's why we had to make it up. like the moon landing. Well, we didn't go. And that's how it happened. And if you didn't go, then it might be good to go back and find out why you didn't continue something if you wanted to continue doing it in the future.
Here you go, son. You appreciate this kid.
Thanks, Buzz. Who's
This
that?
dude
You?
could jam. No, he was playing with a live group.
Oh, that's your friend, huh?
No, not the dude with the stereo equipment. No, it's just in the folder that I'm in where all my pictures are at.
And so who's playing?
14 years old. 14 years old, man. He was jamming like you never heard before. Like I never heard before.
Okay, so that kid is. Yeah, look at that amp like back behind him there. That's rad. I wonder what he has there.
Yeah, I don't know. The picture ain't that.
Keyboard.
I don't know. I didn't get a very good picture. I have another one, but it's just as blurry. That was probably about 10 years ago.
Yeah, so
I'd like to see where he's at today.
When you get that obsession with the 6-string, like for me, it never stopped. Why are y'all so quiet? I have to go to outdoor mode. No doubt.
Yeah. Oh.
What? That shit's flat.
Trust your identity. Be in touch with your reality. The purpose of life is to know yourself, love yourself, trust yourself, and be yourself. Flat Earth can help.
I bet that the picture that Adam posted in the live stream chat, I bet everybody that is the globe belief says, look at the curve at the top of the picture. It's like, duh, that's the ice shelf. Just some further thoughts of mine on this trajectory thing for space shuttles or whatever, and the math involved with the curvature, and that it has to be precise, right? What about all the experimental launches and all the explosions from not hitting that exact spot in the space thingy? You know what I'm saying? How many times did they fail at it that we know of, that's recorded outside of the fishbowl stuff? Just thoughts of mine, that's all. Maybe I'm just wrong in my understanding of it, but like there has to be there's like a specific hole through space that they have to get through, from my understanding. And all those figures and all that math with the escape velocity and everything timing up perfectly to hit that one spot that they can project out into the outer space. Does anybody know what I mean?
Hiya, Davey. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Do you think NASA have a hole in the firmament to escape to space or something?
No, like there's a specific there are, like with the Van Allen belt. Supposedly, there's some kind of a hole in that if they time it correctly and with all the correct calculations, they can get beyond that without the catastrophic events that happen whenever they try to fly through a different area that they can't.
As far as
as far as the firmament, no, I understand all that, but I'm just, I guess, being facetious in asking the question. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but it's still stuff that, like, it makes me wonder. It's like, how, where, why? A to B to C to D.
Like a low solar minimum or a weak point in the Van Allen belts where they can pass through without being radiated, sort of thing.
Right.
Got you.
Specifically, and it seems to be of very great importance with that thin sheet of material they use on these ships.
Oh, completely it is. Yep. Yeah, it's so important that it didn't actually affect the film that they took to the moon. Okay, men making it through radiation, coming back, surviving it, all these sort of things. But the most fragile thing possibly on that flight to go through that, alleged radiation belt was the film, to me, as far as I know. But, obviously human health would have shown something. But, the film would have been exposed instantly. I don't understand that. So obviously they do claim some sort of low point. But how they claim that many radians is a low point or whatever it is, I don't know.
Right. It boggles my mind.
It's all in the math. The math works it out perfectly, though. You don't need to worry about it. The math's got it covered.
Minus the physical properties. There's still math involved. You got to take it away, subtract it.
Yep.
It just gets laughable to a point, right?
It's utterly hilarious. I mean, you've probably seen as much as I have. And for this number of years, they're now sending a mannequin up. They're sending a dummy. I'm like, come on, guys. No, just no. And it's all going to be CGI, and people will believe it. But that's why it's generational. That's why it's so clever. It's a long-term game with them. And there's no new people or new young minds to accept the technology as rote or the science as settled, which is most certainly never done. Science is never settled. But yeah, it's kind of pitiful.
It just becomes criminal when you question it.
Yeah. Well, technically, it is criminal on a human health scale.
Criminal to the character.
Yeah, when countries are going on their knees and people are starving and can't afford heating or food, and they're hemorrhaging 60 million a day quite happily. That's criminal.
They criminalize it against the character of the flat Earth as well. Demonize it, anyways.
Well, we're just attacking science, we're just pitchfork wielding, torch waving yokels that deny science and inhibit man's progress. And therefore we should obviously be shut down for some kind of reason. We're not allowed to be different. We're not allowed to actually believe that or think that we've got, physical evidence in this world of equality. We're shut down.
Shut down and discredited.
Yeah, disavowed. No sanctuary for you. Get out the church.
And I'm getting really excited to go on this little trip. I'm going to travel across the U.S. to all the observable places that I can see beyond the curve.
Yeah, have you got landmarks or positions of like the elevation marked out to observe from as you go?
It's in the making. Yeah, I want to be real specific on where I go, what I measure.
Yeah, The US has got amazing topography for that. We can do it in the UK and more so in Scotland, but the more hills that you're or mountains that you're in amongst, that you have to keep going higher and higher, and crest another hill because you realise that there's you can actually see a further horizon now. If you just crest another hill, get a little bit more elevation, yet again there's a further horizon to be seen. It's kind of nice. I've mapped America, some of the roads and stuff that I'd like to do someday maybe. And yeah, there does seem to be like places like Devil's Tower and stuff like that. I would love to climb that and get some photographs from up there, or some of the helicopter tours that they do around the Grand Canyon that would land you in some amazing places. You could just see forever, literally, if you had the camera.
Right. I feel you 100% on that. I that's why I'm so excited. It's getting closer and closer,
Yeah. I'd thought about getting something maybe with, like, we used to have beacon fires, like, allegedly thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago. And I've always wondered if I could get a series of friends to go and recreate what I've seen when I was young, like around a lake where I would see a lake fire that was like 7 miles away on a shore that's just physically impossible on a globe. Things like that. I wonder if we could do stuff like that with maybe EPIRBs, the pulsing lights, or a strobe light, or something that we could physically see light after light after light after light, at maybe hundreds of miles of distance at night. I wondered something like that. If we could do it maybe up and down Britain, there could be enough people to do it, but I don't know if we'd have the technology but yeah, I'd like to do something like that.
The main thing, I just want to see it with my own eyes. I know what the ocean looks like from the beach.
Mm.
I want, there's supposedly some areas up in the plain states that you could see quite a few states.
Yeah, so here.
I want to see it. I want to see. I want to see. Yeah. I want to see the optical illusion that the Globers tell me that I don't see any curve.
Yeah.
If anything, that'll prove itself, right?
Should do. That's the theory.
Almost to confirm my own sanity as well.
Yeah, that's true. There is another side of it. We talk about these things, and I'm itching to get to somewhere that's bigger and flatter than the UK. I've seen, I've been up in flights over the UK, microlights and stuff like that, and I've seen expanses of land that I figure I shouldn't see. But there just isn't the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of, like you've got over there, the thousands of miles of rolling plain, literally flat for just forever, almost. Yeah, it'd be
Far
nice
as the eye can see.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get a bunch of people over distances of hundreds of miles with laser lights, connecting them from spot to spot to spot.
Yep. I think do you remember like at the start of the old movies, they used to have the spotlights in front of the cinema that were actually the spotlights that spotted the planes from World War II. You remember those things?
Yeah.
Right. So if we set that up with a series of those, Davey, every 10 to 20 miles, you're not going to say that you won't see that at night. One of those every 10 to 20 miles, maybe 50 miles even. Series of beacons shining straight up.
Shouldn't be able to see it. Or it should look like it's going away. I just took within the last 2 weeks or so, I probably drove close to 2,000 miles, if not more than that. And it was always so flat, except when I was in the mountainous areas. I could almost take a nap. It was so flat and straight.
Yeah, well, that was the big killer of the long haul driver, was falling asleep because there was nothing to do.
Yeah, nothing to see.
Yeah, just endless corn or endless fields of wheat or whatever, and it looks like an ocean, so you drift off to sleep.
Yeah. I did some semi-driving back in the late 90s. Just regional, but still it fell in the parameters of the sleep schedule and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Easy to get hypnotized by the road. Real easy.
Yeah. I used to drive like 2 miles up and down, like a 4-mile journey to an airport every night with a minibus taking people to the airport. We run a car park. Leave your car with us. We'd take you to the airport and pick you up on the way back, give you your car. And I used to do that all night long. So I would drive thousands of miles literally in a week up and down to this airport, parking cars, round and round, up and down I went. But every morning going home on the motorway, it was terrifying because I would nod off. There was nothing to do in the motorway. My mind wasn't fixed on what I had to do next or what the next distraction was. And even after a night of driving, that was it. I was delirious.
Whenever I was in training, that's what they told us always, just keep your head moving with the mirrors. That kind of helps you stay attentive to the road, just doesn't let you get caught in that mesmerizing state of just
yeah.
Keep the head moving. Even look in the rearview mirror, even though you can't see nothing but the cab. Just look at it. Take your eyes off the road. Look left, look right, look straight.
Yep.
And learn a lot about sleep patterns too. Yeah. Sleep is just like a bank account. It takes it whether you got it or not.
Yeah. I've had it foreclosed on me where I closed my eyes for a 40-minute wink and I woke up, 7 hours later.
Yeah. I had one close call coming down a hill and I dozed off. Split second. But I opened my eyes back up just in time to slam on them brakes, come within a hair of the car in front of me. Most terrifying, it has the most terrifying inside out experience that I have ever had in my life.
Yeah, I pulled off for gas after a night's work. I was almost home, so I pulled off for gas and thought I'd get some air in my tyres first, so I pulled over at the airline, woke up 7 hours later. I closed my eyes to rub them and that was it. I was out. Right. Nobody even checked on me. I was just parked with the airline.
Wow.
I had to turn around and go back to work.
Hard to not be questioned by the missus after that one, huh?
Well,
where you been all night?
So did you catch Witsit's debate last night?
No, I didn't.
It was actually quite good. It was quite good. I'm not going to speak for Craig. He done his usual thing, but I'm not going to talk him down. At least he stayed. At least he didn't freak out. But it was quite good. It was quite good.
Was that the one he came in and dropped the link for like 2 days ago, maybe? I remember I stopped at the one debate he was on when he posted the link here in the chat.
Yeah, he was on. There was one a couple of days ago, but there was another one last night.
Okay, I missed that one.
The new Tertiaria thing. I'll drop a link for it.
Okay.
If I can find it. But yeah, Craig from Craig Fight the Flat Earth. He was in. Right, where's my... No, that's not that. Dear God, old age doesn't help when you don't know how technology works. Library.
I don't know why my microphone keeps picking up background noise. I don't know why.
There's a noise cancellation thing in the settings. I don't know if it's on that or not. Or you could adjust the sensitivity of the mic as well. There's a slider.
Okay, I probably have to do that. I just reinstalled everything on my laptop too, so that's probably it.
Yeah, Discord's a bitch for changing the settings. That's why on YouTube everybody sounds really loud or really quiet, because they'll go away and come back and all their settings are different and it just sounds wild.
So I should untick the automatically determine sensitivity?
Yeah, if you untick that, the slider lights up and you can set
Slide
it
it
up and
closer.
down.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me try that.
and then I think there's a sensitivity meter where it shows your voice as you talk next to it. Or maybe it's a slider that lights up, I'm not sure. But
Basically, all I got to basically talk, voice the highest.
Now it's only picking up part of your voice.
Part of it, okay.
No, it's not picking up anything if you're talking. There's lots of different settings, but if you happen to click one of them, it might just mute you. You might have to go back to where you were to be able to talk again.
I don't know what's going on. When I unticked it, it stopped picking it up.
Yeah, it's really sometimes it's better just on the factory settings, mate. It really is. It can be better if you mess around with it for ages, or there's 2 or 3 different things you can click or whatever. But yeah, it's working now, mate. I can hear you fine anyway.
Yeah, I'd set it back to the original setting with it ticked, automatic setting. It's just picking up noises that it didn't pick up before since I reinstalled Discord. The only thing I have going is this 3D printer behind me. But it seemed like at one point it was picking up my earbud.
Yeah, it does that. Bluetooth confuses it. I've heard a lot of people coming in with Bluetooth earbuds or mics, and it's no good for them. Other people, it's fine, but
my microphone's hardwired. I just have the earbud Bluetooth in.
Yeah.
And it's just weird. Like if I don't talk, the longer I don't talk, the more it picks up the background stuff.
They're listening. That's because they turn the sensitivity up to hear what we're up to when we're not talking.
I'm just thinking maybe if I change the position of my mic, it might change a little bit. Because it was facing down where it's picking up noises off of the computer itself. So
that's your voice is a bit clearer actually now. Yeah.
Okay. I'm speaking into the right part of the microphone. The condensing mic, so you can only you only got that one spot you can talk into it, and I always forget that.
Oh yeah.
And it was facing down until just a minute ago. It was probably even catching the air coming out of the air vent below me.
I've just realised it's Saturday. Everybody will be away watching some kind of sports ball thing.
Oh yeah, that's probably is why it's not so crowded tonight. Not so active, I should say.
Where are we in the month? The 19th. Well, maybe, I don't know. 19th, halfway through the month, people won't have a lot of money. They can't go to the pub. We might get busy later on. The UK does definitely, or Europe gets busier in the winter months in here, for sure.
Oh yeah.
I think it's an economy thing.
Economy and weather here.
Yeah. Well, we've always got the weather. Always. Guaranteed it's too hot or too cold or too wet or too dry.
Plus the shorter days.
Yeah.
Usually this. I live just outside of major cities, so it's usually halfway through the month is when everybody's broke.
Yeah.
Especially the little town that I live in, half the people are on disability, so they go through that check pretty quickly at the beginning of the month.
Yeah. Everybody needs a cup of sugar or some flour or rice halfway through the month. You know what's going on, man.
Yeah. Here where I live at, they spend it all on booze.
Common thing in a working town.
Former steel town.
Oh, right, got you. So it's an alcohol culture that goes along with it then.
Exactly. River town.
It's a shame that all the community's gone from, like, you know, I think it is still in some places where you get, you know, the bars and the town halls where people would get together and do stuff, not just get drunk. But with a lot of the heavy industry going, it's taking a lot of that away. People can't afford to go and get drunk together, so they just get drunk at home and then fight when they go to the pub or the bar.
Yeah. I don't know how many people I know that do. They sit at home until like 9 p.m. drinking out of the bottle, and then they go sip on a beer at the bar for 3 hours. Half tuned. Like, you're half tuned. How the hell you do that shit? Sipping on the same beer for the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
This the town the little borough that I grew up in. As a child in the 70s, we were known. It was in the Guinness Book of World Records per capita, the most bars and most churches.
Wow.
And at that, back then, that was the only industry really in this area was the steel industry. And my dad was the last crane operator in the one mill.
Yeah.
He made it through like 3 different buyouts. And then he finally retired right before they closed down permanently. He lost his pension.
Damn. They did that to so many people. It's heartbreaking. Families,
Yeah.
generations of families that worked in the mills and all the different places, and they just took it all away.
Asbestos is what killed him.
Yeah, I was wondering, is the right age? It roofed every industry, and it built. Like buildings were up in a day or half a day because they were asbestos, where before it would take a week to build them and stuff. Frameworks went up and were covered with asbestos, and machines went on, and that was it. It was the thing, man. It was a great savior. Yet again, fairy stories.
Anyone new in chat? Just to give a little test there. Opportunity to speak. Questions, concerns?
There's Elijah.
Hey, man.
Hey, Elijah. How's it going?
Pretty good. Just woke up. Got to get ready for work and listening.
Nice. 23 people watching on YouTube.
What you guys been up to?
Not much. There was a couple of young guys in last night or early this morning for me. One boy did really well. Elijah, like he was here for hours, and he took it well. He might come back, but yeah, been okay. Did you catch Witsit's debate?
No, yeah. Let me do that. Where's the link?
It's in the live stream, pal.
No shit, guys. Check that out. That video he just posted and then deleted. It's a live stream. Views of the moon. Lunar images taken from orbit.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Anyone
Okay.
here?
Yeah. That live stream you just posted, you cannot go back and view previous footage. You know how like you can go back, take the little red bar in YouTube and take it back to re-watch something or re-listen to something during a live stream? I've never seen that before on a YouTube stream.
Oh shit. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I have my volume all the way down.
So you didn't hear me? I'll say it again. The live stream that you posted, you cannot go back in the live stream to rewatch something of the live stream like you can in any other live stream.
Damn.
Is that wild?
That's that's weird.
Yeah. Did you notice that too, old dude?
No, I didn't, mate. Actually, no. I'm just going to go and have a look and I'll play with it now. And I complain. Yeah. I like complaining when they do things to us. So yeah, hang on. I'm going to have a look.
That's it right there. More skeptical bullshit.
What happened?
There's a live stream.
Yeah.
And you cannot go back and view footage 30 seconds behind the live stream. You cannot manipulate it.
Are you talking about the moon shit? The Artemis, whatever?
Yeah, the post that link you posted that you deleted, I'll post it back in there.
That was an accident. I didn't mean to post that.
Oh, that's okay. Right. It revealed right something really. Great reveal. Great reveal. They got to manipulate it so you can't go back and see it again.
Yeah, because it's just a loop, right? So they don't want, and then eventually they'll delete it. They're not going to leave it up. You know?
But that is so odd. I've never had a live stream that I couldn't go back and check the last 30 seconds out.
It's an option that you can click in when you're setting up your live stream. It's an option somewhere. You got
No shit. Okay. I thought it was a phenomenon.
But why would they set it to that? Why can't you rewind it? Because they don't want you to see that it's a loop, you know?
Deception, 100%.
Yeah,
live stream deception.
I've just clicked on it and I can scroll forwards and backwards on it. But I think maybe the first 10 minutes, there was an issue with the volume. There's no sound, I think.
Are you able to scroll back on it?
Yeah, but when I click on it, I can either scroll forward or back. I'm on the phone though. I don't know if that makes any difference.
Okay. On the browser on a computer, I can't click on it. I can only watch it live. I can't go back 30 seconds. I can't go back to the beginning. All I could do is stop it. And then it jumps right back.
Have they updated the YouTube browser? Is the scroll bar somewhere else maybe? Or hidden?
No, the scroll bar's there. You just can't click on it. For the live feed, you know, like the red bar that goes across.
Weird AF. That is weird. That is just totally weird. There's stuff goes on regionally. If I'm certain videos I can't watch, so I have to use a VPN, one of these whatever it is, or things, and tell it that I'm somewhere in America or I'm somewhere in Europe or I'm somewhere in Japan, and then I can access it. Maybe it's something like that.
Huh. I don't know.
But that's weird. Like, why you can't scroll back or like, you know, go back 30 seconds to re-listen? What? That's some social.
Yeah, this live stream you can't. But apparently, there's a setting that you could set to not allow that to happen before you set a live stream up in YouTube. I never knew that.
That's weird. Yeah, if you've got a VPN thing, try telling it you're in the UK and see what happens. Because I can scroll anywhere I want on it.
You said you're on a phone, though, right?
Yep.
I don't know if it would make any difference. I don't have a VPN set up right now.
Someone needs to record that whole live stream and then, I don't know, run it through some type of loop detector.
Somebody's manipulating the camera of that video now.
I bet it loops, and they'll say, "Oh, well, it went around the whole moon," but that doesn't even fucking make sense because that would be like so fucking long. But like yesterday, last night, it's like it'll show the Earth in 9 minutes or whatever, and then it's just a loop, dude. I saw the same footage last night.
Okay, I'm on mobile. How's the sound inside?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right. All right. Thanks.
I just found that very odd.
So, Davey, that is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. It's not up to you to replace their fairy tale stories of sunlight reflecting off spinning balls of rock in a sky vacuum. Up to them to prove it.
All right. I'm fairly new to the discussion. Let me say that. My beliefs were a lot further back. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. That's just like them trying to reverse the burden onto you. Like, well, then you explain this. Then how's it working? Because we have an explanation. Well, prove it. Prove your explanation. Then prove that's reality. Demonstrate it.
I still lack the skill, so to speak, to get into discussions with it. And
yeah, don't let them turn it on back onto you. Like, yeah, just keep them on their claims. Make them prove what they're trying to claim is reality.
a lot of times, my intentions with most of the stuff that I throw out in the chats like that is to get other people to think about it. I know I'm not the only one that thinks the way I do. In a sense, you know what I mean? Just to jog other people's senses, I don't know how to stick around in a conversation, though, for sure. I'm learning, though. I'm learning.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's good to make people think. Like, and they'll come at a point where, like, you'll say, well, I don't know. I'm not making a claim about it. And they'll say, oh, you don't know then? Oh, well, we do. Well, okay. Oh, you do know, do you? Okay, then. How did you determine that? How was that verified?
I get excited, emotionally excited in some of the conversations that I take part in. But yeah, I'm just really glad I found this server here, the Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah. Yeah, take a look in the Logical Fallacies channel too, and just look up logical fallacies in general. Like, there's heaps of websites on logical fallacies, and just try and learn a few of them, because you'll find that many of their arguments, well, probably actually all of them, really, just start with some form of a logical fallacy or another, or combinations of them.
I float around through the different topics and stuff like that. I learn better by listening to you guys do it.
Yeah.
And how you respond with people. You know what I mean? That's the way I learn the best. And then eventually jump in and get to this point right here. Where, you've seen that, you made me aware of it. And it's like, oh yeah, okay. I don't have to do that. It's not my burden.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I've been okay, so there's this breakdown. I like these breakdown videos, right? Where it's critiquing either Globers or flat earthers, right? And and the way that, they're debating, the arguments they're putting forth, and I like that being like analyzed and critiqued, no matter the delivery, whether it's hostile or calm, right? I like to see that. And somebody's doing that recently, and I encourage them to keep doing it. I encourage others to do it. Like, if I had the right setup, I'd probably do it if I could. Because I've been watching. I like cooking, and particularly Asian cuisine. And I've been watching this guy called Nigel Newell or something. He's got a string. But he's this British comedian, stand-up comedian. But he has a stage character called Uncle Roger, and he uses Uncle Roger persona to do these YouTube reviews of other YouTube cooks and chefs. Jamie Oliver, Gordon Ramsay, and just anybody that puts up a cooking video if he finds it, particularly if it's to do with Asian cooking, like fried rice. Right.
Fucking shit out. Sorry, home.
That's all right. But yeah, yeah, and what he does is he takes the piss out of these other videos, but at the same time, if they're doing something correctly, right, he'll point that out and he'll give them credit where it's due, right? But he takes the absolute piss out of these people, right? And he points out what they're doing wrong, and he'll say what you're supposed to do right, like how you're supposed to do it correctly. And it's funny at the same time, you know, and I enjoy watching it because I actually learned from him pointing out what other cooks are doing wrong improves my cooking skills.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good method. I really enjoy like learning like that. So yeah.
That's definitely the best way I learn. Here comes the Earth. It's going to spin around here in 25 seconds there, Timbo.
yeah, yeah, I could. Yeah, I can give you some good recipes. nah, not turning into a cooking show.
Right.
Take it you guys are like watching some live stream like view of from Artemis or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the first YouTube stream that I've ever been on that I cannot go back 30 seconds and rewatch something. First time I've ever experienced that in my life for YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Want the link?
That's weird. Yeah, sure.
Old dude said he was able to do it on his phone from the UK. I believe that's where he was from, where he's at. But I can't do it on the web browser on the laptop. Because they have a timer that counts down when Earth is going to come into view, and I keep missing it, and I can't go back at 30 seconds to see it.
It's not letting me on my tablet either.
Something very deceptive, huh? At least suspect.
Yep, I can't slide the bar. I can't slide the red bar back, and I can't tap to go back 20, 30 seconds, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Have you ever experienced that on YouTube?
No, definitely not. Only if like was
Oh,
a
there's
glitch or
Earth. Look,
something.
Earth's. I see Earth. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Holy crap, Batman! That's just going to keep going up and up. And it'll just go straight up. It won't appear to come towards us, will it?
Oh. What kind of CGI do they have for us this time, Johnny?
Did you see the link?
No, I'm outside on my bicycle. I'm just
Okay.
listening to you guys.
All right, so you've been following along?
Just a little bit, yeah. For the last couple hours, I was at home. Now I'm
Okay.
outside.
All right, yeah. Then somebody dropped the live stream link, and it's amazing.
It's pretty cool to be on a ride.
You got decent weather?
Yeah, and it's really quite pleasant, like upper 60s, I guess.
That's some nice
down in
riding weather.
Yeah, it's perfect. I just wear double layers on my legs because as soon as it gets below 70 degrees, I start leg get cold. No fat there at all. Well, once it's done.
Catching a lot of wind on the mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. Trouble with that. There we go.
So they claim to have this thing orbiting the moon already.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know who this Real Pax is, though. That's streaming it.
I've seen other streams from him or whoever it is. They do all sorts of shit. I think like streams of Beetlejuice ready to go into supernova and all this shit. Like it's funny.
Jeez. I see they got 4 live streams going.
Yeah, they have live views of the planets and from a telescope. I've actually used like screenshots from there, like of planets, and put them in like into the lobby and ask people, okay, point to where the gas is. Show me which one's the gas, which one's made of dirt. You know, like you can't tell even with this guy's best telescope. Yeah, you can't just see. Oh, yeah, that's obviously a ball of gas. You know, laughable.
Like, how does he get access to the camera that's on this?
No idea.
It almost looks like that curve on that moon is CGI'd with a green screen.
Well, it kind of looks like a parabola to me. A parabola, or whatever, however you pronounce it.
It is, the edge of that moon just looks like, whenever the green screen of somebody's stream isn't set quite right and they get all the goofy shit goes on around their silhouette. That's what I see. At one point in the video, it was so bad that the camera whoever's operating the camera moved the camera to where you couldn't see the arc anymore and zoomed in on the surface to where that's all you seen was the area of the surface. It was like almost as if the camera was at the level, just above the surface of the level, but still catching the arc go through that, but it's focused on the surface, but still showing the arc behind it.
Okay.
With little pieces, with the craters coming in and out as if it was part of the curve.
Right.
That's why I wanted to go back in the video to look at it. It's like, why? How'd that happen? How are you getting these crevices on the surface of the moon to look individual according to that backdrop? You'd have a white crevice surrounded by the blackness of what supposedly is behind it. And then the camera moved and focused in, took that curve out of the stream to where all you seen was directly at the surface. And then it switched.
That bit there looks like an ocean.
Yeah.
As they depict oceans, supposedly,
right,
from that distance anyway.
More like the cloud coverage than anything.
Yeah, it looks like
that
clouds
white.
and it does. Yeah, looks like clouds and ocean with a really wide angle lens.
There was a couple nice illuminated star like stuff coming out of a couple of the craters earlier.
Yeah, well, I've said, because I was 5 years old when my grandfather took me outside at night with his binoculars one night and said, "Look at the moon," and I was looking at the moon, and he was trying to tell me all about heliocentrism and everything. He was really drumming it into my head from a really young age. My grandfather, and but he'd go inside and I'd just stand out there with his binoculars looking at the moon and going, "It looks like there's stars on the moon." That's what I could see through his binoculars. I'm going, why does it look like there's stars on the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Little sparkly things, I don't know. That's just what it looked like to me. I've always remembered that.
That crater there to the right looks like it's a little illuminated.
It does, yeah. It looks like bioluminescent or something.
Yeah, imagine that star-like type spray coming off of it. Ooh, wow, it just got all brighter.
Anyway, I think I'll switch that off. Oh, and they have such ambient music to go along with it, don't they?
I muted that.
I don't have that option on YouTube to mute the audio.
No?
Yeah, on my tab, no. I've looked for it. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be there, but it's not. Just must be a PC thing. Yeah, I'm going to close it. I've seen enough.
Yeah, I got to get going myself. It was nice chatting with you there, T.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, cheers.
I'll be here lurking.
Yeah, same.
Feels so great to get grounded and put your bare feet on the soil. Just a friendly reminder to ground yourself today. Be careful if you're in Australia. You got to be careful of putting your bare feet on the ground in case of any spiders. Be careful of the spiders. I can't.
It's not too bad. I just make sure I shake my shoes out most of the time.
Did you ever try to throw a big spider on the Barbie? Probably could. Ew, they don't sound too appetizing. I bet you got some giant crickets, though, that are delicious, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. And cicadas.
And what else?
Cicadas, they're probably they're like a locust. A locust? Yeah, a locust.
Like a June bug. Yeah, cicada. Yeah, actually, bigger than a June bug. Yeah. Yeah, they have those in the Midwest here in the U.S. In America, land of the once thought they were free. They should have never gave me a mic. I should have said no. Should have blocked me from having a mic. Wish it was easier to do the DJ thing while I was mobile. But I digress. Can't even find a good way to mount my phone yet. I need a mount. There's shock absorbing mount or something. Okay, time for the doobage. What is flat Earth British? What's he say? The spliffage.
Well said, bro.
Hey, shout out to flat Earth British. It's been quite a while.
God, Syria, and al-Bashar.
Al-Bashar. Wait a minute, not familiar with al-Bashar. Sad channel also. Where did they teach this particular method of technology? Sticks and shadows directly transferred to the orbital mechanics of of some kind of aircraft going 238,000 miles and back. Can I have the fuel load on that? And some of the engine specs, please. How much fuel per minute or second do they actually use?
I think it's just telling. It's very telling that most people use the Eratosthenes argument, like, because it's just telling that they've just gone to Google.
Yeah, exactly. Like they tell us every day that they know things before they've looked it up on Google. That, in my opinion, that is not knowledge. You didn't know something. Why are they saying they know something? And they have to go look up what they know, or have us tell them, educate them on what they're supposed to know. That's what ends up happening.
Right.
And that's one thing the audience can definitely hear that we have to tell them and catch them when they're lying. It's actually a lie to say you know something and then proceed to go look it up because you didn't know it in the first place.
Right.
Whoever's in the YouTube chat, someone's out there, I'm sure. Oh, the doofus patrol. Why can't you get your facts straight? Number one, why are whatever you call facts false? Or better
Where's the
yet,
live stream at?
yeah, on YouTube.
Is it on Helio's channel?
It's under, yeah, his other channel, Helio Skeptic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
The 24/7 live though. Community
Oh no, I can't find.
Go to YouTube and just sort of hit the live thing. On the left, there's a little thing where there's some lines. Hit that line. Open up the chat. You'll see.
Looking for it. I see.
Everything that's live.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you.
Beautiful day out here. It's like it's like being on Discord in paradise. What kind of berries these are? Let me see. If I die from eating these berries, tell them. No. You know what? Nature tells you right away if there's something that is bitter, you generally reject it, right? So I'll probably eat poison. Just spit it out. Things look appetizing though. Nice little red berries growing on this tree with oval shaped. I think they might be a holly actually. I think these are holly trees. Serrated edge. Spiny edge. Whoa, someone's calling?
Nature Survival with Sunny.
I love Helio Skeptic stream. What's this person?
What's what, sorry?
Hello, Timbo. Are you there?
It's T-Wad, but yeah.
No, I'm talking to Timbo.
Oh, Timbo. Okay, sorry.
What's up, T-Wad?
Yeah, not much.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. How about you?
I'm all right. Just got on the server for today. I was just putting some pot lights in my kitchen.
Cool. In your kitchen?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why my dad wanted him in there. So I just did it for him. What are you, T-Wad? What'd you do today? Or tonight? It's probably the morning right now for you, eh?
It's the morning, yeah.
Yeah, I used to talk to a lot of Australian people a couple of years ago. It's like 14 hours ahead for you right now.
Right.
Which I don't get, because if we live on a ball, the farthest distance can be halfway, which is 12 hours. So, do you actually believe you're 14 hours away from me? Or in time? Does time even make sense at that point?
Man, I don't know. Don't make me think about I have no idea.
It's crazy to think of it like that, huh?
14 hours traveling at 15 degrees per hour.
Well, that's if we're rotating, yeah, whatever, bro. But we're not. We're obviously not rotating.
No,
which makes it seem kind of weird why they pushed the whole 14 hours away in Australia if you are halfway across the world.
Even if I did 15 degrees of a circle over a plane, you know, I don't know.
Do you like it on Australia?
That's all I know. I think you've asked me that before. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Timbo asked that too. I think I've talked to you before then, a couple of days ago.
Yeah, we've spoken. Yeah.
Hello, Truth Seeker, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Truth Seeker, hello. Globe Earther. Have you found curvature yet?
I'm still working on my Napoleon Dynamite impersonation.
My name is Mr. Guy.
That's who he sounds like. That's who Truth Seeker sounds like, Napoleon Dynamite.
When they launch these spacecrafts up in the sky, how does it actually produce that parabolic like arc? Are they just shooting it at an angle?
Very nice. Thank you. Eventually, of course, you are going to get yourself home. They say it is an exquisite death. Though, who the people are that know that?
Either he doesn't want to talk, or he's not around his mic.
Who, Truth Seeker?
Well, I don't have malaria anymore as much as share a bed with it. My only symptom now is soaking the sheets every night. I sweat so much I'm embarrassed to have the nurses come bring me life. I went and sweated in a nightclub instead.
Some of the people I talked to, I started talking to them about the Earth being flat, and some of them would actually like scream at me because they didn't want to hear it. It's pretty ridiculous.
Last night, someone was here with a message from a Lieutenant Jock Lewis in Brook. Something about
Yeah. I was at my son's formal last night. Graduated year 12. Who's that? Who's doing that?
Helio's hot mic, and you can just turn him down on your client.
Helio. Helio, dude.
I know a lot of mods like to mute for hot mic, and I actually just thought about it, and I realized that they probably don't like that because of the stream.
Well, he can unmute himself anyway. He's good. Yeah, I was at my son's graduation formal last night, and they had a comedy bit where they were giving out, satirical awards to some of the students, and one of them was nominations for the most likely to work for NASA. And I said, "Oh, can they swim and lie?"
Oh, T-Wad, I know a guy who works for NASA. I've been talking to him for like 6 years. He just graduated a school of computer science, and he got a job at NASA in like 6 months. And he tells me all he does is he works on simulations.
Oh, there you go. I bet they've got a flat Earth one too.
You think so?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they'd have flat Earth simulations.
What, to prepare us?
No, I think that they do simulations over a flat Earth.
Just to do it?
Over a flat Earth simulation. Yeah, they can probably just hit a button and switch from between globe and flat.
Checking of the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I see it now. All right. Cool. Some troubles there.
Yeah, that what's his name? There's a YouTuber with a really deep German voice. He sounds he might actually be Belgique. He sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger when he talks, and he got some.
Is he in this Discord?
No, I can't remember his name, but he had a video where he was using a docking simulation that was released to the public, and it was released to the public by NASA, I'm pretty sure, and it had a globe and flat button. You just switch between them. Docking with the ISS simulator.
Yo, T-Wad.
Yo.
If the Earth is flat, tell me why you think NASA does what it does.
I think they just got a good thing going. They exploit it.
Money?
I think they just exploit it, yeah. Plus, I guess it serves multiple purposes, really.
Dude, I talked to my friend who works at NASA about the money they make every day, and he was defending it, like saying, no, they don't actually make that much money a day.
Oh my God! What if you add up all the contractors too?
They make more than 55 million.
Like, add it all up, 29 billion a year.
That's pretty crazy.
We actually had someone in the lobby defending the expenditure, right, based on whether it's true or false. So if it was false, they could be spending that money on starving children. And I'm like, so if it's real, it's okay to starve children? Like, that was his argument. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Hey, like, this Orion. Sorry, like, were you in the middle of a conversation? I just wanted to say something real quick.
Go for it.
Yeah, like I was looking at, okay, the Orion, whatever, that's supposedly filming the moon while it's orbiting it. It says it's going over 5,000 miles per hour, right? And the circumference of the moon, allegedly, is 6,786 miles. So it should loop around it like every 2 minutes, right? Or wait. Maybe I don't know, I'm high, dude. Maybe my math is wrong.
No, they're showing an Earthrise, alleged Earthrise, every, half hour, I think. But I don't know at what, distance from the supposed surface of the moon it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah, where are the measurements or whatever? How high is that? So, I don't know, it's probably on Google. I don't know.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, you want to tell that to NASA?
What?
I was saying to Bill Nye, do you want to tell that to NASA? Because they think
Bill
they
Nye's in
are.
here?
No, Bill Nye said the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. All the while, NASA's claiming to shoot rockets into, a sky vacuum.
Maybe they want to open it.
Hey, I was looking at NASA's some website, one of their pages, and it says that Orion is at its lowest point going 80 miles above the surface of the moon. That seems like ridiculous nonsense, right?
So I'm going to get that they are sending tube-shaped projectiles in some kind of nether regions.
I don't know. It just, like, doesn't that seem slow? Like 5,000 miles per hour, only 80 miles up? I don't know. It's a different story than 17,000 miles per hour. It just seems like, what? Hold on. 5,000 miles per hour? That's not that fast, really. And that shit just dropped. I don't know. Their story just seems like total bullshit, yeah.
How'd they slow down?
Space brakes.
They'd be lucky. They'd be lucky if they could send that along at like 2,000 miles an hour. Like if it wouldn't fall apart at 2,000, then I'd say, okay, here's the 2,000 or 3,000 mile per hour test. Obviously, you don't just and send it to 17,500. Where's the test? All before that. No, the problem is they have to go to drastic means because we got them at every corner on this globe thing. They think it's a wrap. They have to keep changing the story. Why do you think that is, folks? Here, you guys in the panel, and all the people who aren't falling for the bull crap, all of you.
They just keep digging their hole deeper.
Yeah, don't they? That's pretty hilarious. It's like we literally are. Just need to sit back and eat popcorn and wait for the. We'll just catch them on that too. So they have no way out. There's no way possible they can make CGI good enough that we're not going to get out. They're stuck now. That's what you would call a quagmire, wouldn't you? Am I too far from?
What does a quagmire mean?
Quagmire sounds like you're in quicksand or mud, standstill. Quagmire, you can't get out because you can't get your foot placed the first place. Like you can't.
What? So it kind of means you're stuck?
I don't know. Would someone look it up? That's on a PC. Maybe?
I'll look it up myself.
On mobile. I'm gonna climb up this hill right here.
Oh, it's a soft, boggy area.
Boggy area, so you're stuck in a quagmire. Boggy globe area. All right. Exactly, grasshopper. You catch on so quick. A fine student. Hold on a second. I better find out where the mute is. I can't even see. The sun. Oh, shoot. What's going on? Oh. You know, funny, you used to hear throughout the years, don't ever get old, like you have a choice. I thought I was being like George Carlin-ish. Sunny-ish. Wait. Having trouble with the control of Discord.
Right. We get kids coming in here. We get kids coming in here, and they absolutely 100% believe this stuff, and they think that one day that they are going to get to go, like to the moon or to Mars, or that their children will, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to get to a point where they're going to say, okay, you guys keep going. We want to go now. Why can't we go yet? Like, it's our turn. All right, NASA and whoever else, whatever other space is bullshitting.
I think they all should go.
Like this one kid, this shit my whole life.
Yeah.
In the 80s, they said we'd be on Mars by the 90s.
Yeah,
I remember Bush. I remember Bush saying that he was beginning a project to put men on Mars. I remember him saying that in a speech. By the year 2000 or something. I know, like early 2000s or something.
I don't know why I can't shut my mic off.
But this one kid actually thinks that it's dangerous for, like, he's worried that the whole world will accept flat Earth and then will be destroyed by an asteroid that we could have deflected away, but we didn't because we gave up on our space programs.
Yeah, Totally believable scenario. I'll do that newspaper article.
Yeah, I was about to say I cut myself off because of lag with my controls. Sometimes really big lag when I push the button. So I spend more time trying to mute myself when I'm
Dude,
and
when the
unmuting
space
when
shuttle
I
blew
want to
up,
try to speak. And what about space shuttle?
when the shuttle allegedly blew up, you know, like I remember they were like, "Oh, this is gonna delay the space program," but even then, a year later, they're like, my science teacher, he was all into NASA. He was like, "We're going to we'll have a mission to Mars, a manned mission to Mars by 1995." That's what I was told in 1987.
You know what I thought? You know what I thought? You want to know what I thought when the space shuttle? I just joined the Navy. I just got stationed on my ship less than a few weeks, I think. And this happened. I was at Chow Hall having breakfast. I was in line, and it goes. They have the TVs all around, so you're sitting there eating breakfast. Any meal, you can watch the news.
Go on.
So I'm just saying that was, and then, well, I mean, that's not so big a deal. It was quite bizarre to be alive and seeing that having just joined the Navy, you know, being fairly new, and then flash forward to like 10 years later. Then 9/11, I was out of the Navy, done that whole thing, and then I thought we're at war again.
In the Navy, did you work
there's one morning.
submarine?
I worked on a repair ship that fixed submarines. That's what my machine shop did, is repaired the submarines. Primarily, that was mostly what we did. We also repaired other ships' parts on board our own ship and other ships.
You like a salvage diver? Welder?
No, I actually passed the training for Navy diver, but I decided I had already lived on a boat for 8 years and traveled thousands of miles on sailboats. So I decided I spent enough time scraping bottoms as a civilian. I go, I don't want to do that professionally, but that's a short-lived profession. You'll burn out, like that nitrogen, like they're breathing different kind of gases, compress at different levels because of the compression they go through, so they don't get embolisms. So that will wear your system down, and you're doing ultra hard, extremely difficult work at deep dives, repairing stuff. So no, but I was 26 and I passed the training, so I'm proud of myself there at 26. I was able to do what the 18-year-olds were able to do just as well as them. I passed, so booyah! Don't call me a boomer. Shit. So now I'm going to go up the steep hill. There's probably like close to 20% grade, maybe 15. I'll go with 10 to 15. Pretty steep though.
You got your camera?
No, I am on my phone, but my phone won't be able to handle more than one thing, like Discord at one time. Oh shit! Thank God I have power. Okay, this is the hard part. Up over the log. Oh shit! I made it. Nothing bad. Damn. Okay, now I'm on the top trail riding. Sounds pretty quiet to me. What about you guys? Oh, there's a bump. Okay, this is going to be bumpy. I'll give it a shot. Try it on this one. Let's go slow. Still there?
Yeah, you good?
Oh man, it's amazing. If you saw the place, I'm overlooking this place where I saw the wolf the first time. And this little pine forest that I remember from more than 20 years ago when they first planted these pine trees. And they were only about 6 feet tall, little seedlings. Now they're 30 and 40 feet tall. Incredible. It's like something right there. From Coyote Canyon here. And then we're going to my bat cave. I went there one night in the moonlight, and there was these little black moths that it got dark. And what are these black moths? I'm like, I had a second think about that. I'm like, wow, they're not black moths, they're bats. So I saw him last night too down there. Someone keeps trying to destroy the bat cave, so I have to keep rebuilding it. I have all day, every day. If I take a day off, they have to match because every time they take it down, I don't know why they do it. They're probably causing injury to themselves. Those thorns, I have all intertwined with these walls of timber. So when they go to if they try to take it apart, it'll go through their gloves, go through their shoes. Good luck. I mean, I know the land really well. They don't. I don't know who they are. They make it dangerous for everybody else. They scatter all that stuff. Someone just unsuspecting with regular tennis shoes steps on one of those 2.5 to 3 inch long thorns. It'll go right into their foot, an inch into their foot. That's no picnic. So I got lucky. One only went about 1/8 of an inch into my skin after it went through my shoe. Now I'm on the roughest part of the trail. Hold on. Let's see. No. I don't know, man. Like, who would be that? Yep. No. They're just making it better. So by the time next season comes around, this place is like a little fortress. You can sit and have the sun shine in right on you in a private little area.
You okay,
and
bro?
One can see you. No one can even see you.
Sonny, I think you're hot.
No, I'm on a ride. I am hot micing kind of on purpose, but yeah.
On God, bro.
Yeah.
On Allah.
I could share a video.
He's narrating his journey.
I could take a picture of this area I'm talking about. It's just supreme. It's so beautiful. And fruit trees, which they're so.
Is there anybody right now that wants to chime in? I don't know if we got some people in here.
Let me get off.
Well, how are you doing, boy?
Pretty good, man. You?
Good, man. I'm
See,
very good, bro.
This is like a trend. Sonny will start rambling, and then Miggy comes in. He summons, and it's perfect because I need to shut up anyway and listen to Miggy.
Yeah, there's some new people. Well, I can't say new, but people that I haven't talked to yet.
Miggy.
Yeah, what's up?
I just bought some silver.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What you gonna do with all that silver? Store it?
I hoard it, bro. I'm hoarding.
Gonna shoot
just,
werewolf.
let me know where your coordinates, man, because in case times get rough, I'll be like, Satoshi, what's up, man?
Yeah,
I'm just
that's right.
GMCDXX. I don't know if that's your name or whatever, but
what's up?
What's going on, man? I haven't spoken to you, so like I'm just kind of saying,
chilling.
you're chilling, huh? So when did you join? When did you join Flat Earth, or like how long has it been since you jumped in here? You old school or?
Like I've been into the subject, since like late 2015.
Same as me.
Like used to hang out with the people on the Poncho Pete show, that later became PPC or whatever. And then when this started up, like I knew Ron Sheckleson, and Helio.
Oh, Ronnie, yeah, Ronnie's cool.
I got in an argument with this one fool one time, so then I just deleted myself for a couple years. So now I just came back.
Yeah, good to see you back though.
Yeah, thanks. I was more like I would get really triggered, and get all fucking aggro, but I think I calm down nowadays.
It's okay, bro.
It comes with the territory, dude. Like it's innate. It's cool to get passionate and whatnot. Like we do allow that here. It's like it's cool to be that way, but just gotta have like that. As long as you're not just going buck wild with it, just all over the place. But
I think I'm over it. Like trying to, I don't know. People are gonna think what they're gonna think, So why get mad about it?
Well, I mean, there's righteous indignation, man. I mean, you can feel like what these people are speaking to our children. These educators and like people that want to just mock the truth. I mean, those people need to sometimes figure out what place they're in this world, and sometimes you need to be the one to tell them. Other than that, I mean, there's going off and calling somebody bitches and hoes. Like that's a whole nother level.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I try not to insult anyone. I try not to, but
Yeah, usually just temperament, being in here But I gotta say, man, when somebody gives you smoke, man, you just gotta relay that back. I mean, if they're provoking you, that's different,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm chopping logs in RuneScape.
You playing RuneScape?
Yeah, I sell gold.
Dude, that game's like what, 15 years old? Freaking old.
I just use it for the exchange I literally use it to play capitalism on RuneScape and sell the gold.
Damn, people buy that stuff?
Yeah, 1 million gold is about 50 cents USD. So in Canadian, that's like 65 cents.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
And your account is an old account or what? You just...
Yes.
Oh, good on you, man.
Yeah, dude. I also have like this channel, Challenger Hoax. It's just videos about the Challenger Hoax. I've had a lot of different channels, but that's the one that I put like more.
It's good to see. Good to see that you're in here, man. Because this is a spot right here, place to be. The more people we got in here that come through, is the better. The more the merrier. Even if we're just sitting back and listening to other people in here, have conversations, but your presence is appreciated.
Cool.
Let's see who else we got in here. How about flat on a fixed plane? I think I've spoken to you before. Flat on a fixed plane. And we got at the very top of this is Andy is flat. How you doing, Andy? Maybe everybody's just parked on the dance floor. I don't know. You guys been catching up with the debates that have been happening?
Where?
Witsit gets it. He was talking to Craig from Fight the Flat Earth. Well, it used to be Fight the Flat Earth. They didn't allow him to use that name anymore on YouTube. He was in here yesterday, or was the day before, and he went to the Tartaria server yesterday and had that debate out with that guy. Yeah, we had, let's see, this morning was a bit spicy with Hollywood. He comes in here every so often, every blue moon. Today he was trying to be kind of quiet, just chilling in the VC, and I was like, no, we're gonna find out why you're here. I was like, hey man, you still going to Antarctica? He's like, no, I'm going to the Arctic. I'm trying to anyway. Nobody wants to go. He was kind of down about it. I was like, oh yeah? And I started talking, and for some reason, dude, that gets him going, that like triggers him. So he had some daggers for me, and we kind of had it out this morning, me and him.
All right.
But it's all good, man, because like I want somebody to like tell me what's on their mind and stuff. And like I feel like everybody can hear you what you're really thinking, and just say what you say. But he was being a douchebag, so I didn't ban him. Helio Skeptic banned him, so he's like, I'm gonna get rid of this guy. If anybody has any problems or qualms, and I was like, nope. So we just booted him. He came in with a sock account right afterwards. I'm banning my original account.
And he said it. What a loser.
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
It was this morning. Well, let's see. Hours-wise, about maybe 7 hours ago. But that guy is, if you're not like thinking like him, he thumbs his nose up to you. He's like a holier than thou kind of guy. Yeah, I don't like those guys. Condescending and all that. I'll rip them to shreds, dude. Like anybody who's like that, like a bully or condescending, not on my watch.
I'm like that sometimes.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I'm forewarning. I eat people like that up, dude. Like when someone gets like that, it triggers me. Like I go next level, and I'll make sure that every single account, sock, and whatever from the time that I'm on here, like I'll make it a point to always like ban on site, and then I'll let everybody else know, and then I'll make an example out of them. So I was gonna do that to Hollywood, but Helio came over and he's like, "Oh, I'll ban him." I was like, "That's fine." Because here's the thing, man. If somebody wants to have a conversation with him, with Hollywood, and would have asked him a question, and he would have treated them the same way, I would have been the same as upset, But that's why I was like, it's better that if I have the conversation with him, and then he acts that way with me, that way people can see that's his true nature. Yeah, I go 0 to 100 real quick, man, on that kind of attitude. Because, dude, it's like people want to hear like civil discussions. They want, like, if it's going to be an intellectual one, let it be known that people can be disagreeable with each other, but so long as they can have the discussion, Well, once it gets to like where it's real bad, like the person just being a dick about everything. Like even if you just ask them like, "Hey, just have a question. Like, what about this thing?" And they're just like, "I don't know. What do you think?" Like that irks me too, to no end. So. Because we got a lot of people in here, man, and they all, they're going to be asking questions about, what do you think, and just all kinds of stuff. But thank goodness we got Quetz in here. Quetz, you got triggered this morning too, bro. You had some daggers for him. I heard you in the shooting missiles from the background. Right, Sasha? And we got Billy He. What's up,
Hey,
Billy?
Sasha, Kakosi.
Oh, you speak his language, don't you?
No, not really. I just know how to say that. My
Must be
grandparents
AFK.
speak his language, though.
He must be AFK, dude. It hasn't been responding. He's usually good with responding too, so. How about you, Batman? Are you here? You guys over there in Australia must be. What is it? Early morning for you guys? Midday?
10 to 10 in the morning.
Oh, it's breakfast time for you guys, or brunch.
Yeah, I heard your conversation last night.
Did you hear it? It was crazy.
It was a little bit funny. He got very triggered, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's been a hard case.
I don't mind listening to him, but yeah, he definitely got triggered. He could have just answered questions.
No, he didn't like me too much, I don't think. But even after he was asked kindly, because nobody was asking him rudely, and until he started being condescending and just being a jerk, and then it was then it got rough.
That was the one on here last night.
Not last night for us, Sonny. This morning. So
Earlier this morning. Oh, okay, I was on pretty early.
No, Batman.
No, I
For
didn't.
Batman, it would have been
I missed it
because he's from Australia.
Yeah, he was saying it's 10 a.m. in the morning. It's 2:51. It's just coming up on 3, and I'm on the West Coast. So that's interesting to think about that span of distance, where the sun is. It's invisible to both of us right now, apparently.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing a sunset at the moment.
And you're seeing the sunset too. So you're just seeing it go down. I'm all the way across the continent almost, and I'm seeing it not quite to it's mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
And the next morning for Australia, it's quite amazing. I often see the sun like that same time. Anyway, back to the casa.
Yeah, I love this kind of weather too, man. Right in fall, winter, great, nice and chilly.
Hey, you see that live Artemis thing from Orion or whatever, but so it's going over the moon or whatever, but it's also the moon. It's showing the moon kind of spinning, but it doesn't really spin, right? Not that fast, anyway.
Oh, you got some video of it doing that, or what?
It's that live broadcast of.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on that channel. The Real Packs live view Artemis Orion flying over the moon. But you see how it's kind of like it's showing the moon as if it's spinning. Also, besides the fact that the thing supposedly is flying over the moon, but the moon is also going kind of to the side. But the moon doesn't spin that fast, according to their own science.
Hey, do they have a shot of where they see the moon and the Earth rise at the same time? Like, is there? Have you seen that yet?
I saw it last night. It's like every 30 minutes or something like that. Like right now, it's let's see, it's 5 minutes and 49 seconds away right now from the Earth shot. It's like every half hour, right? But anyway, like the moon isn't supposed to spin that. It doesn't. It's like the only thing that doesn't spin, right?
They show it spinning around or what?
Yeah, to me it looks like it shows the moon is slowly spinning. Like kind of coming towards you in the video. Look at it, kind of coming towards you to the left side. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, is your name pronounced Us Montanus? Is that how you say it?
Us Montanus.
Us Montanus. Where are you from, bro?
I'm from Czech Republic.
Oh, no kidding.
Hey, jak się máš?
Já se mám dobře, jak se máš ty? How are you?
Nice, bro. I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm here with my gloomy friend, and he's too shy to ask any questions, so...
This guy speaks my
language.
So, Toshi, you're full of surprises, aren't you? Freaking...
No, I actually speak his language, though. I'm pretty sure he speaks... You understand Polish, right?
Kind of. I don't really speak Polish. I'm pretty near to Poland, but I don't really speak Polish. Sorry.
I work with a guy from Czech.
Was he nice?
No.
he's not representing the country right, man.
No, that's why he's laughing, because he knows that's how it is over there. The guy is...
No, I'm laughing because I'm from Silesia, and in Silesia everyone is perfect, so I don't mind about Czechs.
I'll ask my friend where he's from.
Can I ask one question on behalf of my friend?
Hey, could you elaborate on this perfect stuff? Like, 'cause I don't know what that means. Like, what do you mean perfect?
That was just a joke.
Oh, I was gonna say perfect. Yeah.
Can I ask one question on behalf of my friend?
Yeah, and
he's a Globie. He's a Globie.
Yeah, tell him, and you can ask him, but also tell him to come in here too, because we want to talk to him. But go ahead.
he's not comfortable speaking English. I think he's pretty good in English, but he's not comfortable.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead. Just ask a question. Ask away.
He asked me for a lighter. Sorry. He said I should not bother him.
Yeah, just ask him. Tell him, hey, what do you got? You got a question? We got answers.
Že si máš jakoukoliv otázku. He understands everything. I don't think he just doesn't want to talk.
Hey, bro, don't feel shy, man. We're not gonna be like all get on top of your friend over here because you asked a question. Just you go ahead and ask it. Don't be shy.
Give him some time.
I know he wants to ask. That's the thing. That's the reason why he doesn't want to feel bad though about it, using your account to do it.
No, he's not using it. It was on my part. I bring him to this situation.
Well, yeah, Earth's not a globe, my friend. Of Eus Montanus.
I'm telling him that all the time. He doesn't believe me.
It's not a globe, man. Let's see. The Earth isn't spinning either, like they told you. I'm just gonna give you little tidbits. Maybe you want to question about why.
I don't think he cares about this basic stuff. I think he thinks about this stuff quite a lot, even though he doesn't believe it. But he thinks about it. So don't give him this basic stuff.
Oh, he wants the more intricate stuff, or what? He wants to
a little more intricate
substance. All right. Long distance measurements. Any long distance measurements don't provide evidence for any curvature. So if you're going to be doing a long distance measurement, like wherever you guys live, find a body of water, preferably like a lake, right? But if you go by an ocean, that's great. Go along the sea, like the beach area, and as far as you can see down the beach, maybe I would say do it like maybe 10 to 15 miles or so. And if you can see like something that you can use as a demarcation point, like a peninsula sticking out, or an oil rig or something in the far distance that like the distance from where you're standing to where that is, and try to see if like you can see something that far away, and work out some math like with the Earth curve calculator, and see if that Earth curve calculator, supposedly with the radius, diameter, circumference of the Earth, the metrics, you figure that out from where you're standing, elevation, height, and you want to know like from where you can see from your, like let's say from how tall you are and all that, input that information from the elevation from the ground to where you're actually seeing, and then the thing that you see in the far distance, use some globe math, and put that into the Earth curve calculator and see if it doesn't come out that how much curvature there should be between you and the thing that you're seeing in the distance, and you're going to find out. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, go on. It's pretty easy calculation, and it's pretty easy to do experiment, I think, because we have bodies of water pretty near us, so it shouldn't be that hard to just do some experiments.
I mean, the term experiment has to do more with science. So when we use that, especially in this forum, it has to do with like a how and why question. Like if you're observing a natural phenomena, you can apply the scientific method and do an experiment, right? But with this, it's more of a measurement. It's a what is question. So what is the Earth?
Observation.
Yeah. So you're trying to measure, to see if there's any drop over distance. So, which is kind of like the thing that we're attempting to do when we do long distance observations, right? Well, and you guys can do this yourselves, which is why I'm telling you this is kind of like the key.
We have to do it for ourselves, because otherwise we don't know it for sure. We just hear it from some resource on the internet, so we have to do the experiment ourselves.
Yes, I agree. That is very important. You have to do it yourselves. But a lot of people don't. They just like will take somebody's word for it or whatever. But it's like if you don't go out and actually test this, at least attempt to do the thing, in the field, then you're going to be cheating yourself out of like really finding out whether or not, what we're saying is valid or not. And what you do is like, that's how you falsify what we're saying to make sure that we're not just saying things to you. Like the earth is flat and you're just like, okay, the earth is flat. No, you got to go out and check it out. Go into the field. One of the things that we do tell people is like the earth is observably flat and it measures flat, that there isn't any curvature. Because if there is curvature measured, then that has to be taken into account. And it's merely just calculations. So they're just using mathematical formulas to actually come up with the radius and such. So there isn't anything that you can do to demonstrate the earth actually curving with the metrics of the globe. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. I think I have to dare my friend and let's give it a try.
Yeah, at least listen. Just if you do anything, just go and try it out and see what happens. Because at least that's what I would say is if you're attempting to do that, that would be the best way forward. Like otherwise, like people would usually come in here to the Discord. They like to challenge us. They're like, show me evidence. Show me like that the earth is flat.
I'm very sorry to cut you off. My friend has to go, but he says that the experiment makes sense, so we have to try it. I have to go. I'm sorry. Bye.
Yeah, no worries. See ya, man.
We'll see you back again. Bye.
Later.
Jdeme do Polska, víš co, tam máš jezírko velké.
What?
I think he doesn't realize he has to hang up. There we go.
That usually happens sometimes. Yeah, buddy, I just had some Culvers. I'm straight.
Butterburger?
Oh, man. No, because I'm on like this carnivore diet, so it's all me. I got 3 patties, cheese, bacon. Got a little pickles on the side. I brought my own Tabasco sauce, too, because I carry that. I put that on everything. So.
Dude carries his own hot sauce and shit. That's like...
Hell yeah. Well,
that's an old lady thing to do. You keep that in your purse,
dude, you gotta have the hot sauce and put it on all kinds of stuff, man. Just like everything else, just doesn't. The world doesn't. It's not right, dude. Yeah, you gotta have your hot sauce, Lou. Got to, and I only go with the original Tabasco. I don't do none of that fake store brand stuff.
Yeah, there's certain ones that are just classics, like your Frank's Red Hot or Tabasco, or yeah.
Once in a while, I'll get kind of crazy. I'll use Tapatio, but not too often. How about you, man? You're a little bit more free with what you do, so you're probably getting Papa John's tonight, huh?
No, I got food here to make.
Nice little ox.
I try to I might do it the easy way when it's just me, but like when I got my daughter around, I like to feed her good.
Do you like oxtails, Lou?
I never had oxtail, I don't think.
So good. Get you an oxtail soup. Yeah, I used to be crazy about cereal, man. That was like a big thing for me to kind of kick that habit.
Yeah. Like a year or two ago, you were just like eating like entire boxes of Captain Crunch and shit.
I was like, at the store they have like those bags because boxes they wouldn't hold as much as a bag would. So I'd get like the Fruity Pebble, the Cocoa Pebbles or whatever. I'd go through a whole bag, bro. Like that was bad. That was bad, dude. Yeah, it couldn't do it. I was going hard body with that stuff. But then again, I used to like honeycomb and like all that other stuff.
Dude, like, what was the latest cereal thing? But there's always something in the news about cereal boxes, brands being recalled because of whatever shit that's in there. That's the stuff you're giving to your kids, like.
Bro, what's in shredded wheat? Freaking metal, bro. The freaking metal in shredded wheat. I didn't know this.
Like, I want to keep some cereal, like when I have my daughter. Sometimes it's just what she, like a bowl of cereal. But I'd prefer to make like bacon and eggs and hash browns.
Oh, that's the way.
That's the way to do it. That's the American breakfast, right? But
that's great. That's good.
Yeah. No, it's just every time I see another box of cereal being recalled, next time I'm shopping, I'm like thinking, what should I get for my daughter? I'm like, ooh, I don't trust that. And then that brand is the one who was recalled last time. Like that, there's like two brands, like, all right, well, why would I trust any of this shit?
But by the time they do the recall, it's already too late. Like people have already consumed it.
Yeah, millions of people millions of children have already eaten it, and some of them fallen sick. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm with you on that though. Like that's not just that, man. There's a lot of other stuff too, like chips and Cheetos and stuff. I got like plastics and metals in them. Like it's crazy. We don't really often talk about that stuff in here, but it does come. It surface like it does come up to the surface like every now and again.
Yeah, like there's a lot of people in here who will preach about their, what it takes to be healthy, and then you get into a fight. It's like you have to be all vegan, and like no, you have to be all carnivore, and then I don't like that, man. I think we're intended to be omnivores. We're supposed to eat both, but you got to eat responsibly. Anytime it's
I was having a conversation about this earlier with my wife, and I was telling her about not my wife, it was my wife and my mom, but I was saying, it's weird. Like old people, they ate everything. Like the really old people, but because of the fact they weren't eating the process, like our generation, like mine and yours, Lou, we were subject to like a ton of processed foods.
Lunchables.
Like ton, bro. Yeah. Like we were, like it was just all, like our childhood, like at least mine was like completely processed, bro. Like from, whatever you can think of was hardly.
That's called the healthy, balanced diet.
Hardly
that's a fact. Like they really pushed in the 80s, all these single packaged, like single serving packages of processed food to make things easier on the working mother, and luckily, like, all my kids, all my friends when I was a kid, they always had Lunchables and stuff at lunch, and I was kind of jealous. I was like, oh, I want Lunchables, but my parents would never buy them. And now I know as an adult, looking back, like, that shit's trash. Like, I'm glad they did. Like,
when you look at common, like, people nowadays, like kids, a lot of them, they're generally depressed. Like, you see, like depression is so much more common now. It's because of the fucking food and all the shit that's in your food that you eat. So you're eating garbage, and when you eat garbage, you're going to become garbage.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Well, they're talking about the process. Like, name things that you buy at the store that aren't processed. Like, even the freaking fruit, bro. They're genetically modified. Like, that's not original fruit. Like, the stuff you're eating, it's not the original apple or the original banana. I promise you that.
Well, like, what was it? Like cauliflower?
So what am I eating?
Like, we invented cauliflower. It wasn't even a plant.
It's just, it boggles my mind too, because like when you go to the store, you see like all the vegetables and fruits, and then you see like that food pyramid of the stuff you're supposed to be eating, and it's got like this. Like, it's weird because like you're even nutritionists will say, eat some of this and have some fiber and all this stuff, but the stuff that's recommended is GMO stuff, man. It's all GMO. It's all genetically modified. All of it. So I'm just like, there isn't any escape, bro. Like you're really just, you're going to have to eat that. Otherwise, you don't eat. Well, you could eat whole food. You have to make sure
you're screwed no matter what.
Grow your own, but that you're limited to a growing season.
Yes.
Raise your own,
Exactly. Well, that's what I was saying, dude. Because like the old people, they lived off the land. Like they ate the fresh, whole stuff. Like they weren't like going to Walmart and filling up their basket full of like Gatorade and all this other garbage. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, like in the fall, like or when the squash were ready, you ate a ton of squash. You might not even like squash, but that's what you were eating.
That's what you're eating. Yeah.
Like squash is ready. Guess what we're having for dinner.
Now the kids are throwing tantrums because they don't get like their favorite box of cereal and stuff. You're like, damn, we're falling off the wagon big time, bro. No, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to live in that kind of like mindset in this day and age, because then you get like you feel bad because like you want to have your kid eating the healthy stuff, and then it almost feels like you're depriving them of having like the fun stuff. That's weird, isn't it? Like it makes you feel guilty. Like,
well, yeah,
I don't know.
because they're gonna be like, "Can I have this?" And you have to keep telling them no, and they're like, "Oh," they'll beg. They'll be like, "Oh, come on, all my friends get it." Like, well, their parents are stupid.
That's by design, bro. Like that peer pressure stuff, like making your kids. That's all, man. Like,
well, and there's something to that too. You don't want your kid to be that kid, the one who's. Everyone else is pointing at being like, yeah, like he's got a really sheltered life. His parents won't let him. You don't want that either.
Nope. That's why I hate the system, bro. Hate it.
Well, that's exactly. I mean, it's the way it works. Like people will always resist. People always have resisted any advancements in society, technology, like whatever. There's always those who resist, and the powers that be don't really care. They don't mind because they know as long as they get the majority, then the rest will eventually fall in line.
I feel like this though, man. It's different if you had like a community of people that were like you, like around your area. That way your kid wouldn't feel like they're just like by themselves. They would have a little community of like younger kids, they could hang out together. And there's not that many people that are like really woke to all this stuff though. The majority of people are just like YOLO, freaking.
Yeah, most people are basically zombies. I mean, just going through the motions.
It's crazy, but you can actually see people, like they're just existing. They're not thriving. They're just.
You know what? Really sad. Life would be a lot easier that way. I think a lot of them, they just. Yeah, the pressure got to them. They might be very smart. They might know better, but it's like, yeah, but this is what everybody's doing, and I'm gonna do it too.
That's exactly it. It's a hell of a thing for a critical thinker to be growing up in this day and age. Like if we had it hard, man, and that's because we were in the movement of like where, we had at least a small time frame where we got to get enough information to become the critical thinker that we are. It's like in our kids' generation is going to be even worse, bro. Like,
like yours and my age. If you were around
if you can remember growing up before the internet took hold, like you saw you saw some of the real world, what life was like, you know, even with, it might not have been like the old days, but there was still some innocence left and everything else. And once if you had that experience before the internet and you see what has happened to society with the advent of the internet, and just watching everything just went so freaking crazy, just upside down, insane. But for somebody who was born into it, they don't have a reference point. They don't know how to compare it. This is just how it is.
There wasn't any cancel culture, dude. Now it's cancel culture. It's like these wolves that are out there. It's like you can't say anything. You got to be like all about your P's and Q's, man. Because like if it's not that you're watching what you say, you're gonna get shut down. It's like that. I mean, obviously there's an extreme to both sides, right? Like, of course, you don't want to let it go to where it's just all do whatever, you know. But at the same time, it wasn't bad enough to where you have to be watching, you know, everything you say and walking on eggshells. You know, there was some freedoms to how we were actually speaking.
No, man, yeah, dude. In the mid '90s, censorship, like you brought that up in America. It didn't matter. Like, even the left would have been like, "Fuck you, fucking pig." You know,
exactly. They would have been doing that.
That's where like, look at the bands like Rage Against the Machine and their message and stuff. Look at them then. That was the left.
I think the left today, though. That's not today. Well, and that's who is it? One of the comedians at night that does a late night show. Jon Stewart? Is that what I'm thinking of? Maybe not Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart, that cuck, man. Fucking hey, dude.
Not Jon Stewart. Well, there's another guy I'm thinking of here. He's a libertarian. He even said it, but he's like not today's libertarian. He's like the old school libertarian, you know, like the. Forgot his name.
From what again?
I don't know what show he has, man. But he's like a late night talk guy. Yeah.
Libertarian late night talk show guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it ain't Jimmy Fallon. It ain't freaking Jay Leno.
No. If you say his name, I'll probably remember. Like, it'll be,
it's not going to be Jon Stewart or Stephen Colbert. It's not or Noah Trevor or any of those Comedy Central guys. You got to give me more. Like what show? You know,
because he's definitely not like for Republicans, but just recently he started like, you know, the far left. Like he was like that he's ashamed of it. Like, what is his name, dude? Give me a sec. Now I'm gonna.
Bill Maher.
What's his name?
Bill Maher.
That's him. That's him.
I don't even know who that guy is. I don't watch TV these days either.
It's Bill Maher.
Bill Maher. Bill Maher. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a.
Yeah, he just.
I don't
recently
watch him.
started...
I've just heard the. You know how he's been kind of turning.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember during the whole CV debacle. Like, even though he's always been ultra left, like seemingly
ultra left,
dude. During that whole debacle, he said some stuff publicly where, basically he's ashamed that he kind of fell for that stuff, and
he's actually now like he's roasting them, dude. Like, he had a what is it, SJW starter pack, and it was like he got like these cat ear headphones and shit, and he's like he got a vape pen and like a nose ring, like like some stupid shit. It was funny though. I was looking at it and I was like, damn, he's actually roasting him. But it's dude, he's tired. Like he's like, it's bullshit, dude. Like
I gotta tell you though, I mean, maybe that's real because like it does seem like that's the natural way that things should work. Like if the world is real, then when the left pushes too hard, then they should lose people who were on their side. Like so,
We're on their side.
It seems natural, but me being such the conspiracy theorist and maybe thinking a little too hard on things, like I don't trust it, especially these guys in Hollywood, and seeing a trend of it. These people who have been historically on the left, that all of a sudden they're so outspoken on the right. You know, you got your Kanye West, your Elon Musk, even Donald Trump. Like all the dude, it's not natural. It looks like it's natural, but it's not. And watch out for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're always aware of that stuff, but it's just crazy because like they were supporters of the other side, like the one, you know, where it's strange, you know. It almost seems like the way you're saying, you know, like almost like where people stop putting up with it being too extreme and they're just calling people out, you know. Like enough is enough.
Dude, I would love to think that those people have come to their senses and that they've actually changed their mind, but that's not the way it works in their, you know, positions.
Oh yeah, they're speaking in like these forums that, I mean, you and I know, like if like Bill Maher or something is going to be speaking, he's got a script and it's got to run by the script, and it's the company that actually puts him up there to say things, and it's not his own words.
Yeah, they rely on their sponsors and everything else. Everything that goes on TV. Everything that goes on TV is all it. I mean, it's been its purpose from the beginning. It's all social engineering. It's propaganda.
Yeah, we're talking about Kyrie earlier today, and his recent, I think 2 weeks ago, he came out with a real spicy like interview where they had with him. And he had like a link to one of the shows on Amazon, From Hebrews to Negroes or something. And he put a link on his page or whatnot, and people went and clicked on it and stuff. And so he did an apology about it because, you know, he was just saying that he's, you know, because they were trying to paste him as anti-Semitic. And he wasn't, you know, so he was like, he had to make an apology, and I think he donated like $500,000.
Any mention of the J word, and all of a sudden you're an anti-Semite and you owe a huge apology.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he did the right thing. They were still roasting him afterwards. It's like, what good did it do? You know, like it's crazy. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like because he's more of a. It seems like he's more of a free thinker, but with any, like you say, you know, with any celebrity type, they always have a particular amount of influence. So we can't just be like all.
Yeah, well, and then even if it was okay, look, it's just not real. I'm going to start from that point. I can't even lay it out in a way where it makes sense. Whether you're left or right doesn't matter. Like these both sides. Speaking to the choir, preaching to the choir here, but both sides are working towards the same goals and being funded by the same people.
Yep. It's just causing division. I think most people that have eyes to see would recognize that. It causes division.
So it's the ebbs and flows or whatever of it. Like they can't let the right wing win for too long, or the left win for too long. It's got to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Because we're busy fighting. That's what that is. The division is like the most important part. To have people divide and conquer. You know. So
if it stays stagnant, then they're in trouble, because then the people are going to get together. They're going to find what they have in common.
That's what it is. It's crazy, but you try to tell people too with the conversations that we have in here. It's like if we would be able to speak to these, but it's different though. I think, Lou, with these other guys, you know, like the globalist, you know, mindset, because they're so programmed to mock. They're so programmed to mock that they can't even, like, their mind is like somewhere else. It's not here.
Dude, I'm done with them. I'm done with them. I'm not. Look, seriously, like when you globalists or with globers, okay, there's a difference. Globers, not worth a moment of my time. I really don't want to. I don't care at all about debates between them and flat earthers. I keep saying this lately. Like, we need to move on. We're never going to go anywhere with this, and that's their purpose. They're there to keep us stagnant, to keep us from moving on without them. They're there to hold us back, to be an anchor, a crutch.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's just I don't give a damn what a troll in the YouTube chat has to say. I don't give a damn what Fight the Flat Earth has to say, or McToon or any of them fuckers. Professor Dave, like, not paying attention to you. Don't care. You rely on us for your existence on social media and YouTube. We gave you your platform.
But we can use them. I mean, they're a pawn for us, man.
Yeah, whatever. Fine. Yeah, but that's like stage one shit. That's like let the newbies come in and fucking debate them.
Yeah, Lou's saying that once you're beyond the actual kind of like, because like I have always said this too, there isn't a debate when it comes to flat Earth, but at the same, because we're supposed to be on the complete offense, not on defense. But El Boricua would see that if we're gonna use those guys, they would have to be used in context to like on display kind of thing. We're gonna make them in like whatever debate or whatever is gonna be made an example of them. So. And the example,
hey, but many people that wouldn't come to this circle will definitely go to them to hear, them destroy a flat earther. But when we show them that all they're doing is just committing a bunch of fallacies and not actually addressing questions, they get to hear, something different, right? They hear the actual. Of course, we have a lot of anti-flat earthers in those circles, but the people that we could use them to spread more of the word for the new people that wouldn't actually just come straight here.
Dude, they're gonna do that by themselves without us. We don't have to engage them. In fact, the thing that's gonna like the less we engage them, like I think people are gonna find them first, of course, because that's where the algorithm's gonna push them, but either they're going to become a fanboy or they're going to go, what's wrong with this guy?
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
Yeah. And once they go, what's wrong with this guy? Then they come looking for us. We don't need to like I said, we give them their platform. They are anti-flat earthers. They have no identity, no existence without us.
Right, exactly. And that's what I mean. We do give them their platform, so we should be able to use them as we please, really. That's why I feel we control practically how the narrative goes with them.
Well, sure. I mean, go ahead and take their videos, do your commentary over it, point out their fallacies and all that stuff, but why are we especially when we don't send our best and our brightest, like our best debaters or our best arguers, when we give some just like, some guy from the flat earth, just is like, oh yeah, I'll debate McToon, and he's not ready. He's not like, he doesn't really know what he's doing. He does us a disservice. So if we're not going to be putting up our best, then I'd rather we just don't even fucking talk to him.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
You think
we should probably start a strategic council.
Well, that has a great kind of motivation behind it, I think. To be honest, I mean, Lou's bringing up a good point. It is a good point.
Yeah.
It's just, it is a good point. It is. So, like, if that was something like Boricua, if that was something to be done, then we'd have to kind of like talk to everybody, like put our heads together, and like then really start to figure out like who's gonna go and do that, and just keep annihilating them like over and over again.
Well,
like
here's the other side of that, though. If we don't actively send our best, then they're going to scrape the bottom of our barrel, and then we'll be embarrassed. Somebody will go and talk to them. Somebody will be on their stream. Yeah.
Yeah, it's happening. And that's what, like, Witsit has been handling the light work for now. He's taking the brunt of like their bottom of their barrels, which I think like Craig and conspiracy cats. I mean, like just like low hanging fruit, man. There's no intellectual conversation whatsoever. There is but that's good because it shows what they have when someone like Witsit goes and speaks to them.
Well,
like, you know what I mean?
It's a problem with the whole idea of a debate format. This whole entire flat versus globe debate format, everybody seems to be stuck in it. Like this is how it's done. No, you don't make progress. You don't have intellectual conversation with debate. It's about one-upmanship, and it doesn't have to do with intellectual honesty. It doesn't have to do with looking for truth. No, it has to do with trying to win an audience. That's it.
Right. You're speaking
even through lies. It's about winning.
They're speaking truth. Yeah, speaking truth. Damn, Lou. Yeah.
I kind of got off a little bit and missed the last part that Lou said.
I mean, you got to agree with him, Borica. I mean, at least. I mean,
he missed it. So
we're doing things. Here's like in order to evolve to the next level, that we got to change it. We got to figure out what we're doing, and if it's not effective, then we got to do it, differently. I agree with that much. Let's just say. But what? Anyway, I mean, what do you think?
Well, he kind of missed what I was saying there. I'll just sum it up. I'm just saying that this debate format that we're stuck in is ineffectual to actually advancing the conversation. It's about winning an audience through any means, whether it's truth or lies. It doesn't matter. It's not about finding truth or discussing reality.
Yeah, and many people debate the topics that they believe in or have a trust in, right? So, or they believe is truth. But we need to be able to have some set topics that we actually hit that will actually win points towards the flat Earth and not just win their argument, because some people have arguments that they want to win, and not something that will help the flat Earth. I mean, having strategic stuff.
Oh, sorry. Finish. Yeah, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I was done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I know this has been talked about a little bit recently. Also, I heard you, Miggy, the other day, and I've talked about it also too. But I like how that obviously this server has changed. At one time we had a debate format, especially going with the arena and all that stuff. But now there's lots of other servers and YouTube channels. Everything, it's all debate. Flat versus globe, flat versus globe, flat versus globe. I like that things have kind of settled down, and we've been here, and we've kind of weeded through people, kind of got them sorted out. Like, okay, you're one of, you're big on just speculation. You don't care for the scientific method. You can go and sit in that server. You over there, like you're super scientific, no speculation at all. Like you can go over there. I kind of like our place. Just. They'll call us an echo chamber, whatever else, but we shouldn't even be listening to them. We should be happy with getting people, flat or globe, that want to come in here and actually have an intellectual, honest conversation, because that is something that is rare to find.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed about this server is that most of our conversation are with intro to people that are barely that are learning. There's other servers that don't even debate whether flat or globe. They're actually debating other topics that has nothing to do with flat or globe, and they still have this contention, flat or globe. and I definitely like that here we actually have honest debates, right? And then because those other servers are actually some of them are filled with nothing but anti-flat earthers. So here comes with the honest debate, new persons that are coming around and getting taught. Like,
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even say. I mean, there's not a lot of debating going on these days around here.
There isn't.
And the debates typically debating just isn't an honest format. Like it's not encouraged to be honest when you debate. More like you used the right keyword. It's more about educating. And I find a lot more pleasure in that when somebody, the rare person who is intrigued by the topic and wants to ask questions and maybe just doesn't, they're on the fence or maybe they still stuck on the globe, but they're asking questions. I love that. I love it when you can engage somebody that way. And when people take turns with the person and, everybody has a different strong suit or another argument that they explain well and just kind of sharing that instead of fighting each other over the mic to be the biggest fucking loudmouth flat earther around here so you can try to assert your dominance and bully the person out of here. I'm done with that. You listening, flat earthers? I'm done with that.
Yeah, I like that. That's awesome.
They don't realize how bad they make us look when they do that. Yeah, like in what Bill he teaching his best way to understanding, a good teacher, his student will surpass him, right? Like you teach the student how to think so that they can have the tools to reach the truth. You don't want to be the I mean, maybe some people do. I'm pretty sure a lot of people do, but I don't want to be like the one that everybody fucking worships. Like he's got all the answers. You got to listen to what Lou said. Lou says this. Lou, this is what QE gets. We get all these QE followers. I like QE, but all these people are like, well, that's not. They're either with QE or they're with Witsit or they're with whoever they're with, and it's like they're just worshiping these people. They're not using their fucking head.
Lou, you're making blanket statements, dude. I mean, there's people that obviously come in here that are like acolytes of Fact the Flat Earth and whatnot, and they're just coming in here repeating arguments that they've heard. They have no intention of learning. They're just poisoning the well. I mean, those people should be tossed if they're just going to bring fallacy to the conversation.
I disagree. They're in the wrong server then. There's plenty of servers for... Dude, I have no time to go in circles with somebody who doesn't want to listen.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Why would you waste time? You said, listen up, flat earthers. I don't have any more time for those of you who are just going to badger people.
No, I think you're mixing two different things. When I said listen, flat earthers, that was about the people who are trying to assert dominance and bully. There's a lot of that going on.
No way. I mean, if people are here to listen, definitely. I'm patient with everybody who listens, who wants to learn. But I mean, there's also the acolytes of, like Fight the Flat Earth or McToon. Like I can catch those guys in a second. I can spot them easy. I'm trying to remember one of them that comes in here every once in a while. Dang it. Fallacy. His name has fallacy in it. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyway.
It's kind of
they'll bring in the
I'm not really yeah, you're right. I am talking broadly. I'm not trying to call out certain people for certain actions. It's just trends that I see happening all the time over and over again.
I got you. All right.
I mean, think about it. Like, people get tempted, like, oh, we need to send somebody to debate McToon on his channel. He's got a big channel. He's got a lot of followers. That means a lot of people are going to see it. Not a single one of them are going to switch. They're already fucking McToon zealots. You know, they're already worshiping him. No point in that. None. In fact, you're making his channel grow when his channel relies on you and us. He's monetized. You're not. Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't speak for this whole server. I'm just saying I kind of like what it's become. This is my point of view. But I think we should embrace what we have going for us, what sets us apart from other servers.
If I may chime in and give accolades to this channel, it was the way I was treated here and the way I see people being treated here that kept me here versus the other options that we have out there for flat earth discussions, right? Thank you.
Cheers, Davey. Glad you stayed around. All right, back to picking on the trolls in the YouTube. Miggy, you're up.
Next up, we have Flurf Williams. No, I'm actually driving right now, man. I'm on the road. That's why I didn't answer, but I was going to say a good word, man. Lou, I always respect when you say something, man, because even if it's disagreeable to some people, it still matters that you say that because you speak truth, and so I just want you to know that, man. Like, even if like people don't see eye to eye on what you said, it doesn't matter. Like,
yeah.
That's the reason why we're the way we are on this server.
Thank you. Yeah. And I know. Look, I know that I tend to. I know I'm not going to get the agreements of everybody with the things that I say. I tend to think a little bit outside of the box. You know, there's always going to be a little bit of pushback, but yeah, I hope to give a new perspective for people when I make statements like that.
Yeah, it'd be boring if we had a bunch of yet in here, right?
If you didn't have someone that was kind of like on the hardline side of things, like you, Lou, then it wouldn't be controlled like it is now, and it wouldn't be as good. I concur. with Miggy on that.
Yeah. Another thing is too, I think because we do have a bit of a regimented like ranking system in here, I think people feel afraid to say these types of things until they have the prestige of moderator or something like that. But I got to tell you, as long as you're not spouting bullshit, if you can come out and say something that with substance, if it breaks the mold, don't be afraid of that. Like that, we're probably more likely to recognize you, and that's how the ladder is climbed.
I'll give you an example of such a person, Red Eye Jedi. Today I gave him the value row because it's like, you know, when people start like showing that they really care about this community, and like his like sometimes his opinion was different than everybody else's, and like talking to the new people, you know, like the way he went about it, like some people disagreed and they're like, nah man, you just want to be weak and like, you know, all this stuff, but in the end, like, you know, his method sometimes actually is effective. So I think that's important, like that he had that opinion versus like what everybody else feels like when somebody comes in there just like, shut up Glover, you know, and all that stuff, and you know how that goes. So
yeah,
I'm guilty of that.
You can hear somebody that has conviction, even, you know, like if you don't agree, like, yeah. We got a really good crew in here, man. I mean, like it's been a few years now, huh, man? Wow. I remember I was here in the arena times. Those were fun times. I was at some of those outstanding conversations, man. Like, wow.
I won't lie. I think I spent probably 15 minutes in total in the arena. I fucking couldn't stand it.
Really?
Dude,
not even just
there wasn't a single good debate in there. Every single one was some Glober comes in, gets shouted down, and then banned, and then it's over. We get told there's going to be a debate going on, and it's over in 5 minutes.
But actually, I agree with you in this way, yeah. Because look, what the offshoot of that was the conversations that were happening just in the live stream during that period. That whole period were awesome conversations. So they really were. They were epic. A lot of them were epic. I mean, you guys were there. And they still are epic. All of you guys are epic still. Like, let's move to another level of the conversation. Now that we have every single tool possibly imaginable in the Swiss Army knife that is us.
Yeah, I think for now we have a pretty good team, like the team that we have at the moment. Like I would consider the people that are, you know, in the admin, moderator staff, gold plus staff. I think we're doing a pretty good job just kind of seeing what we need to improve on, and it's just different things.
We could always do better.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
True.
Some of the points you raised today were important, I think, and I don't know if you know this, Lou, or not. I was telling everybody that I wanted to start a show, like in the morning, to kind of talk about different things, and like what I would say, a show that was like encumbering more topics than just flat Earth, but also to kind of keep it short, like within an hour's time frame or maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, that's more up my bag of tricks. I like talking about many different subjects and putting them together.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that correlate with not just flat Earth, but like other major topics. You know, current events. I mean, we could just go anywhere with it, but I was thinking about just redoing a channel that I have and starting up. You know, I need to get like I was thinking about a format, seeing if I want to run like different segments in the in the show, things that I was thinking about. But I told Helio about it. If I can do it on this channel in the mornings, for just like for an hour or two, that people will know every day they want to come in here for the hour or two and just have a conversation about just general things, and then we can put it right back on Flat Earth. But so long as, you know what I mean, we keep the YouTube overlords happy, and we can say things just as long as we're not saying the trigger words for the algorithm. As just messed up as that sounds, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I kind of wonder how the all the fucking bots that you keep talking to in the YouTube stream, I wonder how they feel, when I tell them how they have no existence without us and they're meaningless. That's about as much as attention as I want to give them. I want to make them freaking log off and commit and I'm not going to finish that.
I'll finish that. Because I know what you're thinking, but if you complete that sentence, we might be in trouble. Jeez. Good Lord, Lou. People just stumble on the YouTube channel, like when they're typing in Flat Earth in YouTube channel 24/7 or whatever, they might find it. And it just sucks that those creeps are in there, just mocking and mocking, and I don't know. What was that? There was a group, I think, I don't know what the name of it is, but it was like a control group there's a specific name for them. And they're basically set to like go against certain platforms, or like they would send them in and they would be like just forms that people would have. They're called like J something or.
You're kind of breaking up. No, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Am I still breaking up?
I think we might be getting you back, but you were in one of those in between zones.
Dead zones.
In between satellites. Yeah.
Freaking Elon Musk, not even reliable. What's that control group called? Those guys that like their agents, they go in and like.
Is it J-Trig? I don't know, but old dude is
J-Trig. Yeah, that's it. That's J-Trig. I know it's J something. I didn't want to. J-Trig, yeah. I feel like that's what those guys are. I feel like they're J-Trig, like, because every single time, like, you see a guy, he's like about to take off, then another one comes in, or like two come in at the same time, and they're always doing a kind of like, hey, what's up, whatever, Moxie, Flurf Williams, what's going on, man? High five. They'll give a little heart emoji.
Yeah, man. I don't doubt it at all. They act like children and shit, but that could be part of the act. This literally might be. This literally could be just young freaking recruits into the Space Force. Like
very well could be.
Yeah.
No, man.
Which leads me to one of my favorite memes. Everybody here has seen it by now, but the one with the FBI agent pretending to be one of them, it's hilarious. I'm about to post it. Gotta scroll. There it is. It's freaking.
Some mornings I'm here in the morning and I'm talking to them. I'm like, dude, if you want to say anything, you don't have to type it in the chat. Just walk to the next cubicle, man. They're right there. Or go to the water cooler. When you meet up with them there, you can tell them what you want. Like, you have to be typing to them in chat. Saves everybody time. Sometimes that's what it feels like, dude. They're just like Flurf Williams. Like, he'll be in here in the morning. Well, got my cup of coffee. With his freaking gatekeeping attitude. I don't know what it is, man, that these people don't let others freely think for themselves. Like, even if it's the case that somebody wants to think that the earth is flat, like, why would you want to stop that? Why? What's your beef, man? Go believe in your globe earth religion. Go look at Artemis and like join a freaking Discord about Artemis taking off to the moon, like channel or something.
They openly talk about doing that. They literally hop around from fucking chat to chat to chat, like, and do this. Like,
I don't know. That's what irks me. That's what irks me. I'm like, because they could be doing that anywhere else, but there was two young men that came in here the other night, and I mean, they were just talking about like, one was a junior in high school, the other one was already like he finished high school. I mean, some real nice guys, and we're just talking, just shooting the breeze, and I was, just talking to them about like the stuff we talk in here, flat Earth, and just like different things, and very impressionable, very critical thinking young people, and yeah, they were like got a good head on their shoulders, and that made me like, that's what we're here for, man. That's the reason why we do this. For that right there, and I even told them, I was like, you guys are the reason why we're here. The next generation of critical thinkers is important, and this place, I would really love that it comes from like what we say, all of us say in here. Like, you guys take away from that and just like, at least, I told them, I don't care if like you're convinced by what anybody says in here, but that you challenge whatever it is, the status quo, that you challenge the status quo. Like, you have the ability to think for yourselves. When you go to college and higher learning and they're telling you, well, you never know what this world could be, and when you start doubting the things that your senses are telling you, that you could throw it back in them and, you could say, no, I'm thinking for myself. I know what I experience, and this is reality, versus them putting in your head whatever they want. And because that's when they got you, man, right in their clutches. When
and again,
like all the, whatever it is, NASA or freaking whatever agenda,
Those YouTube troll pigs will literally tell you that they're there to try to intercept anybody who might come in. They will also brag that half of them don't even have the sound on. They are just in there to try to distract in the chat. Like, they don't even listen to us. Who has the time to do that? Little kids and paid professionals, right?
Yep, yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying, man. I think that's why I was saying that. I was trying to say it could be those guys from J-Trig, or just, maybe just some randos, But I don't know. It just doesn't seem random to me. Anyway, I've been feeling that way. This doesn't seem random to me.
But it's probably a fucking merit badge for the Boy Scouts to do it.
It's something. It definitely is something, though, because they're in here every day. This isn't like they skip a beat and they're like not here one day. They're here every day. Like, they made it a mission. Either that or they're getting paid, because I don't know what else it could be.
And let's go see what they're saying right now. Hold on. I'll check for everyone. One moment.
Well, okay, so check it out. Like, band member, he's one guy that, I don't know what it is, man. But like, Bendy Light, he's another. Like, these guys. And I even tell him, I was like, just come in here, man. Have a conversation with us. Like, talk to us and like let us know what you think. They don't want to do it, man. Like, no intellectual conversation whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Yeah. Modern day debate is live right now too. It might be why it's quiet. Which one's live? Let's see. Atheist versus Muslim. What would you?
Yeah, I'm not.
Anyway, let's see. Let's look and see who's on the YouTube live stream right now.
This sort of goes against everything I was saying for the last 30 minutes, but okay.
It does. Oh, don't.
Yeah, exactly. It does. It's like the opposite of what you just.
Oh, Lumpy Gas in the Vacuum says QE is live. Gotta go.
Kiwi or Kiwi?
QE.
Talking about QE, and Bumpy Gas is a flat earther, isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah.
John Woo says cough up curve.
I'd say there's a few people holding it down, like Multi's holding it down. Who else? Omega? I think his name is Omega. I think he's holding it down too.
Yeah.
There's a few advocates for our side that jump in there every now and again, but
let's see. Hold on. We got Omega Justice, Globe Zealous, Chugga Coffee must troll FE chats all night long. Exactly, Genesis. Omega. Wait a second. I didn't look at some of the old dudes in there, of course.
Shout out to Omega. Keep on trucking, bro.
And old dude. Yeah, thanks, old dude. You're in there too.
Old dude's in there. Yeah, he's
he's
always swinging his claymore, so he's taking a few heads off every now and again.
And Maine said earlier, I usually mute it. I'll just have a little listen. Moxie says, LOL, me too. It's awful nonsense. Anne Maine says, I hope they've worked out the difference between hills and mountains. What? Moxie laughs. Moxie laughs. Shamrock Banks Observatory says, right, TV is a conspiracy.
Oh, that's Bob. What up, Bob?
Dude, that's going way back to what I was saying about everything on TV and what it was designed for was to propagandize people. That is a fact. There's patents on it, okay? There's like, literally they're gaslighting you when they try to say that shit.
Yeah, everybody, that should be common sense, actually. Should already know that.
A bunch of nonsense they have in here. It's almost painful to read it.
I could listen with Bob. I can understand. He's retired. He got nothing better to do but come in here and like he finds that way. That's his existence at the moment, you know, being in here and talking to us. So I'm just like, yeah, he's an old guy. You know, he's doing what he's doing. But the other guys, yeah, that's Bob. Bob the science guy.
Oh, that's Bob. That's Bob, the fallacy guy.
Yeah,
that's Bot. That's Bot, the science guy.
Bot the pseudoscience robot.
Ask him how the astrolabe proves.
Perfect. I like that. Sorry, that's a good way to finish it. Bot the pseudoscience robot. I love it.
He's reporting for us about the moon launch. So 37 hours to the moon, closest approach. Sure, bro.
Yeah.
Show us the technology.
Ask him if. Hey, I'm driving right now, but Sonny, ask him if he uses auto level to find out how far away the Artemis probe is.
Your astrolabe, you mean, right?
No, his auto level, because he uses his auto level out of context, anyways.
Yeah, do you
so
use
he's not
auto level to tell how far they are, how close they are to the moon? Can you use your auto level, Bob?
Yeah, because he said you can use it unlimited. Ain't that right, Bob? Unlimited, huh, Bob?
So, well, that would mean all the way out then, wouldn't it, Bob? So, okay, let's have it then. Is that what you're doing? Come on, Bob. Answer
for sure.
up. Come on. Stand by something, anything.
Yeah,
at this point.
He'll probably say something crazy. Knowing him.
Step it up a little bit. Omega says, "Good one, Miggy."
Hey man, I don't make it up. That's what he said. It's because I was telling him, I was like, "What's the maximum effective range for the auto level?" It's unlimited. Oh, really?
Unlimited.
Is that right?
What does that mean exactly?
I have too much fun when Bob's in here, man. It's like it's a shame that he has to have a bad condescending attitude, but yeah. Because he does our work for us. We don't have to, you know.
I know. I like it that way. That suits
me too.
Just fine. Bob needs to read the user manual on that thing. Omega says.
Yeah,
Omega's right on there, right on the money, right over the top.
Shout out to Omega.
Yeah.
Isn't Danny 57 Danny Faulkner, Miggy?
Yeah.
Is he in
here?
He's in here.
He's in here. He was here earlier. Didn't speak up.
Yo, yeah, look, yo, Danny, now you can say what's up, man. At least people trying to say hi to you. I mean,
just say hi.
I don't know, man. I don't know what part of the United States you grew up in, man. But sometimes that's a bit of unpolite, not to say with hi and stuff. If somebody says hi to you, just saying, man. That's just like courtesy.
I know.
You might be scared.
Yeah, if you've ever been to Paris, or foreign countries, you're supposed to say good morning first.
He might be scared because once he would agree upon saying hello, he is also forced to say something else, which would lead towards a conversation about this topic, which he himself knows he has no arguments against.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, astrolabes aren't proving the Earth is a globe, so I think we're pretty. But if anybody can spot him $50, he'll tell you about how astrolabes provide evidence for their Earth being a globe. On his Patreon account, that is.
He's pretty hard up if he thinks that flat earthers are going to start paying globe earthers to write a book.
Did he say that?
No, he didn't say that. I don't know if he said.
I was gonna say, Bob, dude, man, if he said that, I would have. That'd be another week, Bob, that I'll be talking about stuff like that. If you did say that.
If we said he said it and passed it around, no one would know the difference, and then it would be just like he said it.
I was telling him, I was like, dude, you can't use an auto level to measure the curvature of the Earth. Yes, you can. It's unlimited. Oh, really? I was telling Bemis, dude. Bemis about fell out of his chair. He was like, that guy don't know anything. He was all upset.
In what way? In what way unlimited? What way is it unlimited, though?
The sight, like what you can see through this, because it's got like a little, small telescope with a crosshair on it.
Unlimited distance. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. To infinity. Yeah. So is my little monocular I have. That's like freaking $10.
It's not infinity.
Dollar store.
Just saying that it is doesn't make it so. Just saying that it is.
But yeah, Danny, if you're in here, I mean, you don't make a lot of appearances. It would be cool if you spoke up, had something to say.
Yep. Why not? Wouldn't that be the fair thing to do?
I mean, lurking is a little weird, right? Like just lurking all the time.
Yeah, you think that he's a pretty popular guy. I mean, he's wrote a couple of books. You think he would have something to say? I don't know. Now that he doesn't.
Only a step from stalk. Creeping is only a step up from stalk. One step up from stalking. Lurking. It's almost as bad as stalking. Don't be on the verge of stalker. I know what it is. I think it is. He doesn't want to be ridiculed by his anti-flat earther friends for having engaged in cordial.
You know what? I think Danny's smart, and he knows that we're smart. He knows that we're smart enough to pick apart every word that he says, and that it's wiser to just keep your mouth shut.
His silence speaks for itself.
I think you're onto something, Lou.
If he would actually genuinely have any arguments against a geocentric Earth, he would bring them forward. But the problem is, reality is just what it is, and you can't change reality into an imaginary world. even though they try their best to do so, right? They love the imaginary world, the heliocentric model, which is actually a model that is just unbelievably upside down, while putting that into perspective to what we actually observe in reality. It's literally the opposite of most things we can observe and see. As if, there's some kind of guy who thought he want to flip the world upside down in its logic and its behavior. Yep. Like Witzit always says, in a world that nobody knows what the world is. Do you guys think Danny's in here and he makes like notes or something?
I do kind of wonder why he actually shows up if he's not going to talk, because he can always go and listen on the YouTube. We're not deafening the bot or anything like that. Maybe he's not aware of Helioskeptic's backup channel. Yeah, it just doesn't make much sense. But yeah, I think that's exactly why he's here. Just like Bill or who said that he's here for data collection.
Has anyone ever read a book that he made?
No.
I mean, he's earning good money with his imaginary fairy tales.
We should all pirate his book and read it.
Right.
I think he works also on the website Answers in Genesis. He's part of the team there. So, if I'm not mistaken.
That's actually like the cherry on the cake, like the icing, because like how someone can interpret the Bible as especially when you have the official picture, like you can literally Google biblical cosmology and will show you a geocentric and closed system, which is exactly what we're always talking about. And this guy has the ignorance, to make books about Genesis and try to, perverse biblical cosmology to his weird standard of fairy tales. And just think about it. Just think about the cherry on the cake, so to say, how far this guy has gone off just to make some bucks. It's incredible,
Look at Clay. Look at answersingenesis.com. Go there and see the image that's put on that website.
I think I've already once saw this. It's just sad, It's really sad. Like literally, we have a public definition of biblical cosmology, and these people take the arrogance to dismiss it, and in front of the Most High, pervert it and make it upside down to feed their Helios religion. It's unbelievably sick, because it's they're programming kids with this. It goes so deep, and it really makes me angry. Yeah, I'm not angry about these people because they're deceived, the people who create these things, but I'm just angry about the fact that it exists. It's not benefiting the world. But I mean, it is in the scriptures, right? He will send them strong delusions so that they might believe a lie, Whoever has pleasure in unrighteousness shall have pleasure in unrighteousness, Which includes believing a spinning testicle flying through ever expanding universe while hurling around other planets. I mean, it's his choice. If he's gonna think someday going to explain the apostles and the people who have actually contributed to the scriptures, that they were wrong about their cosmology, their biblical cosmology, I would say you can try, man. You can try. Try to do that. It won't work. But I mean, I'm sure that our Father is just laughing about this. You know, it's just the ignorance and the blindness that has come upon the world regarding science and so forth. People rather trusting in the word of man instead of the word of God. And that's the funny thing, you know. Flat Earth is that's why I like Corinthians 1:27. It says, "But God shows the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God shows the weak things of the world to shame the strong." And it's just literally what we do, you know. The world might think, you know, these stupid flat earthers, these foolish idiots, you know. It's literally what most of the you know, deceived people think. But you know, we are being used to just whoever has eyes to see and ears to hear, to at least get these people to understand, you know, how great the deception is. That's why I think the Creator uses us, you know, to shame these so-called wise people in these day and age, the so-called physicists and scientists and cosmologists, professors and so forth. Or people like Danny, for example, you know. I still love him, you know. I just wish he would, I don't know, wake up and also leave this weird cult of secrecy called Freemasonry. Because the Creator doesn't like groups that try to withhold secrets to other people, especially to him. It's not a nice thing to do. But hey, Danny, it's your still opportunity, you know, to turn away from these wicked ways of deceiving the already deceived people, and maybe coming to the truth of what reality actually is, and then contributing by writing a book about the real thing, you know, the things we talk about. You can still do that. It's all in your hand. Anyways, thank you.
Seeing as how it's quiet, I was about to type it, but to Cuddy, like this whole thing about if we're going to take verse 1 of the Bible, Actually, it's 2. Yeah, verse 2. And the earth was without form. Similar to like an amoeba. That's how I would describe that. And then I know that contradicts like another thing that big Bible guys are on about is Sonny, you're coming through really, really, really low. Like nobody can hear you. Oh, you're just echoing, that's all. You're gonna go on mute. Anyway. So what was I about to say? I just did, Cuddy. I just did. That's why that you got the LOL there. Yep. Did you do that to yourself? You're fucked up. But no, the way I see it, okay, so on the flat Earth, right? Like we know that we have a limited volume. No, it's not a shape. It's without shape. It's without form. That's exactly what I'm saying from like that verse. It is without form. It's always morphing. Oh, I see. You're just being super trolly. That's what it is. I'm giving you an example. Yeah. But yeah, the Earth would still be have the same volume, but possibly changing its overall shape and morphing. And often, like we think of solids as being solid, but I would actually argue that there's no true such thing as a solid. Even solids, though we can't really see it for the most part, they do morph. Like some are much more rigid, more dense than others. But like lead still flows over time, even in a cooled state. Stainless steel would be much harder. You'd be like, well, that's solid. But actually, everything flows to a certain extent. Everything is fluid. Gases are fluid. Water is fluid. Liquids are fluid. Everybody knows liquids are fluid. Some people know that gases are fluid. And even fewer people know that solids are still fluid. The ground moves. Things sink. I've seen like big, like excavators come rolling through with 8-foot tires and watch the earth sponge down and sponge right back up as it drives past. And then create waves through the earth around it. Like a wake. Excavator, it was a pretty wet ground, of course, but like the earth, the hill that was next to it, waved like a wake in a lake. The earth is without form. It moves.
Danny, can you do me a favor? Can you maybe? I'm reading some of your things on your blog. Can you maybe do one where you explain how biblical cosmology is now superseded through heliocentrism? How you can literally can you debunk the scriptures to be untrue for me regarding the cosmology which is included? Because you need, I guess you do agree that biblical cosmology is the general concept of the Bible, right? That you supposedly also believe in. So I would like to actually read something about that. Or maybe you already have made one, Let me read you this. Biblical cosmology it's from the scholarly community encyclopedia. Biblical cosmology is the biblical writer's conception of the cosmos as an organized, structured entity, including its origin, order, meaning, and destiny. The Bible was formed over many centuries, involving many authors, and reflects 15 pillars of religious belief. Okay, blah blah. Consequently, it's cosmology is not always consistent. Yeah, that's what they want to try to make you believe. Note that the biblical text necessarily represents the beliefs of all Jews, Christian, blah blah. So wait, let me go to the shape and structure of the cosmos. Heavens, earth, and underworld. The Hebrew Bible depicts a three-part world with the heavens above earth in the middle and the underworld Sheol below. After 4th century BC, this was gradually replaced by Greek scientific cosmology of a spherical earth surrounded by multiple concentric heavens. Oh, golly. So what did they do? What happened? They replaced the original definition of the biblical cosmology with a Greek scientific cosmology of a spherical earth. Isn't that interesting? In the Old Testament, the word Shamaim represents both the sky and the dwelling place of God. The rakia or firmament, the visible sky, was a solid inverted ball over the earth, colored blue from the heavenly ocean above it. This is funny, there's a 33 right after this definition on Wikipedia. You can't make this up. Rain, snow, wind, and hail were kept in storehouses outside the rakia, which had windows to allow them in. The waters for Noah's flood entered when the windows of heaven were opened. I wonder whether the windows of heaven are on a spherical space testicle, and where the waters are actually, for flooding the place. But okay, heaven extended down to and was I don't know this English word, coterminous with the farthest edges of the earth. Humans looking up from earth saw the floor of heaven, which they saw also as God's throne, as made of clear blue lapis lazuli. Exodus, they even quote the Bible verses, Exodus 24, 9-10, and Ezekiel 1:26. Below that was a layer of water, the source of rain, which was separated from us by an impenetrable barrier, the firmament. Genesis, they even quote again the scriptures. Genesis 1:6-8. The rain may also be stored in the heavenly cisterns, Job 38:37, or storehouses, Deuteronomy 28:12, alongside the storehouse for wind, hail, and snow. I guess whoever wrote this Wikipedia article, man, he must be, some crazy dude. Or I mean, in general, how can it be that there's something called biblical cosmology and there's still people claiming that that's untrue, even though it's the official story of it? Interesting. Isn't that interesting, guys? People who want to dismiss the official definitions of biblical cosmology. Do you guys think that's weird? Anyone in here thinking it's weird?
It's very weird. It's very weird. You're right, and it's even weirder because every single one. There's a multitude of these Christian churches that are in lockstep with that whole idea, like all at the same time. They all go along with it.
Exactly.
Like what?
Yeah, they're just in their ignorance or pride. They're just throwing out what has been accepted over the centuries as fact, which is biblical cosmology for what it is. And if you believe the Bible, you need to believe biblical cosmology. There is no other way. You can't mix it up with some weird fairy tales, okay? So regarding my person, I 100% believe biblical cosmology. I believe that there are gates for flooding this place. I believe that there's a heaven above me and not empty space. And that's a belief, okay? I can't prove it, yeah? But it is what I have been, what the Creator has revealed to me as being factual. And what is actually the official definition of biblical cosmology. So how is it that there are people like Danny, for example, who have whole websites and articles trying to destroy this picture that is actually by definition an official fact? How is it? Because literally this whole Wikipedia article is everything that they're stating is not a claim without proof. Everything is being claimed by underlining it with the exact verse in the scriptures regarding what they're describing as biblical cosmology. So how is it that there's still people trying to deny this and to pervert it and make it into a different picture? Isn't that sad, actually? Probably the same people who would go out and read from Wikipedia how the spherical Earth works and is going to tell you, oh, this is true, even though it would not include any scriptural references on that page. So who is true now? The Creator or man? The vain imaginations of what man thinks what this place might be. I hope some Christians are listening to this who are still dangerously closed up in their heliocentric religion, which is an abomination against the Most High. It is literally it's literally by the hand of the Antichrist. It has enough it has enough signatures of him inside of it regarding its mathematical equations and the 666s and so forth. And literally the fruit of the people who are contributing to that lie show the exact same with their 666 hand signs with our astronauts and their deep connection with Freemasonry and so forth. So yeah, it is to believe this and even, trying to put it in other people's mind is an abomination unto the Most High. And if I would be the Creator, I wouldn't be happy about this. But I'm not the Creator and I'm not speaking for him. I can just say that regarding the scriptures and what the scriptures say about this kind of stuff, it's an idol worship. It's literally... What do most Christians do these days? They look at the stars and they interpret the stars, and it goes so far that kids who are supposedly a Christian family who go to church on Sunday, they worship SpaceX, okay, in a certain way. They love it. They believe everything of it, even though the scriptures say. I don't misquote it, in Deuteronomy 4:19, when you look to the heavens and see the sun and moon and stars, all the host of heaven, do not be enticed to bow down and worship what the Lord your God has appointed to all the nations under heaven. What are most Christians nowadays do? They buy SpaceX t-shirts. They maybe even contribute with some funding. They will, to the last breath, defend this picture of heliocentrism. Okay, they love they show continuously what NASA does is show us pictures of stars. People love these pictures, love the imaginary world of thinking someday they can travel through that empty space of a vacuum and so forth.
That's all an abomination. Thinking that you can penetrate the impenetrable place that he dwells in, that's crazy. Thinking that rockets go through the firmament, going into heaven, that's crazy.
I think the heliocentrist the God-believing Christian heliocentrist would think that God is outside of our universe instead of outside of the earth, right? So they still that still fits for them, right? They've justified it.
Yep. They pervert the scriptures, even though scriptures are very literal, right? It says that his throne is above the circle of the earth, and the world is like we are like his footstool, and we are like grasshoppers unto him, and so forth. Like literally, it's being described in so many different ways that he's above. Okay, he is above. He's not in some kind of universe, and that's the thing. That's also new age thinking.
This is what's tough. Like for the heliocentrist, above is in all directions. It's outward. Above is outward.
But he has not given us dominion over the moon. He has not given us dominion over so-called space. There is nothing in the scriptures pointing to a place that called space. Everything that is above us is heaven. And it's a place where once the Tower of Babel tried to build its, the king tried to build a tower, and he was not pleased with that. If he's not pleased with something like this, you can be sure that he's not pleased with people shooting rockets. Okay, and these rockets, they go up and they go down. That's it. They land in the ocean. Nothing more. Otherwise, he would have destroyed these institutions. I mean, he's gonna do that anyways at some point. But
there's something too I'd like to point out, just to try to keep it not so biblical about it. Well, I guess it's not all that. But, so one of the criticisms that I've heard from Globers is like when we say things like I just said about comparing a heliocentric universe or Earth or whatever, where outward is up and all of that. See, like if you are a Bible believing Christian and you believe in all that stuff, you have contradictions. So like you're saying, where up and down. I mean, I guess if you kind of pervert the word, you can adapt it and make it make sense to you. But it makes the most sense in the way that there's an objective up and an objective down, and they'll tell you that like when I say heliocentrism, they're thinking the geocentrism is what I'm talking about. But yes, I am talking about a geocentric universe, but I'm also not talking about a ball Earth. This is a flat Earth geocentrism, right? Like, and I think like geocentrism, though it was first within like philosophy and science, and then supposedly, like let's say for the Glober, they're like, and then we learned and we figured out, like this is what they believed then. This archaic nonsense. Yeah. And the thing is, but that was literally just a stepping stone towards this heliocentric nonsense. It was like a transition in another great reset, so to speak. It was when they took you away from the flat Earth, and it was the transition period to the globe Earth. Is that geocentrism, the geocentric globe Earth? Exactly.
And the thing is, look, the official narrative, this is, okay, I'm reading now the official narrative, which is Wikipedia. I mean, we all agree that's the official narrative for most things by definition. So, by definition, it says here, cosmic geography. In the Old Testament period, the Earth was most commonly thought of as a flat disk floating on water. The concept was apparently quite similar to that depicted in a Babylonian world map from about 600 BCE. A singular circular continent bounded by a circular sea, and beyond the sea number of equally spaced triangles called Nagu, distant regions, apparently islands, although possible mountains. The Old Testament likewise locates islands alongside the earth. Psalm 97:1. Again, they're referencing the Bible as proof of what they're claiming in this narrative. These are the ends of the earth, according to Isaiah 41. You can't make this up. This is Wikipedia. The extreme edge of Jacob's circular horizon, Job 26:10.
It's a matter of perspective, Clay. It's a matter of perspective. So, like, we see it one way, they see it another. They're telling you that these are the logical advancements in science and technology, that we've been able to come to these conclusions only because we're so lucky to be, well, older and more informed. You know, like, so, like, to them, that makes plenty of sense. And when I say it that way, it sounds good. But we see it another way, like that this has been a multi-generational, going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years, a plan to take us farther away from the truth, a plan to take us farther away from reality.
But the sad thing is, I mean, how can you pervert this into your heliocentric belief when it says these are the ends of the earth according to Isaiah 41:5, the extreme edge of Jacob's circular horizon, Job 26:10, where the wall of heaven is supported on mountains. Other OT passengers suggest that the sky rests on pillars, Psalm 75:3, 1 Samuel 2:8, Job 9:6, on foundations, Psalm 18:7, and 1882:5, or on supports, Psalm 104:5. The book of Job imagines the cosmos as a vast tent with the earth as its floor and the sky as its tent itself. From the edges of the sky, God hangs the earth over nothing, meaning that the vast ocean securely supported by being tied to the sky, Job 26:7. If the technical means by which Yahweh keeps the earth from sinking into the chaos waters are unclear, it is nevertheless clear that he does so by virtue of his personal power. Isn't it interesting that you have this on Wikipedia, and it's like the open definition of biblical cosmology, and still they want to deny it. Still they want to somehow whitewash it into their fairy tale religion of heliocentrism, where you don't have pillars, where you don't have ends of the earth, where you don't have a flat disk floating on water, where you don't have clay under sea, right? Which is Job 38:14, by the way. It is shaped as clay under the sea. The earth is shaped as clay under the sea. I mean, in many translations, but they all mean the same thing.
But you know what? Actually, clay goes along with that second verse also, with the earth being without form. Like clay, unless it's like dried and baked in a kiln, is still very malleable. It's still, it's something that can keep being shaped. I think clay, like we have to really think about the words that are being used.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. I mean, clay has been used in the scriptures often. Especially in relationship to describing what you are in the hands of the Most High. Right. You're like clay in His hands. He can form you in what He ever pleases to. Another thing is, and when I talk about these things, and then I'm on a site like this, Answers in Genesis, where people, waste their money on books like Falling Flat, a refutation of flat earth claims, written by Dr. Danny R. Faulkner, where it says here, there are people in the world today who believe the world is flat, which is not true. We do not believe that the world is flat. And they are working very hard to convince everyone else that it's flat. Even it means distorting the truth to do it. Read this book and get the facts regarding the flat earth fallacy. I mean, can you see I just factually showed what the per definition, the cosmology of the Bible is, and there are people like Danny, for example, who want to pervert this definition into making it fit into his fairy tale of a heliocentrism, which is nothing else but a religion, okay? With no scientific facts, with nothing that proves the spherical Earth to be in existence. Here, the back cover of the book, Flat Earth, ? Flat wrong. There are people in the world today who believe the world is flat. Oh yeah, this is alright. Unfortunately, as a flat... this is something that Danny Faulkner said. Unfortunately, as a flat Earth websites proliferated on the internet, thousands of people soon joined the movement. It's ironic that more people in the West today may believe that the Earth is flat than have in 2 millennia. Golly. Enjoy a fascinating look at discoveries, science, and the church throughout history as it faces down and disproves over and over again flat earth fallacies. That's interesting. The church. What church? The church of heliocentrism? It's interesting that he is constructing the sentence like this. Enjoy the fascinating look at discoveries, science, and the church throughout history as it faces down and disproves over and over again flat earth fallacies. Interesting. Very interesting, Danny. Does science support flat earth? I'm literally thinking about, I wish I could. I really want to buy one of these things, it would be no problem, but I don't really want to support this. On the other hand, I really want to know what he's writing in these books, because this is obviously the disinformation. This is obviously the indoctrination and perverted upside down view of biblical cosmology. And I wish to actually read it, but I don't want to give him $17, Oh, here's the ebook. Okay. Danny. Oh, is it that book, Adam? Oh. Oh, that's nice. Not the full book, just the part. Thank you, man. Didn't know that. So let me see. Why write about flat Earth? The Bedford-Levy experiment and the Chicago skyline. Eclipses and the flat Earth. Aspects of sky and flat Earth. NASA and flat Earth. Interesting. Okay. After all, then we settled the question more than 5 centuries ago when Christopher Columbus proved that the Earth is round.